Wow! Look at everybody. Look at what are all of you doing here? This is fantastic. Yeah. Thank you. That's wonderful, and none of that is for me, which is great. But hello and welcome to Penguin Live, where you have the best seat in the house for the best mentalism in the entire world. I'm your host, Dan Harlan. Thank you so much for being here, and all of that applause, and all of these people gathered here, and you yourself are here to see one gentleman. Now, this guy is absolutely amazing, considered by many to be the world's leading mentalist. He's performed and lectured on every continent on the world except for Antarctica. He's performed in every state in the USA, with the exception of Alaska. He just doesn't go to cold places. And he is the only mentalist who's ever actually fooled scientists into believing that he possessed real psychic powers. We will talk a lot about that later. He eventually was able to tip them off that he didn't have real powers, that is. And he's also worked for some of the greatest minds in magic as a consultant behind the scenes, worked with them on developing material. His own material has been used by them in their shows. You've seen his work through Penn and Teller, The Amazing Randy, Chris Angel, David Blaine, just to name a few. Now, he's also won so many awards, it's impossible to list all of them for this whole lecture, but let's just point out a few of them from the Psychic Entertainers Association. He's won the award for creativity. He's won the award for outstanding contributions to mentalism, and he's won the award from them for Entertainer of the Year. He deserves all of those, of course, and many, many more. Please welcome Banachek. How are you?
What a great host, right? Let's hear it for Dan. Thank you. So I truly believe that when somebody lectures for magicians or for anybody when they're teaching tricks, it's not their job to give you routines. Because we want you to be individuals. We all want you to do your own thing. It's our job to give you tools for your toolbox, so you can create your own effects, so you can be original, so you can be different than anybody else. Now, having said that, I will have to perform a couple of little routines for you to put everything in context. But I will tell you, these are not fully formed. In fact, I'm not doing them exactly the way that I would in my routine, because I'm not going to give you my routine. I'm going to give you a structure for that. So to start out, I'm going to ask this. Is there anybody here that's good with numbers? Anybody that's good with numbers? Anybody? Not a single person in the entire... You're good with numbers? Kind of, sort of, here, easy. Yeah. Come on up. Give him a big round of applause, please. Step up here. Yep. And if you'll step around me, please, and come over here to my right-hand side, I'm going to give you a marker, and I'm going to give you a pad. And there's some lines on there. There's 4 lines. I'm going to get 4 numbers from 4 different people. And what you're going to do is you're going to write the numbers on there. Don't do anything until I tell you to, okay? So let's start right over here. I'm going to ask a few people to stand. I'll ask you to stand for me, please. Yes. I'll ask the gentleman right there to stand for me, please. I'm going to ask, let's go with the gentleman right back there. If you're looking around, it's you usually. Yes. No, the gentleman, you didn't look around. He did. Yes. Yeah. Stand up for me, please. No. You were looking around. Stand up. Yes, good. All right, you're going to be more difficult for me to work within these, and that's okay. I can see that already. The gentleman right there, if you'll stand up, okay, good. Look at me, please. Look at my right hand, if you will. Just keep looking at my right hand. Keep looking. Give me a 2-digit number out loud right now. 25. Put that at the very top. It's exactly the number that I wanted, so thank you very much. Look at my left hand, please. Look at my left hand. 2-digit number out loud now. 37. Exactly what I wanted. Perfect. Good. Again, I think you're going to be a little more difficult, but that's okay. I think I can fix it with him. Look at my right hand, please. 2-digit number out loud.
29.
29? Okay, go ahead. Put it down. Good. Can you put that down for a second? I need all of your attention on me right now for a second, okay? Look at my left hand, if you will. Don't say anything. Get a number in your head. Add 3 to it for me. Yes, add 3 to it. Out loud, please. 5. Good. That's exactly. Go ahead, write that down if you will. We didn't talk about this before the show, did we? We didn't talk about this. We didn't. Okay. Stay standing for a second. Would you total those numbers up for me, please? Just total those up on there. You did say you're pretty good with numbers. Probably not helping you the fact that I'm talking to you, so I will shut up for 1 second.
Okay.
All right. Yep. You sure that's right? Double check it just to make sure. Because I would not want to embarrass you on a penguin lecture.
Yeah, no.
Yep. You got it?
Hasn't happened yet. Yeah, all set.
You right about that? Okay, good. And again, we did not talk about this before the show, did we? You had no clue you're going to help me with this. Is that right? You had no clue you're going to help me. You had no clue. You had no clue. You may all have a seat. Thank you very much. But here's the problem with this. Is I could ask you, if we talked about this before the show, you could lie, all right? And you could have just been told to add those numbers up. So they total what number?
96.
Yeah, so turn the pad around so everybody else can actually see it. That way they can total it for themselves. Now, I'm often asked, banachek, is there anybody in your family that can do the exact same things that you can do? I have an uncle. My uncle knew the exact day and time he was going to die. Nothing amazing there. The judge told him. But I do have a little nephew. My little nephew is pretty amazing. My little nephew, the moment that I told him I was coming here to Ohio, he ran into my office, he grabbed a Post-it note, and he scribbled something down. Now, he's just learning how to read and write, so he doesn't read and write very well. But he folded it up, and he gave it to me, and he asked me to open it up here. I placed it inside of this wallet, and it's been here since that time. And as you notice, it was sitting here the entire time. And like I said, he is just learning how to read and write. You said 96? Would you tell everybody what number's on there?
It's 96.
96. You can have that. Thank you very much. I'll take the marker. You may have a seat. Now, I need to slow down just for 1 second here. I'm going to hand this out to everybody. I'm going to give this to you if you wouldn't mind. Actually, I'm going to move it over on this side right here. Hi, how are you?
Oh,
good.
fine.
You're going to use me for something. I'm going to use you for something else. So inside there's about 10 to 15 pieces of paper. I want you to go around the room as quickly as you can. Try not to block the cameras. Hand people papers and pencils. Try not to do it so much in the front row because I might be able to see what they write. If you get a paper, at the very top of your paper, there's a couple of things I need you to do. First of all, I need you to write out your full name. That'll be your first, your middle, and your last name. Below that, you're going to write 2 pieces of information. The first piece of information must be an interesting thought or fact about yourself most people would not know. Now, the key word is most. If somebody knows it, that's okay, all right? But something they would know, something you might not put on Facebook or social media. What kind of thoughts or facts? If I was doing it, I could write when I was 4, I had a pet parakeet named Pete, got hit by lightning on my front porch when I was 2. Actually, really did happen. Very, very sad at the time. A little bit humorous now that I think about it. Below that, write a second thought or fact. That second thought or fact must contain a number. You could write down my birth date is and put that down. My social security number is. My driver's license number is. My credit card number is. You could write down my old football jersey number in high school used to be. My old street address used to be. My first phone number was. All right? When you're done, do not fold your paper. When you're done, like for instance, if you folded your paper, you look like you could fold a mean origami rabbit or goose or something like that. I would know it was your paper. It's important I do not know who the papers belong to. So when you're done, turn your writing side down, tap the person in front of you, hand them your paper. Those papers will come all the way to the front row. As they come to the front row, you will pass them down to the gentleman right here. Do not let me see them, but what I want you to do is I want you to put them in that little box right there, writing side down as they come to you. You will not have to go and get these. So again, your full name. Below that, an interesting thought or fact. And below that, a second thought or fact that contains a number. Meanwhile, let me get a couple of people to help me out. And let's go with, good. Can I go with the gentleman right here? Can you make your way over here? Yeah. Give him a big round of applause, please. So I have a White Pages phone book right here, and I have put a business card inside here because I want to show you that it goes up to 684 pages, and then it starts to renumber again. It numbers for 25 pages, 210. I think it was 25 pages and 40 pages again. If you add those up, that's 184. That's about 984 pages. All right. And if you look, there's 1, 2, 3 columns. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's about 150 phone numbers per column. So 984 times 150. That'd be 147,600 phone numbers. Multiply that by 3. How many phone numbers are in that book? It's a lot. Yes, yeah. It's actually about 3,442,800 different phone numbers that are inside that book, okay? So this is what's going to happen, all right? I want you to open it up to any page. Do you want the left page or the right page, or do you want to change and go to a different page?
Let's do the right page.
Do the right page. If I take my business card and I put it right there, you can see, if I have it right there, that number is 901-761-9348. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if I go down there, what would that number be?
901-755 5624.
5624, all right, good. So you selected the page, and you selected which page in those two pages you wanted to choose. I want you to point to somebody over on this side. Anybody over on this side, describe what they're wearing so I know exactly who you're talking about.
The man in the white button-up.
Man in the white button-up. Would you stand up for me, please? Okay, just look at me for a second, okay? There's 1, 2, 3 columns. 1, 2, 3 columns. Name one of those numbers. 1, 2, or 3.
1.
1. Did that feel like a free choice?
Absolutely.
I'm going to tell you that it wasn't. You see, because every time I said 1 just a little bit louder, and I held up one finger. I said, there's 1, 2, 3 columns. 1, 2, 3 columns, and you fell for it. You went for the 1. I do apologize for that. But you can stay with the 1, or you could change. The choice is yours. What would you like to do?
Stick with it.
You want to stick with it. Now, that's unusual, because usually when you tell a full-grown man that you just manipulated him, he almost always says that he wants to change. You didn't. You want to stay with it.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Would you point to somebody over on this side, please, and describe what they're wearing?
Let's do the man right here in the front.
Yep, stand up for me, please. I'm going to take my business card and I'm going to bring it down the page. You get to call out stop any time, but don't call out stop until after I say the word now, because I haven't started till that moment. So I want you to look at my nose, if you will. Just look at my nose. And I'm going to start coming down the page. Not yet. I'm going to start coming down the page now.
Stop.
Did that feel like a free choice?
Sure.
I'm going to tell you that it wasn't a free choice. Let me explain what just happened, okay? I put myself in a position of authority. I told you I wanted you to say stop. I even said at what point you could say stop after I say the word now. Again, putting myself in that position of authority. I then looked down at the page and asked you to look at my nose. Again, giving you a command. And slowly, as I came down the page, I slowly started to look up at you. And the moment we made eye contact, you called out stop. Everybody does it because I'm in that position of authority. I've already given him a command. I told him I want him to say stop. So when I make eye contact, he goes, oops, I got to say stop. And he says stop at that moment. Again, I apologize for manipulating you. You can stay with it. Stay standing. You can stay with this number, or we can continue down the page, or we could start all over. What would you like to do?
Gosh. Let's start over.
Start all. Is that because of what I told the gentleman earlier about manipulation?
Maybe.
Okay. I'm going to start coming down the page. Not yet. Look at my nose. Now.
Stop.
Did that feel like a free choice?
Yes.
I'm going to tell you that it wasn't. Because the moment that you told somebody you manipulated them by looking at them, the second time they try to call out stop before you can look at them. And that's exactly what you did. So we can stay with this number, or we could start all over, or we can continue down the page. And if you want to continue down the page, I won't even look at you.
Let's continue. There.
Right there. That's where you want to stop? Do me a favor, come on over here, please. Would you call out the phone number that he stopped me at?
662-349-1395.
662-349-1395? Yes?
Yeah.
Give the gentleman a round of applause. Thank you very much. You may have a seat, and you may have a seat. So I want everybody over here to remember 662, if you will. 662, that's the area code. Everybody over here, 349, if you will, and then 1395. Okay, so that's 662-349-1395. Before the show started, I had a chance to take a look at this phone book. Had a chance to open it up. Had a chance to turn to a page, pick out a column, take my finger, bring it all the way down, and then say, no, I'm going to start all over again. And I came down. And then I stopped at a phone number. And the number that I stopped at, I wrote on the opposite side of this marker board. And then it became my job to take you on that same journey, to get you to choose the same page, to get you to choose the same column, to get you to choose the exact same number. Now, in scientific circles, if I got all the numbers right, but got 1 or 2 of them wrong, that's considered highly significant. If I got 1 or 2 right and maybe got, 1 or 2 wrong and got the rest in the right order, that's highly significant. But you don't have to worry about that, because I got 662-349-1395. Give the gentleman a round of applause. Have people been passing up their pieces of paper to you? They have. Would you come on over here, please? Anybody have a piece of paper they not have passed? Anybody? No? All right. Have a seat, if you will. I need a lady to help me out, too, so let's go with the lovely lady right here. Would you come on up here, please? Give her a big round of applause as she makes her way over here. And if you'll be so kind as just to step behind us and just have a seat over there. I'm going to ask you in a second, make sure the papers are all writing side down so I cannot see them. What you're going to do is you're going to take 5 papers and you're going to put them on here, one on top of the other. Take them from anywhere into the box that you want to. Don't let me see them. Now, by the way, if the papers are folded, I don't want them, okay? If they've written on the wrong side, I don't want the papers, all right? Because sometimes they write on both sides and scratch it out and I can see what it is. And if they folded it, I might know who folded it and whose it was. So go ahead, take 5 of them, put them right here. And again, put them one on top of the other. That way, even if I could see through the top one because somebody wrote really hard, I wouldn't be able to see the other ones. And put them in a neat pile. Yeah. Doesn't have to be perfect, but just close.
5.
You got 5?
Yes.
Good. Take the other ones out of the box and give those a really good mix, if you will. Hi.
Hi.
You're going to take one of these papers, all right? But it's important I don't know what's on the paper. Now, there's light rebounding behind you, and it's going to reflect over to this side. So hold your side hand on this side of the paper. Don't let me see through it. And whatever you do, just always a yes or no. Don't tell me what's on the paper. Go ahead. Take any one but the top one. You got one? I want you to look at it. Now, don't worry about the person's name. Don't worry about the number. What I do want you to worry about is the thought. Get the thought in your mind, all right? Now, tell me when you have that entire thought memorized. Like if they wrote down, I have a pink house with a blue number 2 on it, and there's a snowman outside, and his name is Michael. You would have to memorize all of that. Tell me when you've got it all memorized. Do you have it? Again, don't worry about the number. Okay. Don't worry about the name. Okay, don't put it back yet. Okay, I want you to keep it. One more question. Is there something in that thought, and again, just a yes or no, something in that thought that if I asked you to draw it, you might be able to?
Yes.
Like if they wrote down something about a house, you could draw a house. You're not thinking of a house, are you?
No.
Okay, good. Push that in the middle of the other papers for me, please. So I don't know which one it is. You done? Mm-hmm. Good. If you'll take these papers for me. Good. Put them on top of those. Keep them writing side down. Put them in the box. And just put the box over on the side right over there for right now. Yep, just put it down there. And you may have a seat. Give him a big round of applause for helping me out. Thank you. Stay here, man. No, not you. You may have a seat. I'd like you to stand up for me, please. Face me. Come a little closer. A little closer. Stop. You and I are going to stand cheek to cheek. All right? Close your eyes for me. Whatever it is you said you can draw, in a second you're going to draw it in your mind. I want you to imagine you have a big white marker board and a very large dark marker, and imagine you start drawing it and start drawing it now. Stop. Did you just draw a circle or part of a circle? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Good. Yeah. Keep going, please. Stop. 2 little triangles. Does that mean anything to you?
Yes.
Okay, keep going. Let me know when you're done. Again, tell me when you're finished. Doesn't have to be perfect. Me too. Did you forget to put a mouth on this?
No.
Did you put a mouth on it?
Yes.
I didn't get that. In a very loud voice, in one word if you can, would you call out what you drew?
A cat.
A cat. Like that?
Yep.
Give her a round of applause, please. So stay here, please. Look straight ahead. Close your eyes. I want you to imagine you are house-sitting this cat for the person whom the cat belongs to. And you look around, and it's a beautiful house, a beautiful log cabin home, and the cat, it's kind of mean. It's a nasty cat, okay? It tries to scratch you. So you want nothing to do with that cat. You want nothing to do with the cat at all. And you decide you're going to throw a big party. So this is exactly what you do. You throw a big party. You invite all your friends over. And then you look up at the clock, and you happen to notice that the family who only asked you to do one thing, watch their cat, didn't give you permission to have a party, and they're on their way home. So you kick everybody out, and you start cleaning up. And as you're cleaning up, you look and you see the front door is wide open and the cat has got outside. So now you do the only thing you can think of. You go out, you look for that cat, and you call the cat by its name. You're not calling here kitty, 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 but you're calling it by its name. What did they call their cat in a loud voice?
Joe.
Joe? Open your eyes. Give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. I'm going to call out some initials. If I call out your initials, I need you to stand. There may be 2 or 3 of you standing with the same initials. It'll be my job to try to figure out whose initials it is that I'm actually working with, okay? So the first initial that I'm getting, I believe I'm getting a J. I think the first initial that I'm getting is a J. No, that's not right. It's a B. I believe it's a BT. Anybody here with initials B and T? Anybody with those initials? Stand up for me, please. Is it Bruce?
Yes.
Bruce, we don't know each other, do we?
No.
Okay. Did you have a thought earlier that you wrote down?
Yes.
Okay. Had something to do with something that you own?
Yes.
I believe it has to do with a car?
Yes.
Yep. You're wondering if I can tell you what kind of car you own, or was this a car you used to own?
The one I own.
The one you own. And that is your thought, right? Because I don't want you to think I'm getting stuff off social media or anything like that. This is your thought that you decided upon here this evening, right?
Correct.
Okay, I put some initials down. I don't know if this is part of the car or if this has some meaning to you or something like that. Is it a PT Cruiser?
It is.
Give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Stand back up. You had a number?
Yes.
What does it belong to, if you could tell me, please?
It's a specific occasion, a date.
A date? And what does... Okay, so maybe you'll give it away if you tell me? All right. I've got 2 dates here that I've written down. I'm going to say that it's the April 1st date.
That's correct.
And what does it belong to?
It's my 27th anniversary.
Give him a big round of applause, please. Somebody by the name of Jacob, stand up for me, please. Jacob? Is it Lizzie? Lizzie or something like that you were thinking of? Lizzie?
No.
No, okay, so I'm going to come back to that. And you're right in that section with him right there, so that's interesting. But you also had a number. There was a number, something about a number. It seems like it's a long number that you have to me. Is it a phone number?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this phone number? Is it your first phone number or your current phone number?
Current.
Current, okay. And there's no way I could know this, right?
True.
Okay, good. And this is a thought you decided upon here this evening. Yeah. So go ahead just with the very first digit, if you will. And I've written down a 6. Is it a 6?
Yeah.
It is a 6, okay. Now, I don't know where you're from. You could have driven in here. I have absolutely no clue. Who's thinking of 2,500? Something to do with an address. 2,500, 2,500. Who is that? Somebody? Who is that? Oh, you're right behind him. Okay, that's the problem. You see, you're right there, and your thoughts are coming in, so stop thinking for a second, okay? Thank you very much, all right? So the first digit is a 6, and then is it a 1?
Yes.
And then a 4?
Yeah.
An 8?
Yes.
Can you take your hand off the chair for a second? Because it's stopping you from... Okay, there you go. Okay, it's an 8 again, isn't it? Mm-hmm. A 6?
Yep.
I'm not sure about this because with zeros I have a problem and I don't always get it. Is it a 0?
Yeah.
Oh, it is a 0. Okay. So 614-886, 6. Do the last 3 digits as one number in your mind, in the hundreds. 673?
Close enough.
What is it? 675?
Yes.
Okay, give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. So there's a lot to cover in all of this. So let's talk about this, and then we'll continue with a lot of other things. In my lecture, I'm going to have something for everybody. So I'll have a lot of subtleties for the professionals, and also what I'm going to have is I'm going to have a lot of simple, little, easy things that anybody can do, and I have some things for people that have been working for just a little while, and they've got a little bit of an understanding of magic as well. So the very first thing that I did, the first thing, I kind of really like that. I love it because it's a tool that it's unlimited. It can allow you to do almost anything. You can almost duplicate almost any sort of mentalism effect by using this tool. And I was really surprised when I first found out that most mentalists aren't using this tool because it's a very, very old tool. Years ago, I was with Doc Hilford at one of his conventions. And this is way back in the 80s. And when I was at the convention, I used this tool for Doc. He asked me to show him something. And Doc's very knowledgeable, knows all about mentalism, all about the old techniques and everything. And I did a little routine for him. It wasn't this one that I did with the lines, but I wanted to show you how you could utilize this on stage. But the one that I did was I would actually pull something out and I would hold up and say, do me a favor, hold out your hand. Do you know what that is?
No.
It's an invisible palm-top computer. Actually, that's what I call it now, an invisible. Back then, it was an invisible Rolodex. I mean, back in those days, we had these little Rolodexes, and you young guys won't remember this because you probably don't even remember phone cords, do you? You know, we had these long, or rotary dials or anything like that. But we had these little electronic things, and we'd take, and what we would go is we'd put every single name and address and phone number of people we knew. We'd put them all in there, and then we'd have it for about 2 months. And after 2 months, the battery would die, and we didn't have flash drives. So you would lose everything. But we were quite happy to put everything back in there again because we were the cool guys that had it. So anyway, I said it was an invisible, you know, Rolodex. And what I've done is I've actually took out the original words in that, and it's got a little section on there that has a dictionary. So go ahead and turn it on for me, if you will. And I'm sorry, I have to open it up first. So I did all the bad brainwave jokes and everything else. So we opened it up. And see, down on the right-hand side, there's a button. It says D. It's short for dictionary. Go ahead and hit that, if you will, for me. All right, good. And then I would turn to somebody over here, and I would say, you know, as I was standing with Doc at this particular, somebody was standing on the right side, and I say to them, you know, do me a favor. There's 750 of my favorite words in there. Would you name any number between 1 and 750? And they did, and I'd say, go ahead, punch in a 7 and a 5 and a 0, and a word's going to pop up. When it pops up, just let me know what it is, and he would tell me what the word was, and I'd ask the person next to him to take a look at it and say, you're just as crazy as he is, yada, 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 yada. And then in the end, I would pull out my prediction. And so it was another nice little thing. This is a utility device. It allows you to do so many things. But there were other well-known mentalists that were standing right there as well when I was doing that, and not a single one of them had any clue what I was doing. And again, I was shocked by this because I thought every single one of them used this. So when I went back home, I started thinking about it. I go, why don't mentalists use this technique? And then I realized it was because most people get caught with this technique. And why do they get caught? Because they don't understand all the subtleties that go with this. Now, I call it unlimited because you can do unlimited things with it. But the real name for it, I like it because it sort of goes with what it is. It's not like one of those things like 3782, which means absolutely nothing, and they teach you a trick, and it might have been the hotel room they were in or something like that. It's kind of like a Goo Goo Dolls song, you know, well, like Iris. I mean, the Iris isn't anywhere in that song as far as I can tell, but anyway, I digress and I go off on these weird things. So anyway, it's pocket writing. That's all that it is. And it's exactly what you're doing. You're writing in your pocket. But if you don't do it right, you are going to get caught. Now, I've written a book that has all the subtleties and so many things. I'm going to try and cover quite a few of them right here for you so you can go out and start doing this yourself. So the very first thing you need is a writing instrument. And the writing instrument that I am using right at this moment happens to be, and I like to recycle things all the time, because if I show up at a hotel or show up at a show and I don't have props, I want to be able to do a show anyway. So this is a hotel key card, as you know. And what I've done is I've taken Post-it notes and I put them on there. And I've taken my favorite friend, Post-it note glue, and I put it all over the back of the Post-it note, stuck it on there so it's solid, and then there's a stack of Post-it notes on there. I fold the top one over, and I'm almost ready to go. Because there's one other thing that you need as well. Here, let's put that down there for now. There's one other thing that you need as well, and that would be a writing tool. Again, I use things that I can find almost anywhere. This is a pencil. And I've cut it to where it's just less than an inch right there. Cut it all the way down. I make sure that I take the point and I round it down because I don't want it to break. I've never had a pencil break in my pocket, but I always keep a couple of extra ones in my pocket just in case. But I've never had to resort to a second one. Never, not one time. But the one time I don't have it in there, that's when I will have to. And then this just all kind of sits in your pocket, just waiting for the right moment. At the right moment, I take it up and I just kind of pull it up into place like this. Here, let me get another pencil right here. Move that out of the way. What I do is I actually pull it up into place and then I just write. You know, it's like 2, 7, 1, like that. That drops. I turn that around. I pull that. I let it drop. I fold it over onto itself as I'm talking. I maybe fold it one more time. I don't always. And then I can pull the paper out. And I can pull it out from anywhere, and we'll talk in a minute about where to pull it from. Now, the interesting thing about when people start pocket writing is this, is they immediately start saying to themselves, they go, you know what, wouldn't it be great if I could write in pen? Well, that's magician thinking. And let me explain why. First of all, it is a prediction. So you could have written it at home with anything else. Why does it have to match? But magicians always want it to match. Look, if I pull out a prediction and somebody just told me a number and a word or something like that, and I pull it out and I show that it's on there, and if they're saying, wow, that's amazing. Oh, wait a minute. It's not in the same pen that he was using in the show. I'm doing something wrong. Because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have to be in that. But it's magician thinking. But let's say you go ahead and you insist that you want to go ahead and use a pen. You take a pen, you cut it short, you put the cap on, you look at it and you go, oh, look, I've got the very first pen pocket writer. Well, no, you don't. It's been done time and time again. There is a reason that magicians don't use that. Because think about it. When you're writing in your pocket, first of all, you're writing upside down. That means the ink is drawing away. Unless you've got a space pen, sooner or later, you're going to pull out a prediction, and there's not going to be anything on it. You also have a limited amount of ink. But again, if you insist on doing it, go ahead and get yourself a dark blue pencil and just cut that down. Again, make sure that you don't have the end that's sharp like that. And you can get these pencil sharpeners that do the different types. They do the sharp, they do the shorter one, and you want to do the shorter one as well. Another writing pad that I've used for many, many years is this one right here. And again, I recycle things. This backing is a pad from my Q&A pads that I use. So I take that, I cut it, and then I make 2 slots right about at that area right there, and I put a rubber band around it, and I put my business cards in it. I fold the business card over only once. Because if I fold the business card over twice, what it does is it creates deep creases, and when I write in my pocket, it's going to skip, and it may skip on the letter I or a 1 or something that I don't want it to actually skip on, all right? Now, the reason I have this extra piece on it right here is so that it sits up high in my pocket. Now I don't have to pull it all the way up. It will just sit right there, and I can pull this out, and I can actually fold it in half again. Now, blocking. Blocking is really important because this is one of the reasons I think that a lot of magicians get caught when they pocket write. I like to use a jacket. I've seen people try to pocket write with their hands in their pockets like this. That's the wrong way to do it. Because if I'm doing that, it looks like I'm doing something I probably shouldn't be doing. And it's going to bring all the attention over here. But if I'm wearing a jacket, I can put my jacket over it and I can hold it like that. There's nothing for you to see. Also, I want to keep all the attention up here when I'm talking to them. I want the attention to be between them. If I'm using this wallet, and I'll talk about the wallet in a minute, and if I'm using it on stage like this, what I'll normally do is I'll put it down here. At the very beginning, I'll come in, I'll go, even when I come up to a table, I'll come in and I'll reach inside. I'll go, oh, wait a minute, I did put it inside there. And I show and I flash an extra piece of paper that looks like the one that I'm going to pull out later. And it goes on the table like that. So, we've got that right there. Now, here's the thing. On the blocking on the stage right here, because you guys are far away from me, if I'm up close to you like this, we've got our attention eye to eye like this, all right? So there's nothing for you to see, especially if I'm not leaning into that side and going, hey, look down here, you know, that's because people do that. They feel guilty. They'll actually lean into the area where they're writing. On stage, I had the gentleman up here. He was adding the numbers up. I'm dyslexic, so I let everybody else do the work for me. Honestly, as he's adding them up, I'm hoping that he can add them correctly. But I'm writing that number already in my pocket. And if you got it wrong and you realize you got it wrong, or you showed it to the audience and it was wrong and somebody points it out right away, I don't mind. I just scratch the number that you got out. I write the second number in there. So I've not only predicted, or not me, but my nephew, not only predicted the right number, but also your mistake on top of it. You know, so that's kind of an amazing thing in itself. But I had the gentleman standing here and he's blocking me the whole time. He's blocking me from the audience, and all the attention is on him. I'm talking to him, I'm looking at what he's doing, he's adding it up, and I'm folding it up. Then, at some point, this comes over here, and it sits on top of it, and this is a Mark Striving's wallet. I normally don't use a wallet. The only time that I will actually use a wallet is if I'm working a trade show, if I'm working for magicians, like in this situation right here. Because at a trade show, the hardest thing is to draw a crowd. And sometimes you have to step into the aisle where you're not supposed to be to get those first couple of people. So what I will do is I will walk up to somebody and say, excuse me, hold your hand out for a second. They just don't even think about it if you do it quickly. And I put that in their hand, and now I'm done. I've got this guy. I say, is that yours? He usually will say no. If he says yes, I go, well, it is in a way. If he says no, I go, well, actually it is. Well, something inside there is yours. It's your future, but it's only a immediate future. Don't get too excited, okay? There's no money. Here, step into my office. So I've got my first guy or 2 guys right there. Now I'm having him think of his birth date, and I get the day, and I get the month, and now I see somebody else walking. Excuse me, sir, would you mind helping him? Now, I don't say, would you mind helping me, because I'm working at the trade show. I'm like the last person they want to help. All right? I'm the sales guy. They don't want to help me, but they're going to help this poor guy right over here if they think he needs help. So now I can ask him for a word, and I can show that I predicted a word, I predicted a number, and usually at this point I've got 4 people and we're starting to draw a crowd. So I'll use the wallet for that. However, normally I won't use the wallet, because think about this. If you're making a prediction and you just got to made it on the sly, you did it quickly, and you were a real psychic and a real person, would you take the time to take a wallet and put a prediction inside it just so you could show it? No, you wouldn't. You would write it down on a piece of paper and just stuff it in your pocket. That's exactly what you would do. You would stuff it in your pocket. So what I do, and let me get a piece of paper right here in my pocket. So I'll have this piece ready to go right here. What I normally do is I go, earlier on I made a prediction, and I got so many things in here. And I place it inside here, and then I pull it out of my pocket like that. That makes much more sense, okay? And it's more very, very basic, gritty, original. It's generic. It's a much more generic thing. Of course, if you got a side jacket, it's easy just to drop it all the way down in there, pull out a few things, and then you got to go way down in there and pull it out. That makes much more sense to me. And I always have an excuse for why my handwriting is bad, because your handwriting is going to be bad sometimes. It's just the nature of writing your part, because you're not looking at what you're writing. So I point out the elephant in the room. In this particular instance, I said that it was my nephew that made the prediction. He's just learning how to read and write. So if he looks at the prediction, and maybe the 8 is a little weird or something like that, or 9 is a little weird, and he says, well, that handwriting's horrible. He's not insulting me. He's insulting a little kid. He looks like a jerk, right? So he's not going to do that. I have other excuses too. I say, on the way here, I was trying to do something you should never do when you drive. No, not that. I was trying to write and drive, and you shouldn't do that. Have you ever tried to write and drive, and you look at it afterwards, you go, what the heck is that? I think I managed to get it written down. I didn't really even look at it, but I placed it in my pocket, and then you can give it to the person. So that's another way for the handwriting not to be exactly right. Another one that I use all the time, another excuse that I always use is, do you know what doodling is? Well, a minute ago I was standing there, I was doodling. I was looking at you, and I was wondering when you might be born. I was wondering what word you might say. And I scribbled something. I didn't look at it. I just did it subconsciously. And when you do that, 8s, 0s, A's are really hard to write. Hopefully you can make it out. And I just point out the elephant in the room. So when I pull it out and they look at it, they're trying to make it make sense for me, all right? The other thing is there's a few tricks that you can do. For instance, if you normally write in cursive, you can start to try to print in your pocket. If you normally print, you can write in cursive. The other thing is you can take 8s and you can find these little shortcuts. You can make an 8 and you actually make an S. An S is easier to get it to line up just a little bit. It just won't line up in that one little area right there, as opposed to 2 zeros. Sometimes I'll just make a 0, 0, 0, 0, and then a 0, 0, 0, 0 next to it, below it, and that'll make the 8. But if you're going to do that and go over and over and over, what you want to do is you want to make sure you do that with the other letters. Like if it's a 1, you want to go up and down 1, 7, and then 8 like that, all right? So you'll find all these other little things you can do. Now, another thing is this. I don't know why magicians don't use this. You should have it in your pocket all the time for when something goes wrong. And what I mean by that, let's say you're learning a new classic force, okay? You're brand new doing a classic force. And you walk up to somebody and say, here, do me a favor, take your card. And he takes a card, and for whatever reason, you think you've got the right card, and you go, 3 of clubs, right? And he says, no. You go, not 3 of clubs? No? What was your card? And he says, 2 of hearts. You go, wow, this is really weird. On the way here, I had a premonition that this trick wouldn't work just one time tonight, and meanwhile, you're writing 2 of hearts in your pocket. And I placed it inside here, and you bring it out. And that's a strong effect. It's a very strong effect. I save this for when I'm on stage, and I just keep it in my pocket. Because when a cell phone goes off, unlike most people, I don't get angry, I don't get upset. I actually love it when a cell phone goes off, because I'm about to produce a miracle. And I'm about to do it in such a way that it will get everybody else to shut off their cell phones. So I turn and I say, the person's going to be, I say, who is that? No, it's okay. Don't worry, it's okay. Because keeping this in mind, okay? I could assume that that person is a jerk. I could assume that they're selfish, but maybe they're not. I mean, I've had my cell phone sitting on stage and it's gone off in my own show and I've had to pick it up and, I say, hey honey, how you doing? Yeah, say hi to everybody. And meanwhile on the phone, they're yelling at me and going, why'd you answer the phone? You're embarrassing me. But they can't hear that. So, everybody say hi, yeah, they're happy to hear from you too. I'm on stage right now, and you put the phone down. So if I can do that to myself, how can I assume that because you left your cell phone on that you're a jerk? All right? I can't do that. So what I will do is I will say, who is it? No, don't worry. It's okay. It happens. By the way, who was calling you? Mary. Meanwhile, I'm writing Mary in my pocket. And what time was it? 7:32? 7:32. Okay, and then I say, earlier on the way here, I had a premonition as I was driving here. You ever try to write and you can't really read it afterwards, but I managed to get it written up and I put it inside my pocket and I pulled it out and it says Mary and it says the time. And that's a miracle right there, all right? Now you can say at that point to everybody, you can say, and by the way, I have no other predictions, so please make sure that your cell phones are off. One of the other important things about pocket writing is congruency. When I do a center tear, a center tear is when you steal a little piece of paper out and you're secretly going to read it, and you either burn it, which I don't like doing that. I like them to keep the pieces afterwards so they can go through it, make sure I didn't switch the paper. So I like to add the pieces back. But I don't want to add it back as a whole piece. So I'm going to tear that piece. And the way that I do it is I actually tear it behind my back. If my hand was only going to be behind my back at that particular moment, well, that wouldn't look good because it's not my body language. All of a sudden my hand, it's like, what the heck is he doing behind his back? So what I do is I put my hands behind my back a lot. Even when I'm facing away when they're writing, my hand's behind my back, that hand's behind my back. So I create a congruency with my body language. And you need to do the same thing with pocket writing. You need to create that body language. So you'll notice I'm standing around when I'm talking in the beginning. My hands are in my pockets. When I'm over here, this hand's in my pocket, or I'm saying, look at my left hand. Left hand goes in the pocket, look at my right hand. Right hand goes in the pocket. So my hands are always in my pocket. So the moment that my hands go in my pocket, it doesn't seem unusual. I was once in France, and I was teaching a thing about pocket writing, and I had a French man stand up. He says, I can't do a French accent. It'll probably sound like a Mexican accent if I do it. I'm not going to even try. I was going to try, but I can't do it. So he said, Monsieur, see, it's horrible. Monsieur, in this country, when you put your, see, that's terrible, right?
That's not your strength.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I know it. That's a good thing. I know it. So he said, in this country, you put your hands in your pocket. It's rude. And I just stood there and I kept looking at him and I smiled, and kept smiling, and finally everybody started, well, what's going on? They turned around and looked at him, and as he was talking to me, his hands were in his pockets. So either he was being rude to me or didn't realize that that's what he does and that's what most people do. In certain days and ages of the past, yes, it would have been rude, but now people are much more casual about the way they dress. You would never go to the airport in the old days dressed in blue jeans, you'd go in a suit. People go in blue jeans now. They go in their pajamas now. So I don't agree with that, but that's what people do. So putting your hands in your pockets is absolutely fine. And when you pocket write, you don't just want one hand in the pocket, you want both hands being inside your pocket. You can gesture with your hands at some point, but you don't want to do that. So the other thing is this, is as a magician, especially as a mentalist, people come up to me after the show. If you do mentalism, you'll get this all the time. And they say, can you read my mind? Now, I have a million excuses for why I can't. It's also why partly my show is structured, and I can use the structure of my stage show where all my predictions are at the end. Because later, by the time I get to that point, I'm kind of sort of mentally drained anyway, so I save my predictions towards the end. I can use that as an excuse if I want to. But sometimes it's nice to do one more extra thing. Once I was working this party for people that had a lot of money. And there was one gentleman that came up to me at the very end. He says, can you tell me what I do for a living? And I looked him up and down, and he looked like he was probably the richest guy in the room. And I thought, this is a guy that I probably want to do one more thing for, just for business reasons. And I said, excuse me, what did you say? He said, can you tell me what word I'm thinking of? And I said, wait, what? He says, well, it's what I do for a living. Can you tell me what I do for a living? What word I'm thinking of? I said, no, you don't understand. On the way here, I had a premonition that at the end of the show, somebody would ask me that exact same thing. You know what? You're not going to believe this. I'm not going to believe this if it's what I think it is. I'm not going to believe it either. Tell me what you do for a living. And he says, no, you tell me. I go, no, trust me. This is going to be really weird. And because I say trust me, he tells me. And he said, gynecologist. Yeah. I thought, my God, that's a long word. But I did what I always did. If somebody gives me supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, I just write supercali. I don't have to write out the full word. Just to give him the idea of the word is more than enough. So I put GYN down there, pulled it out of my wallet. The guy was amazed, and he has hired me every year since. Pays me a lot of money to do shows for him because he wants me and doesn't want anybody else taking those dates. And why? All because I had a broken pencil, a little piece of paper in my pocket. That's it. So don't pass this off as something that's ridiculous or anything like that. And trust me, if you use all the subtleties that I've given you, you will be able to get away with this. So any questions about pocket writing from anybody? Any questions at all? Yes.
What do you feel? What are your opinions about nail writers?
Nail writers are great. I make a nail writer. You know, I make one. They're great. I like this because I don't have to get anything on or get anything off. There's a time and a place for nail writers that you can actually use them. Sometimes you got to fill something in where you actually see where you're filling something in. So with a nail writer, you're filling it in a very specific place. It's fantastic. Nail writers are fantastic. But this I can do surrounded. This I can do at restaurants as I'm walking around a restaurant. I don't have to worry about somebody else behind me seeing. I don't have to have this kind of body language trying to hide it from anybody when I'm surrounded from people. I can be very free and very open. I would never use a nail writer in my pocket because now you've got something you've got to get on and something that you have to get off. Whereas this is just so simple.
I have a lot of trouble with nail writers. I'm really bad at it, and I can see where something like this, maybe even
it is. And the more you work at it, the better you get at it. So
do you practice a lot?
I work all the time, so that's sort of my I don't have time to practice anything anymore. You know, it's like I'm so busy doing stuff that I just don't. I practice as I'm working, unfortunately, which is good and bad. Yeah. Yep. Any other questions? Anybody? Yep. Yes. So let's get the mic over to him, please.
Body language-wise, would you tend to face someone or turn sideways?
It really depends on the individual. Body language-wise, it depends where I am, the situation. In this situation, I want to put all the attention on other. I don't want the attention on me. I want it on other people. So I'll ask them questions where they're answering and people are looking at them. I put the attention on them. Like, for instance, if I'm going to write in my pocket and somebody's just giving me a birth date, I might turn to the other person and say, did you know that? You're going to have to buy them a gift now. So the attention is between them, not on me. The less I can get the attention on me when I'm writing, the better. All right? Okay. So, yep. Anybody else? I'll take another question on that if there's anybody. No? All right, good. So, thank you. So let's talk about the phone book. I'll give you the method, but the method is not the most important part. Now, this is always interesting to me when I lecture to magicians on this, because it never goes the way that it goes when I work with lay people. With lay people, it's really fun because I get to play a lot. They do this sort of like this thing, and I go all over the place with them, and they sort of follow exactly what I want, because I use a lot of psychology with this, and the psychology I'm using is absolutely true. It's not going to work every time, just like any psychological effect that you do. It's not going to work all the time. And if you're going to throw psychology and you're going to throw psychological forces and things like that into your show, you need to find creative ways to do it. One of the things that I do is called harvesting, and that's where I ask everybody to raise their hands. I say, you all know the circle triangle force. It's a psychological force where you ask people to think of two different simple geometric shapes, one inside the other, like a square inside, but don't use a square because everybody thinks of a square. Two different simple geometric shapes, one inside the other. Most people are going to think of a circle and a triangle. So you ask all those people that thought of a circle and triangle to raise your hands. Keep them up. Those of you at least thought of the circle, raise your hands as well. Those of you who thought of the triangle, raise your hands. And at this point, you'll have almost everybody in the room raising their hands, because they would have thought of the circle, they would have thought of the triangle. And now you can reveal that in some sort of psychological way you made them think of it. Like, for instance, I want everybody here to think of two different simple geometric shapes, one inside the other. Like a square with something else, but don't choose a square because everybody does. Two different simple geometric shapes, one inside the other. And now I can tell them that I use body language, which I really didn't because it's a psychological force anyway. But I tell them I use body language because, as I said this, watch my hands. This is exactly what I did. I want you to think of two different simple geometric shapes, one inside the other. Like a square with something else. So I'm making a circle and triangle, and then as I walk back, I make another triangle right over there. And then I say two simple geometric shapes, one inside the other. So I'm drawing these shapes in the air. But that's called harvesting, because if I just said raise your hands if you've got a circle and triangle, I had quite a few people. But if I add put your hands up if you got the triangle, put your hands up if you got the circle, I'll have almost everybody in the room. So that's a way of harvesting with people. Another way is to have people actually touch each other. One's going to be the sender, one's going to be the receiver. And now what you do is you throw out a bunch of psychological forces. You say, sender, on your blackboard, I want you to imagine that you think of draw a number from 1 to 5. Go ahead and do that. Receivers, try get it. Receivers, tell the senders what you got. Senders, tell them if they're right. And then you got a number from 1 to 10, which will be the number 7. A wild animal from Africa, could either be an elephant or it'd be something like that, but it was somewhere in that. A vegetable will be a carrot. And then the circle triangle one at the end. So it's not me getting it, it's the audience trying to send it to each other. So it's not an effect I'm doing, yet they're having fun with it. I like, when I perform, I want the audience to think I'm in somebody's head. That I know what they're thinking exactly as they're thinking it. And how they're thinking of it, and what they're thinking of. And I kind of do that sort of with this effect. I'm setting up sort of a premise that I can psychologically direct you and get you to do things. Now, the gentleman opens it up to any page. I talk about the amount of page numbers and everything else. I am dyslexic. There's no way I could have known those numbers. So I just have the numbers written on the very front of the book. It's 3,442,800. And I've got what it's, how many? There's 684, 25, 210, 25, and 40. It's actually on the very front of the book right there. So I just write it on the book and I'm looking down as I'm saying those things. Because I want to look as a mentalist like I'm the smartest guy in the room, even though I'm not. All right, so I want to look like that. So I do that. So it's just all these little touches, all these little added things. So he opens it up to any page, and then I get him to choose either page. And then what I do is I take my business card and I put it, and usually I put it on the third column. And the reason that I put it on the third column is even if there's 5 columns on there or 3 columns, more than likely, with lay people, not magicians, but lay people, they choose the number 3. Now, you probably didn't choose 3 because you know it's a psychological force, so you stayed away from it. Lay people don't know that, so you went with the number 1. Let's say you were a lay person and you didn't know that and you chose number 3. All right? This is what I'm doing. I am saying 3 just slightly louder, but not a lot. I say there's 1, 2, 3 columns, 1, 2, 3, and I'm holding up 3 fingers. But I'm holding up 3 fingers in a certain way. I'm holding them up with the thumb in the front right there. And there's a reason for that. I'm saying there's 1, 2, 3 columns, 1, 2, 3 columns. Because if I'm being videotaped like I am right here, you can go back and you'll kind of sort of maybe hear that the 3 is said louder, but not really that much louder than the 2. But you can see that there's 3 fingers that I'm waving around, all right? Also, it works for 2, because I'm not saying 3 that much louder than the 2, but I'm also holding 2. That could be 2 or 3 fingers. So when I reveal to you that I forced you to think of 2, I can show 2 fingers now, all right? And that will work for video. What doesn't work for video is the number 1, the number 4, and the number 5. So if I'm not on video, what do I do then? If I'm not on video, I just lie, like I did with you. I simply said, you know I was waving my hand around, but you have no context in the beginning. So you don't know that it was only 1 finger. And you accept the lie because I'm saying that's what I was doing. I was saying louder. Now, more than likely, with a layperson, when you tell them that, they change. Okay, I don't think you change. You stay with 1. But a layperson will usually change, all right? If they do change, I say the exact same thing I said to you. I say, well, that's on you. I said, I'll say, did that feel like a force? You'll say, no. So it actually is, because the moment you tell somebody you manipulated them, they almost always want to change. And the reason I say that is because I want to turn to this person over here, and I want to use that line. When they change or don't change, I'll say, is that because of what I told the gentleman over there about manipulation? And it usually gets a little laugh, because they go, they think I'm doing that again. So anyway, there we go. With any one of the other numbers, you get to choose one of those numbers, and it seems like psychologically, somehow, it sounds legit that I made you think of that particular number, all right? If you chose 3, I also have this as a little extra. I can turn to the gentleman here and say, by the way, which column was I showing you at the beginning? The third column. So it's 1 more layer. It's like an onion. There's layers upon layers upon layers to create this illusion that I'm psychologically making you think of something. So now you point to somebody over here. Now, one of the things that I normally do is I have the gentleman up here, when he points to somebody, describe what they're wearing. And the reason that I do that, especially in a very large theater, is because there's nothing worse than, say, pick somebody out in the audience. He goes, that guy right there. And you go, what, the guy in the white? No. The guy behind him. The guy in the gray right there. No. The other. And you've got this weird way of trying to find somebody. But if they can turn to you and say, hey, look, it's the guy in the black and the glasses right there. That's the guy I want with the earring. Now I know exactly where it is. You stand up. There's no trying to find that person. And to me, those are the real things for when you perform, finding those moments. So I'll give you a couple more of those in a second. So you point to somebody over here, maybe you describe what they're wearing or something like that, and now we get to a person over on this side right over here. So that person stands up. Now, the psychology is absolutely true. Because I put myself in a position of authority, and when I look down at the page and I slowly start to look up at him, the moment we make eye contact, he calls out stop. And it is because I'm in that position of authority. And it is because at that particular moment, he goes, oh, I was supposed to do so. Okay, I got to call out stop. I better do it now because I haven't done it yet. He thinks it's done at that point, so he's going to call out stop. I've also found this out, probably about 49 out of 50 times. If they do it the first time, when I make eye contact, if they call out stop, when we do it the second time, he'll call out stop again when I bring my eyes up. But let's go to that first time, all right? So I'm coming down the page, I'm bringing my eyes up. And let's say he doesn't call out stop yet. So what I will do is my eyes will stop right about at this level right here. And I wait because I can kind of tell when he's about to say stop. I can hear it. I know he's about to do it. So I'll come up, I'll stop, and then the moment he's about to say stop, I'll just move my head up like that in my eyes. It'll just come up like that. So I can still say, the moment we made eye contact, you called out stop. The second time, if I come down the page and he calls out stop when we make eye contact, I can say, you all saw that, didn't you? And they'll all laugh, and that's great because it happens more often than not. So then the third time, because the second time, my eyes just keep going up. I do keep going. I don't stop at this level right here, okay? Because there's a couple of things that will happen. If the second time I'm coming up, and like he did, he calls out stop before I can make eye contact, I can say, did that feel like a free choice? He'll say, yes. I go, it wasn't, just like I did. I'll say, it wasn't. I say, because the moment you tell somebody, the moment you made eye contact, they call out stop. They try to call out stop before you can look at them. So again, I've got that. What happens if he waits till I look up at him and then I look away? Almost always. At that point, they will call out stop almost right away. So again, I can say, did that feel like a free choice? He's going to say, yes. I'm going to say, it wasn't. Because the moment you call out, tell somebody you make eye contact, they call out stop. They wait till you look at them. And the moment you look away, they feel free to say stop. So it doesn't matter what the journey is. I go with it. And it seems like psychologically, I am forcing him to think of that particular number. So the method goes back to a thing called Wordo. Max Maven had a thing called isolation. It was always done with words. And then back in, let's see, I did my first show in 76. It was like the very early, somewhere around there, the 80s, somewhere around there. I thought this would be great for a phone book. My original way that I did it was with just a tiny piece of plastic, and I used to put the plastic gimmick on here, and I'll show you what the gimmick is in a minute, and I used to come down the page, and I would never mention the gimmick. But then I started working some situations like this where people were a little bit closer, and they could see it, and I thought, why run when you're not being chased? So I started using a business card. The business card has a slot in it right here, right there. Normally you're not supposed to see that, and you wouldn't see it, all right, because you're down in the audience, and this comes down upon the page. But what I've done is I've made the slot in such a way, and now we can actually get the camera coming in, all right? And if you look, you can see that I've got 2 or 3 numbers inside there. I like having 2 or 3 numbers in there as I come down, because it looks really, really fair as it comes down the page to the spectator. Now that's just a performer's choice. You may just want one phone number, not to have anything confusing, because it does make something a little more difficult. Because now, in that slot, it would seem like he could call out any one of those numbers. But I prevented him from doing that, because in the very beginning when I put it on the page, I said, look, if I was right there, it'd be 901-726-0980. I'm calling the number at the very bottom. I come down and I say to him, what would that number be? He calls out the number. If he doesn't call out the right number, I correct him. I come down, I'll have him do it one more time until he knows exactly what number to call out. It's going to be the third number in that little hole, the second number in that little hole, depending how many numbers I have inside there. Because if there's going to be a mistake, I want that mistake to be in the early part of the performance of this. I do not want it to be on the reveal. Because if I do it on the reveal, it's going to seem like I am forcing him to think of something at that particular moment, when I don't want the audience to think that I'm forcing him on something, all right? Now, the method is a little flap right there, okay? It's this little flap, and what I've done is I've taken print from the exact same phone book, because phone books color differently, and I've cut it out, and I've placed it on that flap, and it closes, and it opens. Just like, that's all that it is, all right? I don't make any big moves of it. As he's pointing at people, that's when it can go behind my back, or just down on my side. I can actually go ahead and close it at that point. Once it comes down upon the page right there, there's nothing to see. With most lay people, they're usually looking at that person, they're not looking down here. But I had the cameras above me, so I wanted to try to hide it just a little bit. I also wanted to hide it from the gentleman right side, because he's a magician and kept looking down, which is okay, because this is what I do. If he's looking down, I put 3 fingers out like this. That will cover it from his eyesight, so he cannot see. And you can't really see that on the screen, because the screen's straight down, but it will put, he can't see through the fingers on the side right there. It's blocking it from him. If he's really, really staring at it hard, I'll just cover up the whole window like that. Like I don't even want to see where we're going. And I come down. I don't make a big deal of it. Okay? I'll just come down the page just like that. And we stop. All right, so does that make sense to everybody? Now, here's the other thing about this. You want to put this slot over on the top right-hand side. And why do you want to do that? Because if you happen to get the left page and you've got to get into the phone numbers right there, it's really difficult to get in anywhere else on the card. So I can come down. You can go lower, but then you don't have a place to put your fingers on the card as you come down. The other thing is when you make this flap, I use Scotch tape. And if you're going to use Scotch tape to make your flap and to keep it in there, you're going to want to replace that Scotch tape every 3 or 4 shows because it will break, and I've had that happen the hard way. So I started coming down the page, and the numbers were changing when they shouldn't have been changing. So I had to come back, fix it all back up. Like I said, whoops, I didn't stop where you wanted me to. I do apologize. Let's start all over again. And I got it in place, held it in place through the window, and came down the page like that. You don't want that to happen. So make sure you replace your Scotch tape time and time again. Usually, this just gets put away, and it usually gets put away as I'm dropping the phone book down like that, so all the attention's on the loud bang on the phone book. Prediction is written, but here's the thing. I usually have the audience memorize the number in the same way they're going to read. So over on this side will be the area code, then the prefix, and then the next 2 digits. Because that's the way that you read. So what I can do with my prediction is I can start out like this. I can go 662-334-1395. So I'm in the applause cue position at that point because it's exactly the way that you would read. Otherwise, I'd have to come over here and go like that and show it to them. Does that make sense? So you always sort of want to write it that way. So any questions?
I've got a comment because
You need you have a mic.
I think it was I need a yeah. I definitely don't need a mic, but I believe it was subtly at least implied, but maybe they didn't quite pick up on the fact that the audience doesn't know about that window at all. Doesn't even know that there's a window in there. They just think it's a solid business card, which is really interesting because all the other times I've seen this presented by anybody who's ever done it, they always talk about the window, just letting the numbers show through. And I think that is the mistake that a lot of guys make.
Yeah, it is. And you know, Barry Richardson also had a version with a paperclip. You know, and when you do the paperclip, you don't talk about it. And that sort of came from the little piece of plastic I used to use. I used to cut out a little piece of plastic, made a flap on it, and my finger would go on that. Nobody ever knew it was there. You don't talk about it. There's no reason to talk about it. Now, I used to switch out business cards and hand it to somebody, but that kind of doesn't make sense, and I'm setting myself up that later that guy that was on stage,
one guy sees the
one guy might see that other person after a show and go, oh, that wasn't the same business card.
Right.
You know, so it might be, you know what I mean? Or now when he goes back to the seat, he might say, yeah, well, he was using a different business card for the effect. So I stopped doing that because it didn't make any sense at all to do that. But yeah, you don't talk about the window. You just do it. If somebody sees it, it's kind of okay, but you really don't want to really push that. You just want the audience to think you're using a business card, just bringing it down the page to stop it someplace. So, yep.
What is the intent? Obviously, you're reinforcing which of the numbers to pick in the window there. What is the intent of having more than 1 or 1.5 numbers show at a time?
Right. Like I said, that's a performer preference. For me, you may not want that because it makes things a little more confusing for you. But I like it because it just makes it really seem fair as I see multiple numbers coming down the page as I'm coming down the page originally. It's in my head, and sometimes we get these things in our head that make no sense to anybody else, but it makes perfect sense to me. It makes me comfortable when I'm on stage, and it doesn't hurt the effect in any way at all. So it's, for me, that's what I want to do. Again, you may not want to. Yeah. Yep. I'll take one more question if there's one. Anybody else? Okay, so let's move on. So last night in my show, I did the Q&A. How many people were here that actually saw the Q&A last night? You did. Good. So do we want to go ahead and show that? So this is what's going to happen. You're going to take 5 pieces of paper out there. Now, I don't want to see them, so I'm going to hold this up so I can't see them. And you're going to put them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a pile, one on top of the other. Face down, writing side down, okay? That way, even if I could see through the top one because somebody writes really, really hard, I won't be able to see any of the other ones. So go ahead and take them from different areas because sometimes people, they turn to the person next and say, what are you going to write? And I'm going to write something about Elvis. And everybody that section writes something about Elvis. So just put them writing side down. Don't turn them up because I don't want to be able to see them, please. Okay? And if they're folded, I don't want them because sometimes or if they scratched out something on one side and wrote on the other, I don't want it either because sometimes they write the same thing on the other side.
You want me to look at them?
No, just put them in there.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Because if you have to take time to read every one of them, they would be here for a while. So let me know when you're done. You done? Are they on top of each other? Okay, good. Take the other ones out of the box. Give them a really good mix, please, and then put them back in there. I'm going to hold this like this, okay? And I don't want to look, but you're going to take one of these. Don't take the top one because you know and I know and he knows that I can't see through it, but they don't know that. When you take it, it's important I cannot see what's on the paper. There's light reflecting behind you, so keep your hand over this side of the paper. So go ahead, take one. Got one? I want you to look at what's written on there. Okay, don't let me see it, and don't tell me what's on it. Now, don't worry about the person's name, and don't worry about the number. But I want you to memorize the entire first thought. Like if they wrote down, I have a pink house with a pink number 2 on it, and I got a snowman outside, and his name is Michael, you would have to memorize all of that, okay? Tell me when you've got it memorized. Wait, no, don't put it back. Just tell me when you've got it memorized.
Yes.
You got it? Oh, you do already?
I do.
Okay, good. So I have one more question, and just answer me yes or no. Is there something in that thought that if I asked you to draw it, you might be able to? Again, just yes or no.
Yes.
Like if they wrote down something about it. It's not a house, is it?
No.
But if it was about a house, you could draw a house. But it's not a house, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, it is a house?
It's not a house.
Okay, good. Push it in the middle of the other card so I don't know which one it is. Okay, is it in the middle? Because I'm going to open this and I don't want to be able to know which one it is. Square them all up, one on top of the other. I don't want to see anything. Okay, good. If you'll take these, please. Take all 5 cards, put them in that box. And you can just put the box on the floor right over there for now. And I couldn't do it without your help, so thank you very much. You may go back to your seat. Hi, how are you? Good. So I have, I want you to stand for me, if you will. Face me. Come a little closer. A little closer. A little closer. Stop. You and I are going to stand cheek to cheek. Close your eyes. Do not open your eyes till I tell you to. Whatever it is you said that you can draw, in a second you're going to start to draw it. But you're only going to draw it in your mind, all right? So I want you to imagine you have a big marker, a big whiteboard, and you start to draw it. So go ahead and start drawing now. Stop. Did you just draw a circle or part of a circle? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Keep going. Stop. 2 little triangles. Does that mean anything to you?
Yes.
Okay, good. Keep going. Let me know when you're done. Yeah, me too. Did you forget to put a mouth on this? That's... Okay, got it. Are you a very good artist? It's not what I'm looking at. Okay. Because I'm not. In a loud voice, if you could, in one word, if you could, would you tell everybody what you drew?
Now.
Yeah, no, what did you draw? Yes, go ahead.
A cat.
A cat? Anything like this?
Yes.
Give her a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Stay here. Look straight ahead. Close your eyes. Okay. We're going to go with, I'll go with this. Your eyes closed. I want you to imagine your house sitting this cat, all right? You're watching this cat for somebody. And as you're watching this cat, it's really kind of a boring thing to be doing. So you decide that you're going to throw a party because it's a really nice place, okay? It's a beautiful place. And you throw this beautiful party. The cat's just mean. It tries to scratch you, so you pay no attention to it. And then you happen to look up at the clock, and you notice that the time, it's later in the afternoon, and the people that didn't give you permission to have this party are on their way home. And so you start kicking all your friends out, and you start cleaning up. And as you start cleaning up, you notice the front door is wide open, and the cat has got out. So now what you do is you start going, you start looking for the cat. And you do the only thing you think you can do as you walk around this lake. You're not calling here, kitty, kitty. You're actually calling the cat by its name. What did they call their cat?
Joe.
Joe? Open your eyes. Give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. Okay, so here's the thing. So I just wanted you to see that so you could see exactly the way things go. Because here's the thing. When I perform, I like, again, I'll say it again, I want people to think I'm inside their heads. I know what they're thinking as they're thinking of it, when they're thinking of it. Last night I also did a book test. And I'm going to come back to this cat thing in just a minute because I want you to understand there's so many different subtleties. If somebody is thinking of, say, the word house, if I was to say, hey, oh, you're thinking of the word house, that's impressive, right? But what's more impressive if I say, take all the letters in your word. And I don't even know they're thinking of the word house. They're just thinking of it. I say, take all the letters, think of any letter in your word. And I can tell them what letter they're thinking of. That's even more impressive. Because even if somehow, some way, I was able to use a magic trick and figure out what the word was, that person has now just thought of any letter in their word, mixed it up, and I know what the letter is. Can we show the book tests up there? Is that possible? We could show that right now? I think this would be a good place to do that. Yeah, come on up, please. Yeah, if you will. Yeah, give him a big round of applause too. Yeah. If you're pointing, if you're pointing at yourself, it's you. Yeah. Hi, take a look at these books since you are up here first. Take a good look at those if you will. And then when you get done, I want you to hand me one back. I don't care which one you give me back. Just give me one back. This one right here. So I'm going to give you both of these books. You're going to hand one on this side and one on that side. I don't care who you give it to because they're not going to keep it anyway. And then just pass the other one out over there. You both have about 30 seconds to a minute to take a look at those books. And then I want those books to go to the back row. So come back over here. Because you handed me How to Enjoy Your Life and Job by Dale Carnegie. We're going to play a little game with the ladies. Very simple. I'm going to go through the book like that. Now, as I go through the book, you can see the words at the top of the page. They're all different, yes? So you will say stop, and you'll look at the first word at the top of that page. And that'll be the word that you can see, but either word you can't see because it's facing the lady. If you want to look over my shoulder, there's nothing to see, but feel free. Page number's at the bottom. I'm going to hold it closed on the page number so you and I don't know what page she's at. Because skeptical people say, you memorized every word with every page. To me, that's incredible. It doesn't seem to be that incredible to other people. So, are you ready? All right. So, say stop anytime. The first word at the top of that page. Are you happy with it, or would you like to change it? Good. How many letters in the word? I want what you count. Tell me when you're done. You done? It's almost like you're not quite sure. I got two numbers there. When I first said think, I got 6, but you counted and you think it's 7. Is that right? Yeah, okay. You're going back and forth, all right? So here's the thing with that. It appears like I got the person's mistake, and I also got their actual number. In reality, I didn't. I always say that if I'm using this particular brain game. If it's a 5, 6, 7, 8 letter word, I will call it one off and then say, but when you thought of it. Like if it's 5 letters, I say, that's interesting. First I got like it was, let's say it was 6 letters. That's easier to go with. I'll say to you, okay, count the letters in your word. I want what you count. And I turn my back away from them. And the reason I turn my back, because if they start counting on their fingers, the audience starts laughing and says, oh my God, he's facing the other way. And he even knows they're counting on their fingers. So again, I get credited for that. And then I turn around and say, you got it? They go, yes. I say, that's interesting. I was getting like, first of all, when I asked you to think, I got 7 letters, but you actually counted and it's only 6, right? Quite often, that person will go, yeah, that's exactly, I wasn't sure. And when you get that, that's a huge hit because they've just said it. But I'm still alluding to that with the audience, that mistake. I'm still alluding to it. Like when I asked you to first think, you got 7, but you actually counted and it's 6. And they're going to smile and go, yes, because why are they doing that? Because you just told them how many letters are in the word. There's 6 letters. That's what they're impressed with. But it comes across to the audience like they're impressed by even more that you knew their mistake, even when they didn't have a mistake. Make sense to everybody? So let it keep running. Just see your word right up here. See it right up here, okay? Right up here. There's an S in your word, isn't there? Yes. Okay, interesting. You came down and went over there. That's the last letter, isn't it? Yes? Starts with a B? Is your word berries?
Yeah.
Give her a round of applause, please. Stay here. Don't go anywhere. Say stop anytime.
Stop.
Look at the first word at the top of that page. Are you happy with it, or would you like to change it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, what? You're happy, or yes, sir, you want to change? Okay. Look at me, please. Oh, no, that's not good. Because sometimes what happens is when I do it with one person, we get a break in the book if it's a new book, and it's a fairly new book, and we end up with the same word, and you have the same word, don't you? That's not good. No. Give him a round of applause. Yeah. Say stop anytime, please.
Stop.
Look at the first word at the top of that page. Are you happy with it?
Yes, sir.
Good. Take your hands out of your pocket, please. God sees everything. Okay, good. I'm sorry. I don't blame you. Determined to have a good time no matter what. I'm sorry. So I want you to see your word right up here, okay? Just start mixing all the letters up for me, please. Just mix them all up. Think of any letter in your word. Got one?
Yep.
I got 2 like you changed there for a second. Okay, that's interesting because you went towards the end. Are you thinking of an M?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you could have gone with any letter, couldn't you? Because you actually went to the very end and you went to the T for a second, but you came back to the M, didn't you?
Correct.
And this is exactly how he's thinking. Starts with an L, doesn't it?
Yes.
Is your word limit?
Yes.
Give him a round of applause. Stay here. So in that case, it was the word limit. When I say think of any letter in your word, first of all, the word in takes them from the end letters. All right? So even if he had gone to the T for a second, then go, oh, wait a minute, he comes back to the M. With this particular brain game, it's always going to be a hard consonant somewhere towards the middle end, unless there's something that really stands out to me. That's what's going to stand out to them. If it was the word house, it would be the letter S. Now, I would be making a big mistake, and I see people that read psychological subtleties, and they come and they tell me they do this, and I go, no, it's not that way. Or I've had people tell me, well, this is how I do it. I go, well, that's what's in psychological studies. Somehow they miss it. Because a lot of people will turn to somebody and they'll just say, you're thinking of the S, aren't you? Or are you thinking of the S, are you? I don't say that. I say, I got two letters, almost like you thought of one and changed. And it's very important I said that, because now I'm giving myself an out. And if it's the word, let's go with the word limit, okay? And I say, are you thinking of the letter M? If they say yes, I've got a huge hit, and it's probably going to be the letter M. But if they say no, I've got an out. I go, yeah, but that's in your word. You thought of it for 1 second, but, oh, there's an I before it, isn't there? And they have to say yes. It appears to the audience at that point that that's the other letter they were thinking of, even though I've never said that. If this person gets a big smile on their face, they go, oh, yeah, I know that's the letter they were thinking of. If, on the other hand, they just go, yeah, I know that it probably wasn't the other letter they were thinking of, but I'm not going to push it, all right? You kind of get to where you know how to push these things. I knew that guy also thought of I just knew he thought of the T. I just read him. I knew that he went down the end, because he paused long enough for me to know that he was thinking of different letters. So T would have been the other letter I was going with. I just kind of sort of knew because it was the other letter that stood out to me. So let it go, please. Thank you. Who has the 7 habits of highly effective people? Oh, pass that back. I don't want it in the front row. Pass it back. Yeah. I'll pass that back too. That's supposed to go back. Yeah, you got even for about 20, 30 seconds. There we go. Whoever has the 7 habits, stand up for me, please. Yep. Do me a favor, just say stop anytime. Right there. You want me to go forward, back, or right there? This way? Okay. How many pages?
6.
My God. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Glad you didn't say 20. 5, 6? Okay. That's page what? 128?
Yes, sir.
Turn to page 128 in that book, please. And I want you to look at the first word at the top of that page, not the or these 7 habits of highly effective people. That's the name of the book, and it makes my job easy when people do that. Look at the first word in the text. Do you have it? Don't say it. Just look at me. What I want you to do is take any 2 letters in your word and just switch them for each other, okay? Just transpose them. Tell me when you've done that. Did you just switch an N for an A?
No.
You didn't?
No.
What is your word? Entirely. No, I got an N for an A. Okay, do me a favor. Say stop one more time. Let's do it again. Now I know how you think. Okay, page 134. Turn to page 134. And look at the first word at the top of that page. Again, not the 7 habits, but the first word in the text. Take any 2 letters in your word and switch them.
Okay.
Look at me. Did you switch an F for an O this time?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let's do it one more time with you. So what's interesting about this, it's sort of a Michael Webetek. Michael saw me doing the brain games, and I had a 2-letter word one time, and that's what that was. It's a 2-letter word. That first word was Anne, but the lady made a mistake. She didn't listen to me when I said go with the first word at the top of the page. I could have really forced her and said the first word at the top of the page and made her look like she made a mistake. I didn't want to do that. There was no reason to do that, all right? I can turn it into a positive by saying, okay, mistake, I know how you think now. Let's go with another one. So I try always do everything in a nice way. I do see many performers get up there, and when a spectator makes a mistake, they berate the spectator. And that's not a good habit to get into, because someday you're going to say the wrong word, you're going to leave out a sentence, and the person's going to only follow your directions, and then you're going to give them a hard time because they didn't follow your directions, and actually you're the one making the mistake. And I've seen this with professional performers time and time again. So I try not to do that. In this particular case, she chose the word Anne. So rather than saying you're thinking of the word Anne, because that's not a very strong word, is it? At least to me it's not, especially when I've done longer words. I'll say, I want you to take any 2 letters in your word and switch them. They never say it only has 2 letters. So when I say you switch an N for an A, isn't it? The rest of the audience thinking that this might have been a very long word, and they took any 2 letters and switched them, and now I've taken what was a small effect and turned it into a very big effect. The other one, the other word, the I and the T, that could have been hippopotamus for anybody knew, right? So take an I and a T and switch them up. So it becomes this very strong effect. So once again, with all these little subtleties and everything that I do, I want people to think I know how they're thinking, what they're thinking, and when they're thinking it. And that's exactly what I do with the cat thing. I know that she was going to choose the word cat. I knew she was going to choose cat. I'll get to exactly how I knew in just a minute, because it's that journey that's much more important. Had I said, you just thought of the word cat, didn't you? That would be impressive. But when I can say, let's stand back to back, we're going to stand cheek to cheek. Close your eyes. I want you to start to draw it, and only draw it in your mind. Now, the reason I want her to draw it in her mind is because my cat probably won't look exactly like hers is, but it could, and I'll get to that too. So we're standing back to back. I say, go ahead and start drawing. Now, I know, unless they're an artist, that how they're going to draw a cat. They're going to draw a very basic, generic cat. And what that means, they're going to start with the body or with the head. And more than likely, they're going to start with the head, because most of us do. So when they draw the head, what are they going to do? They're going to draw a circle. Well, maybe not a circle. They might draw a part of a circle. And the reason I say that is I once had a lady stand back to back, and I say, go ahead, start drawing, stop. Did you just draw a circle? She said, no. Now I'm thinking, wait, did she take something else on that page? Maybe there was a word John or a name or something like that, and she's drawing a toilet or something like that. No, it's got to be a cat. I don't know what this lady could be doing. And finally, I said, not a circle? And she goes, well, kind of. And I said, well, and this is what happened. When she drew the head, she didn't quite close the head. So it wasn't a complete circle all the way around. And she was, how do I put this politely? She was anal retentive. I'm sorry. She just was very specific. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, it was my fault. So she hadn't quite closed it. So now I don't take anything away from my performance by saying, did you just draw a circle or part of a circle? Because it doesn't, you know, it's just another little sentence right there. It doesn't take anything away. So we get that. And then I go ahead and continue. And then I wait another 5 seconds and I say, do 2 little triangles mean anything to you? I don't say, did you just draw 2 little triangles? I say, do 2 little triangles mean anything to you? And without much thought at all, that has to be the ears. If they go, I go, 2 little triangles? And immediately they get it. Oh yeah, that's the ears. And they say yes. Now think about this. From the audience perspective, we don't know what she's drawing. We don't know she's drawing a cat. But I just told her that she drew a circle. I then said she drew 2 triangles. Not 1 triangle, but 2 triangles, and that they were little triangles. To the audience, already you have a miracle at this point. But then I turn to her and I say, go ahead, keep drawing, let me know when you're done. What that does is that rushes her up. She keeps going. She tells me when she's done, and I always try to get done at the exact same time. So my cat's a very abstract cat, and then I just start to fill in the tail and maybe the ears or something, and the moment she says she's done, I go, me too. And for some reason, that seems amazing to an audience, that you got done the exact same time that she did. And then I'll stand back to her, and I got to tell you, 19 out of 20 times this works. It's probably a lot more than that, actually. But I'll say to them, and I say it every show, I say, did you forget to put a mouth on that? And this person will say yes, 19 out of 20 times, if not more than that, probably 49 out of 50 times. When they say yes, that's an amazing moment, because you just got, you got that it was a circle, you got that it was 2 little triangles, you got that it's supposed to be have a mouth on it, which you're not supposed to even know that, and you know that the lady forgot to put the mouth on it. And when that happens, she goes, oh my God, yes. You can tell it's a genuine reaction. I could stop right there. I don't even have to say that it's a cat. I could stop. I could be done at that moment because it's strong. But I don't. I go ahead and I say, you know, oh wait, let's go back and say, what if they don't say, what if they say, no, I went ahead and put the mouth on it? Well, nobody knows where you're going. So you just say, oh, well, I didn't get that, and you fill it in. It's not a big deal. Nobody's ever going to remember it. They're not going to come up to you after the show and say, hey dude, you really screwed up with that cat thing, not getting that mouth. It's not going to happen, okay? You just go right through it and you continue right on down. So now we're standing back to back. I then show her the cat, and usually I try to show it to the lady first to say, was it anything like this? And they go, yes, because I want to get their reaction, and then I show it to the audience, get the reaction from the audience at that moment, all right there? And I'll usually say something also along the lines, when we're back to back, I say, you're a very good artist. If they say no, I go, yeah, I can tell. the lady there actually said, well, kind of, sort of. I go, well, not what I'm looking at. So I get that laugh right there, and okay. And I go, but then I take the edge off it, and I say, well, I'm not a very good artist either. So then I usually show it to them, and I say, is it anything like this? Especially if they're not a good artist. And they almost always say, yes. I show it to the audience. Then we get into the second part where she gets to name the cat, and I know what the cat name is, and I show it to the audience. Well, that's not exactly what happens. So, here's the box right here. And these are the cards right here. And let's see. Oh, there should be one more. Okay, there we go. All right, so Joe is the name of my cat. That's the card she selected. Or maybe not. Maybe she chose, my cat is named Joe, our cat is named Joe. We call our cat Joe. So these are all basically the same thing. And then what I've done is I've just taken initials and put it, not a real name at the top, because I don't want to confuse them. Remember the thing I said about a John earlier? I don't want her looking at John and thinking, oh, I can draw a toilet. Or I used to date a guy called John. He was a soccer player. I'll draw a soccer ball. I don't want any of that, okay? I want no other relations, so I just put the letters at the top, and then I put a very long number down at the bottom, a very long number down at the bottom, so she's not going to choose that by accident. Now, here's the thing. All the things that I said at the beginning to prevent me from cheating actually allow me to cheat. The fact that I tell them that, I say, don't fold your paper, I'm going to be switching the papers. And let me explain how this works, all right? So, get this out of the way. Right over here. Let's reset this pad folio. All right, I'm going to tear that out right there. Need another piece. The pad folio has an extra flap. All right? I've taken some pages and I've permanently glued them on this side. I'm going to take a single page right here, put my favorite thing, Post-it note glue. I love Post-it note glue. Use it for everything. Put this sheet on here like that. Going to fold one edge up. Whatever you do to one side, you need to do the other. I folded this edge because it makes it easier to get in. So I've got to do the same on this side because I'll see that later right there. Since I folded the edge up at the bottom on that one, I'm going to fold the edge in on this side right here. Go back to this side right over here. I'm going to put all the duplicates in that area right there, and I'm ready to go. So I asked our audience to write out their name, an interesting thought or fact, a fact that contains a number below that. Don't fold your paper. The papers all come down over here. When I tell the gentleman you're going to take 5 pieces of paper out, don't take them if they're folded because I might know who they belong to. Don't take them if they wrote on the wrong side. All those reasons are because I'm going to make a switch. And I want them to look exactly the same. If he puts a couple folded ones in there and he gets them back and none of them are folded, he's going to know that there's been a switch. Now, this is how it happens. This is a switch right here. It's not a big move at all. I'm not going to drop it down like that. That's not what's going to happen, all right? So he's going to take 5 papers out. And remember, by the way, when I tell him to take them out, I tell them to put them in a pile so that I can't see through the top one. Once again, it's because when I make the switch, I kind of want them to look sort of the same. All right, just in case he catches a glimpse. But he probably won't. If anybody's going to see that I'm making a switch, it will be him. But I make sure that he doesn't. Because I say, take 5, put them right side down, one on top of the other, square them up. And then I say to him, go ahead, take the other ones out of the box and go ahead, give those a mix. The moment I see his eyes go down, I make my switch. And the switch is that simple. You're not going to drop. All you're going to do is you're just going to go like that and kiss and come around. That's it. It's really, really easy. Nothing to it like that and you come around. So now I come around like this and I come over to the lady. I say, go ahead and take one. Don't take the top one. Don't let me see. It's really important how you handle this lady from this moment on. Because if at any point she tells you it's a cat, you have nowhere to go. Now, on the instructions for this, I have outs, but they're not strong outs because there's no real strong out. Basically, you're going to get it wrong because there's no way for you to go anywhere with this because it's going to be a cat, or maybe a cat. But anyway, so she takes one out. She doesn't look. She looks at it. Don't worry about the person's name. Don't worry about the number. I need you to think about the entire thought. Get the entire thought, and it's important that she gets the entire thought in her mind because you want her to remember the name of the cat as well. And so you give her an example. Like if it said, I have a pink house with a blue number 2 on it, and I have a snowman outside named Bob. You have to memorize all of that. Get that all in your mind, all of it. Tell me when you've got it all. She'll say, she's got it all. Go, oh, that was quick. Are you sure you got it all? Yes. Good. Push your card, before you push your card back in between the other ones, again, just yes or no. And I always say just yes or no because I never want them to tell me. Is there something on there that if I asked you to draw it, you might be able to? Like my example, you might be able to draw a house. It's not a house, is it? Because we'll have to switch papers. Again, I'm making them sound like they're all different. She says yes. She can draw a cat. So she pushes it back in. I come over. He takes these cards. Wait, is that? No, I'm on the wrong side. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So he takes all these cards. These are the cat cards right there. He has them. We stand back to back. And we go ahead, we do the cat, and we do the Joe reveal. Now, if you're going to go ahead and use this pad again, it's very important that you remove the cat and you give it to her. Because later on, when you open it up to the other side, the cat will disappear. And that's a whole different magic trick. It is not what you're going for. But here's the thing. What I have now done is I have stolen multiple slips. What I do is I just lift it up like this, and all those pieces come down. See that little shelf I made? That's why that shelf is there. But just to be sure, I hold it up against my body in case. Now what I do is I take all these slips and I just turn them all over and they go right down behind there. The moment that happens, I can now turn towards the audience and show that there's nothing inside there. Nothing at all. When I want to slip, I turn to my right. The pad should always come to the hand. And I pull out a slip, and I basically just place it right into that area as I'm taking notes. So this one is, can barely read that. It's 50,000, Randy, somebody, my address, 2,500. Okay, that would be you, right? That was you. Yes, okay, good. Yeah. So I write the notes, put them on down here. Now, I usually do this in my own show, and when I'm actually I do the blindfold, my blindfold routine, after I've done the cat thing, or a version of the cat thing. So I'll do something and then I'll pick up the pad and I'll be talking to this person. They'll have the last object behind their back or in front of them in their hand, and I'm trying to get that object, and as I get it, all of a sudden I get an inspiration. I say, by the way, where's Randy? Randy, right over here. Yes, 2,500 and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, stop thinking. I need to work with this person. I come back. I try to get some, and then I'll get another person. When I'm done with a piece of paper, it goes up and it goes inside there, and then I just pull out another piece whenever I want to, and I just put it in place down here, making sure nothing's showing over here. And this is Bruce Thompson, PT Cruiser, 27th anniversary, April 1st. I knew the whole thing. I just didn't want to act like I got the whole thing. And again, it goes up in here like that. When I do Q&A, I always try to point out, this is the information you wrote here this evening, right? So even if I looked you up on because social media is a big thing now, even if I looked you up on social media, and that will be their explanation if you don't do it, even if I looked you up on social media, there's no way I could know the information that you were thinking of. So any questions on the pad folio? Any questions at all, anybody? Yes, let's get a mic over to him, please.
Structurally, how do you put that together?
What do you mean?
The pad folio.
How do I put it together?
Yeah, I mean, what it consists of, obviously, an extra piece.
Yeah. So I have these made professionally. I make them and I sell them, and you can probably get them through Penguin Magic. So it comes in a nice little
With your name on
piece with my name on it. Yes, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Of course, you don't have to show anybody that. This is just to protect it, to keep it in. And so you can actually buy these and get them like that. However, you can make your own if you want to. You just have to, I've made them out of different folios. Don't try to make them out of a leather folio because it'll be way too thick. Thinness is exactly what you want. You can use, I've used notepads as well, but you got to be very careful with the spiral that the cards don't show through there or fall through there. I just use a regular, folder, open up and put an extra cover in there. So they're not always easy to make. I used to make my own for years. It takes a bit of work, a bit of construction. If you're not good at it, it's going to be extremely difficult. But I'm pretty good at making things. Everything in my regular show, I make almost everything that I use. So I wish I could give you another answer on that, but I really can't.
That's cool.
So
Thank you.
yeah, I can't. So yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
With the mouth thing for the cat.
Yes.
How does that just work? Do people just forget the mouth on a cat, or?
I'm glad you asked. There's psychology involved in this with the mouth thing for the cat. Here's the thing. I'm having them draw I get the circle first of all right? And then I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I say, 2 little triangles, does that mean anything to you? Now think about this. They're drawing the head, they're doing whiskers, the eyes, the nose. I don't give them enough time to really finish that center area before I take them out to the 2 little triangles. And then I rush them by saying, let me know when you're done, okay? Go ahead, keep going, let me know when you're done. So that rushes them. So what I've done is I have taken them outside of the face, which they start with, So it's just psychological that you always do. And I've taken them to the rest of the body. So now they start drawing the body and the legs, the tail, and everything else. So I've rushed them to that point to where they forget to put the mouth on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly. Good question. Fantastic question. Yes. Any other questions on that? You have another one?
Yeah, I had one more with the book test. I noticed with like you did F and O for of, and you did N and A for and. Do you always reverse the word?
It was INT. Yes. Here's the thing with the book test, is if it's only a 2-letter word, I get both those letters, and yes, I will reverse it. I won't say you're thinking of an I and a T, because that's an actual word, and people may go, oh, it's just the word it. I don't want that. I want to make it seem like it's something that it's definitely not. A T and an I. I wouldn't go O and F, because that does spell the word of. I want it not to spell any particular word. And I know some magicians will probably go and they'll go, well, you know what, I'm going to reveal the word at the end. If you do that, it makes no freaking sense to do that, because what you've done is taken this great effect where they've taken any 2 letters and you've turned it all the way down just because you want to show that you know what the word is. You've taken it down to a 2-letter word. You've just destroyed the effect. What you've done is now turn it into a magic trick, and you're showing that you're tricky, and you're showing that you're using those things that you're not supposed to be showing that you're using. All right, so don't ever. If I see you do that, I'm going to smack you. All right, in a nice way. Okay, in a nice way. Let's go ahead. Oh, here's the other thing. So I want to go back just a little bit to a phone book test. So I've got a few different phone book tests. If I'm doing a regular book test and I show up at a location and I can't find a white pages, what do? I'll do a yellow pages phone book test. And the yellow pages phone book test is just as strong as the white pages phone book test. Now, are you all familiar here with the Hoy force? A couple of you are not. So here's the thing with this. The Hoy force is very simple. Basically, it's a missed call. All right. Let's say I want to put force page. Let's go with. Let me find something that's good in here. Let's see. Maybe trying to find something that's really interesting in here that you might be able to go with. Okay. I think I've got it. So I'm going to give this book to the lady right here. You're right up front over there. Don't let me see anything on the page as we do this. Do me a favor, say stop anytime. Stop. Right there? Okay. That's page 139. Turn to page 139 in that book. Now what I just did was I just miscalled that page number, okay? It was not page 139, it's actually page 116, but I just forced page 139 on the lady over here. And the way I did it is I very fairly, I show it to the audience, but I'm not showing you a thing because I'm keeping my hand over it, okay? So, now I'll usually use the Hoy somewhere else, but it's actually not the Hoy because I have some books that if I go on like on page here, this is a gimmick book and it's page 108, I look down here, I see Watergate, I know that on page 108 in that particular book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People is Watergate, but this is a special book that I have printed just for me, and the first word at the top of the page is an associative word on that page, like the second word in is town, the first word is China. These are not available, but I just thought you might want to know that. So. Okay. So, sorry. Also, the great thing about this book test, which I know you're going to kill me now, is that if I see a C letter, I know the whole first sentence on the other page. Like if I see Colonel, I know like Colonel Sanders, so it's like a chicken running around with his head cut off. Or I see chicken, I know it's a colonel and 100 of his men died in battle. So, but I did these years and years and years ago with my friend Charlie McFarland. So are you at that page?
We were.
Okay. Yeah, hold it up so I can't see anything about it, if you would, for me, please. You got it? Page, I think it was 139. Is that what it was? Yep. All right. You there? Okay, do me a favor. Fold the book back on itself and just stand up for me if you could, please. Stand up. And don't let me see that page, but fold the book back on itself so it's just facing you, just that page. Got it? And hold the book in your left hand like this. Good, good, good. Now, the thing I like about the yellow pages is that you don't just have number, although some pages you will. But you also have ads and things and stuff like that. I want you to take your right hand, just bring it down up on the page like that. Look at where your index finger is pointing. Is it pointing at an ad? Is it pointing at a word or a letter?
Yes.
It's pointing at an ad?
A word.
A word. Is that word in an ad?
Yes.
Oh, good. Are there more than one ad on that page?
Yes.
Okay, good. So the one where your finger's pointing, are there any pictures in that ad?
Yes.
Okay, good. So here's the thing about this. I can go ahead now and I can describe the picture. I can get a phone number and everything because I've chosen a particular ad. And in this particular ad, what we've got is a great picture right over here because I miscalled page 139. If she takes her hand and brings it on the page like that, her index finger, which is one we always point with, is going to be pointing at that particular ad. There's only one picture in that ad. It's a guy with an orange suit on, got a big head under his arm, a huge hand like that. He's got the letter M on him. So I can play with this for a little bit. And then I can say, now, are there any phone numbers in that ad? And she's going to say yes, but there's only one phone number in that ad. But I'll allude that there may be more. I say, that's a great thing about the yellow pages. Sometimes you get ads that have 4 or 5 phone numbers. They got different area codes. You don't even know what the area code's going to be. And they have toll-free numbers, 800. Go ahead and think of the first number of your number right there. And I go, okay, that's not a toll-free number. It doesn't start with a 1. Is it a 4? And I'm just really making sure it is that ad. Sometimes if ads are like really close or weird, if it's quarter page ads, I'll write 1 or 2 numbers down, but I write them on the pad in pencil so I can kind of feel exactly where we're at, but I'll know that if we haven't got the right picture. I really like ads that have more than one picture, let's see in here, like this one right here, because I know in this particular picture what stands out. What stands out in this picture is the lady in red. What doesn't stand out are the 2 people in white. And also, they're on 2 opposite sides of the ad. So what I can do is I can say to the person, I can say, pick out a picture from your ad. And I'm looking at their eyes, and I'll see where their eyes go, just to double check it. I say, that's interesting. For a minute there, you almost thought of, but you didn't go with somebody in white. Is that right? Yes. But you didn't go with that. I believe you went with a lady in red, right? So it seems like I'm getting that. Let's go back to the person in white. There's more than one person in white, wasn't there? There was a man and a lady, wasn't there? But you didn't go with them, did you? You went with the lady in red. And I believe the lady in red is actually holding something, isn't she? Yeah, and I believe it's blue. It's like a blue box or something. She's got something in her other hand, something white. Wait, that's a tissue. Oh, that's got to be a tissue. Is it a lady in red holding a tissue box? Yes, it is. So you see how I play with these things? And you'll find ways to play with that. But I really like them when they have more than one pictures. And I will pump. It will usually be the picture that stands out for me, but I will pump a little bit to try to find out which picture it is. So anyway, just another way to do a phone book test in case you want to. It's a very, very, very strong phone book test. So. Thank you. Can we throw up the PK touches routine for me, please? You to face each other? Have you ever met before? I believe that you two have met before, but in a previous life. So introduce yourself to each other for me, please. Good. Put your feet together like that, please. Good. Put your arms down by your side. And I want you to face each other, if you will. And if I can get you to take just a little step back. Good. I want you to memorize everything about the other person, all right? And let's put your cell phone on the table for right now. Yeah, perfect, good. I want you to look at each other's feet for right now. Look at the shoes. Look at the way the toes peek out, all right? Memorize everything you can about the feet. I want you to take a look at the pants, the color of the pants, the way they fall down upon the feet. I want you to come up a little higher to the knees right there. Take a look at the make of the jeans and the make of the pants. Good. As you start to come up, you'll start to see the hands. You'll see the contrast of the shirt with the pants. Keep coming up, please, and just keep going. Keep going. Okay, take a look at the buttons, please. Look at the chin. Look at the smile. Look at the nose. Look at the color of their eyes. Look at the forehead, if you will. Perfect. I want you both to have a seat for me, please. You're going to look at my right hand. You're going to look at my left hand, all right? I'm going to count. Put your feet together, please. Yeah, there we go. Look at my right hand, look at my left hand. I'm going to count from 5 all the way down to 1. And as I count from 5 down to 1, you're just going to let your eyes close, all right? So here we go. I'm not going to hypnotize you, I promise, all right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do not open your eyes until I tell you to open your eyes. Do not open your eyes until I tell you to open your eyes. I want you to listen to my voice and my voice only. I want you to become aware of every sensation you feel, a tickling in your body, a tapping in your body. I want you to memorize it, how many times you feel it, when you feel it, where you feel it. Any emotion, happiness, sadness, anger, I want you to memorize that as well, when you felt that emotion and what that emotion was. You're going to take a little journey for me, all right? This is what I want you to do. I want you to imagine that you're standing under a hot light. You can feel the heat of that light all the way down your body, all the way down to your toes. You step through that light. And beyond the light, there's a large door. Imagine that you push open that door and you step out into the most beautiful garden you've ever seen. You can see the vivid reds, the greens, the blues, but you pay no attention to that. No attention to that at all. You can even hear the birds in the trees, but you pay no attention to that. Because in the very center of their garden, there's a hill. I want you to imagine that you walk up to that hill and you walk all the way up that hill. And at the top of the hill, There's a large, ornate mirror. Imagine that you walk up to that mirror and you stand in front of that mirror and you can see your own reflection from your toes all the way up to the tops of your head. And slowly, something very strange starts to happen. Your reflection from your toes to the top of your head, your reflection starts to change, and it changes into the reflection of the other person. And you start to realize you feel everything the other person feels. For instance, if you felt me tap you, raise your left hand, please. Point to the shoulder where you felt me tap you, please. Good. Indicate on your left hand the number of taps you felt, please. Good. Just because there's a little confusion over here. Again, if you felt the tap or taps, raise your left hand if you felt it. Good. Again, point to where you felt the tap or taps, please. Good. And again, indicate on your left hand the number of taps you felt. Perfect. Take your right hand, hold it out in a fist directly out in front of you, please. Palm down. Close your fist. Good. In a second, you're going to start to feel the weight of that hand. And as you feel the weight of that hand, it's going to want to come all the way down to your knee. You're not going to fight it. You just feel the pressure pushing on it. And it wants to come all the way down to your knee because you can feel it being pushed all the way down. There we go. Good. Give them both a round of applause, please. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you very much. Okay, perfect. So that's a version of PK Touches. I'm going to talk about that in depth here, but I want to try something else before we do. There's one other little thing that I want to try. There are a lot of people that believe that we are all connected. That's beyond our social and familial connections. That maybe we have some sort of a psychic connection. There are people that believe that twins have this connection. Even if they're separated at birth, quite often they find out they lived almost the same identical lives. They both married a man named Steve. Maybe they both give childbirth. They both have a girl and a boy. They name them the same thing. They don't even know each other. And then they meet years later and they find this out. It's a connection. Sometimes we have connections with strangers, just people that we've known for a very long time. You tend to get that with a husband and a wife. Sometimes we have connections with inanimate objects. Take a child's toy to a psychic, and the psychic tells you that they can tell you everything about that child, even to the location of that child that may be missing. I don't believe in that, at least not in that case. But do inanimate objects have a connection with each other? Do they have a connection? Because this is really weird when you think about it. You can go to the Smithsonian, and there'll be a pen, there'll be a piece of paper that was signed with that pen, and the table, and the chair. And these things, they went all around the world, all over the place, and somehow they ended up back together. They got together. And I started thinking about it. What things in our daily lives, what has connections? And a key and a lock. What could have much more of a connection than that? That same key goes in that lock time and time again. And that same key is the only key that opens that lock. So I'm going to ask you to come on over here, if you will, for me. And I'd like you to have a seat over there. And there's 3 keys inside there. And I will tell you, this lock right here is a master lock. In order for it to open, that has to be lined up just perfect every single time. But you're going to find only one of those keys open that lock. Meanwhile, I'm going to get 3 other people to come over here. And I'm going to ask, I'll ask the lady right there if you come up. I know you've already helped me, but help me again, please. I'll ask the gentleman right there to come up and take off your jacket, if you will, for me, please. Yep. And I'm going to ask the gentleman right here to come on up, if you will. And I'd like you each to have a seat in any one of these chairs that you want to have a seat in. It's up to you. Keep trying the keys. Yeah, try them all. Find the key that actually opens the lock. You okay? Good. And just find the one key that opens the lock. And that's the first one. Try the second key in there, please. And let's see if that opens it. We just want to be sure that only one of those keys actually opens the lock. And try the last one. Let's hope that's the right key. Yeah, that opened it, okay. And none of the other keys open the lock?
No.
Okay, good. So lock the lock again. Just set the lock on the table for right now. Put the keys in the glass, if you will, for me. And just give them a really good mix. And just pour the keys out in my hand, if you can.
Sure.
All right, so let's just put these out like this. Good. And would you take a key for me, please? Just take any key. Good. And if you'll take a key for me, please. All right, and I'd like you to take a key. Put them in your right hand for me. And I want each of you to hold your right hand out like this, straight out like that. Just keep your hand out like that and close your eyes. What I want you to do is I want you to imagine a heat. Imagine you're feeling the energy of that particular key. And now what I want you to do is I want you just to imagine that you can actually feel that key, every molecule in that key, all right? And try to find the connection in your mind where that key goes to. And if you'll take the lock and just hold it on the end of your finger like that for me. Okay. Perfect, like that. So this key that you have in your hand, now that you feel it, now that you've become one with it, what I need you to do now is I want you to imagine, just only imagine that you're actually taking that key and you're turning it upright. And imagine that you're taking that key and you're actually putting it inside of a lock. And imagine that you turn that lock. Just imagine you turn it and imagine the lock opens. If you felt me tap you, raise your left hand, please. Good. Keep your eyes closed if you felt me tap you. But those of you that did not feel me tap you, open your eyes for me, the other two people. And just step over here, drop your keys into the glass, and you may have a seat. Thank you very much. Keep your eyes closed. Good. Thank you. The gentleman who felt the tap or taps, indicate on your left hand the number of taps you felt, please. Good. Open your eyes. Now look at me. This is really weird because you felt a connection with that lock, with your key, right? You actually felt that connection. What's really, really strange about this is I never tapped you. No, they were watching me very, very closely. I tapped the lock. You felt that tap. I tapped it twice. You felt those taps.
Yes.
Yeah? You really did feel them?
Yes.
Okay, good. So let's see if there really is a connection. Only one key opened the lock, right? So if you'll come over here and try that key in that lock for me. And again, you have to line it up. Just give it a turn. Yes. Give the gentleman a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to show you a different variation of PK touches and something else you can actually do with it, because there's so many things you can do with this tool. There are so many things you can do with this tool. And I call it a tool because here's the thing. Often I'll see on places, other boards and stuff, where people will write something. They'll write something like, I cannot do PK touches because PK touches is a bizarre routine. PK touches is not a bizarre routine. It's not a routine at all. It is a tool for you to take to create whatever you want to with it. There are so many things that you can do with this. PK touches is a time-space thing. It is basically the person feels the taps while you're tapping somebody else. And it doesn't matter if you use a thread. It doesn't matter if you use a wire. I talked about all those things the very first time I lectured about PK touches. It is the idea that the experience that this person is getting right there appears to happen at the exact same time that you're tapping and touching something else. And you are nowhere near them and you are not touching them. When I first started out with PK touches, I did not have a routine. But I wanted to write up the method for magicians. But then I thought to myself, if I just wrote up the method, it would only be like a page or two. And they would go, well, what is that? So I put a routine together. And I'd never done the routine before, but I went out to about 12 different high schools. It was high school time, lock-in time, it was prom time, and I did it, and I performed it. And it got a fantastic reaction. I said, this is a great routine. That's the routine I'm going to put in the book. So I put that in the book, and that's what went out there. And basically it was about an uncle who passed away that I was very close to. It was a practical joker that would tap you on one shoulder, and you turn around, and it'd be on the other side every time. And then when he passed away, I heard those taps as well, and Uncle Charlie's always with us. So yeah, sort of a bizarre routine, but it was just an example. Confabulation is a fantastic effect. And when Alan Saxton came out with it, I think he came out with a dream car, and it was the make of the car, the model of the car, the license plate, and the price of it, and an invoice came out, and that's what it was. And when he first put that out, everybody started doing dream car. Now, I don't know if he was upset or not, but I'm going to suspect that he was upset because it was just a tool. It wasn't the routine that he was trying to give you. He was giving you this fantastic tool to predict anything, because your prediction ends up inside of an envelope. You show that you predicted every single one of those things. How much thought does it take for you as a magician, if you truly love our art, to sit there and look at it and go, okay, this is fantastic. I can adapt this to myself. I'm a plumber, and I can create a story about me being a plumber, or I work in a florist. It can be a flower. It can be this. It can be that. It doesn't take much work to do that kind of thing. When I started doing confabulation, I changed it completely. No, I didn't do Once David Copperfield had came out with Dream Date, all those magicians doing Dream Car started doing Dream Date, going out on a dream date with a woman and the date and yada, 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 and the amount of the meal. Why would you want to be like anybody else? Copperfield wouldn't want to be like Chris Angel. Chris Angel wouldn't want to be like Copperfield. He wouldn't want to be like David Blaine. David Blaine wouldn't want to be like any of those. They understand their character. They understand who they are, what they are, and it's why they've risen to the top. Because they truly understand their character. They want to be unique. They want to be different. They don't want to be seen as anybody else. And why would you want to do that if you're a successful magician? Look, let's go back to that old cat thing, okay? And I'll come back to this in just a second. Some of you with the pad folio might say to yourself, you might say, well, I want to do the cat because it's fantastic that I get that smile right there. Well, yeah, it's great if you get the smile, but what if somebody did a show the night before you or last week for that same corporate group and they did a cat and they got the smile? Now it becomes about the pad folio, doesn't it? It becomes about that. It doesn't become about this amazing thing that you can do. So why don't you think about changing it just a little bit? Just a little bit. Let's go, let's turn it to a fish. Stand back to back, all right? You're back to back right now. And you go ahead and start drawing. Wait, I just got a circle or a semicircle. Does that make any sense to you? Of course it does, because it's the body. Keep going. I got a triangle. Does that make any sense to you? Of course it does. It's going to be the tail. Keep going. Let me know when you're done. Did you forget to put a mouth on that? You get the same thing with a fish, don't you? Yeah, but that's pretty darn close to the cat, isn't it? So how do we change that? Well, on your pieces of paper, what if you wrote down, I have a pet spider named Rosie, and you actually drew a picture of a spider on there with a spider web? So now when you turn to the person when she's sitting right there and you say to her, you say, is there something on there that if I asked you to draw it, you might be able to? Don't tell me, just tell me yes or no. She's going to get a big grin on her face because she's going to go, how the heck does he know there's a picture on there? And then you stand back to back, you draw the spider, and then you can say to her at some point, instead of the mouth, you can say to her, so was there also a spider web with that? She's going to say yes, even if she didn't draw it in her head, because that's what she saw on the paper as well. But to the audience, it's going to be like, you got that detail. That opens up this whole world for you. A whole world where you could almost do anything with the pad folio, or with switching and duplicating a picture. And it doesn't take much thought to do those things. And it's exactly the same thing with PK touches. I mean, let's go back to the confabulation. When I did confabulation, I got different versions. I've got one where it's a president was assassinated, and you get to, it ends up being a cartoon character. I tell a story about a president was assassinated, but you get to assassinate a cartoon character, the method for the cartoon character, and the date that it happened. Okay, past, present, or future. When I was in my comedy club days, I told a silly little joke, but it set up the whole confabulation for me. And it was basically, I used to go, and I was poor when I was a young kid. I was abandoned when I was 9 years old in South Africa with 2 brothers a year and 3 years old. But anyway, I digress. I used to go visit my grandma, and she lived on a farm. And when we were out on the farm, I used to sit there, and this man used to land these planes, these biplanes, and he used to put up a big sign, $10 plane rides. And people would come from all around the county, and they would come and they'd take these plane rides. But I was too poor. I couldn't take it. So Grandma and I sat there, but we had a lot of fun watching people go off and come off and throw off up afterwards and stuff like that. And finally, the guy came up to me and he said to me, he said, son, he says, wouldn't you like to take a ride? I go, sir, we're very poor. I don't have the money, and my grandma doesn't have the money. He says, tell you what, son, I'll make a deal with you. I'll take you, and I'll take your grandma. I got enough room for 3 people. I'll take you and grandma up, and if you don't cry out, if you don't say anything at all the entire trip, you get to ride for free. But if you say a single word to me, if you speak to me at all while I'm up there, if you cry out, you say anything, you have to either wash my plane or figure a way out to pay for you and grandma. I go, yeah, I can do that. You ready, Grandma? And Grandma says, yeah, let's go. My grandma was up for everything. So we got in the plane. First thing, he went straight up like that. I think he was trying to scare me. Then he went upside down, and then he did some loops, and he did all this crazy, and I wanted to scream. I wanted to cry out, but I didn't. I kept my mouth shut because I had no money, and Grandma didn't have any money. And so anyway, finally he lands the plane, and he comes over to me, and he says, I could tell he was upset, too, because he thought he was going to scare, he did scare me, but he thought I was going to say something. He says, son, he says, wasn't there a single moment when you wanted to cry out? And I looked him in the eye and I said, well, yeah, you know that first time you went up and Grandma fell out? But that joke now sets up what state we were over, how far did Grandma fall, what did Grandma fall on, or, you know, I mean, it sets up all these different things. So it doesn't take much to think about these things and customize them. And it's exactly...
Banachek, may I interrupt for just a moment?
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you, especially with the pad folio, for some guys, they may not be that creative, or they may not think that they are.
Right.
They are, but they may not think so. I'll tell you one of the things that I've always done whenever I collect information from the audience, I read it. Every bit of it. So you're getting, 20 people's different possible thoughts in the routine already. one of those may actually work the next time you do for a force. I don't know if you found that yourself, but sometimes the audience writes down something that's like, that's a great thing to work with.
Yeah, exactly. And, you get your best bits from the audience. I get my best lines and one-liners and things like that from the audience. And we can talk a little bit more about some of the one-liners I have and why I have them later on this evening. We'll talk about that as well. But yeah, no, that's a great point. I look at all these things. I read all the slips. I see things. I see information that people of a certain age write the most. So I can just throw stuff out if I want to, or I can throw a hit out. I can go, okay, that guy definitely has this happening in his life, or that woman, or that child, or that. There's a lot that can be garnered from that Q&A information that you get. So PK touches. I kind of went on the long way around there to get there. I know I did, yes. But PK touches was never a routine in the very beginning when I first did it. It was never a routine. Let's get somebody up here to help me out. Let's go with, hi, how are you? Would you come on up here, please? I'm glad you're doing well. Thank you. And I'd like you to just have a seat right here. Good. Put your feet together if you will. Good. Just sit back, relax, okay? Close your eyes for me, please, all right? And I'm just going to cleanse your aura. I'm just going to clean your aura up nice and good, okay? Open your eyes for me, please. Did you feel any taps? Yep. How many? 2. Which shoulder? Right there. See, I tapped him, I didn't tap you, and you felt it. Amazing, right? Give me a round of applause. Good, stay there. Put your feet together, please. Put your hands on your thighs. Good. Bring your hands back a little bit. Close your eyes, relax. Good. Open your eyes. Do you feel any taps?
Yes.
How many?
2.
Where?
These.
Ah, great. Good. Give him another round of applause. He's doing well. Look straight ahead. Close your eyes. And keep your eyes closed, all right? Open your eyes. Did you feel a tap?
Yes.
Where?
My right foot.
Yeah, see? So that's PK touches. Now, it's simple. There's no routine to it. And yet it's an amazing thing. And it was something I would do after parties or an extra thing for a reporter. And it's an anywhere, anytime. You don't need gimmicks. You don't need threads. You can use them. It's great. I use them sometimes. But you don't need it. It's an anywhere, anytime. The effect that you saw up there was 2 spectators were right there and they were standing next to each other, okay? And the one person felt the taps at the other one and then I pushed down on the arm. They're a little bit different in how you make the taps, but the idea is this, is you secretly tap this person. That's all that it is. And because you don't know that's what's supposed to happen as an audience, and because their eyes are closed, you don't expect and you're not looking for that tap because you don't know I'm about to tap until I tap that other person, unless you're at a lecture like this and you see what's going on. But even then, you don't even see what's going on because this is what it is. And you can keep your eyes open if you want. This first one, as I'm coming around cleansing his aura, and you don't have to say that if you don't like it. It's just something I say. You come over, and as this hand comes down, it's a brush. I do it on the back right here, but I'll do it right here. So what happens is all my attention's on that. This hand comes over here, and I just hit him on the shoulder like that, okay? But I do it in the back right there. As I come around this way, all my attention is here. You're all watching me. This hand comes back and hits the back again. The rest is all the way out here like that. And now I can go tap somebody else, or I can tap me. Did you feel any tap or taps? Yes. How many? 2. And I don't say where. Because if I say where, okay, if I tap you there and I say where are you going to point? You're going to point there, or you're going to do this, or you're going to do that. You're going to do all this weird stuff. I don't want that. I say which shoulder? Point to the shoulder. He's just going to do that and point to that shoulder, which is exactly where I tap myself. Does that make sense? This one happens at the very beginning. I set up the other one with the 2 people. I set that one up by saying, close your eyes, okay? I want you to be aware of every sensation you feel, a tickling in your body, a tapping in your body. Memorize it, how many times you feel it, where you feel it, when you feel it. And then I sort of dilute it by also saying, and I say, and any taps you feel. And then I dilute that because I don't want you just the audience concentrate on that. I say any emotions you feel, happiness, sadness, anger. Memorize that when you feel it. And now I go through the routine. They're aware. They're supposed to be aware of all these things: tickling, tapping, emotions. I go through the whole thing, and then I get to the point. Your reflection starts to change in the reflection of the other person, and you start to realize you feel everything the other person feels. And I just tapped him 2 times on the back. Not hard. I mean, I want to get him pretty hard, but I don't want him to go like that. But I'm going to make sure that it's and you don't want to do it quick. You don't want to go like, because that's confusing. He doesn't know if you felt 1, 2, 3 taps, but 1, 2. So it's like knock, knock, all right? And this hand kind of moves around too. 1, 2. And then I say, for instance, and I tap this guy on the knee. If you felt a tap or taps, raise your left hand. I don't say where. I just say tap or taps, raise your left hand. And I can even tap this guy twice if I wanted to. He raises his left hand, all right? And then I tap this guy on the shoulder. And again, I could tap him twice. Usually I just tap him once. Point to the shoulder where you felt the tap or taps. They both point to that shoulder. And then I tap on the head, indicate the number of taps you felt. And this person's going to say that they felt 2 taps. So think about that. From 2 taps, I can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 taps if I want to. But I don't. I actually get 12 taps. And how does that take place? Because of the verbiage. Their eyes are closed. They have no clue what's going on. So I simply say, just because there was a little confusion, again, if you felt the tap or taps, raise. If you felt the tap or taps, raise your left hand. This person still thinks that I'm talking about the first set of taps. Does that make sense? So they go through the whole routine again. If they're a little bit hesitant even, I go ahead, raise your hand, ma'am. I just simply tell her, because then she go, oh, okay, I get it. You know, and she raises her hand, she goes through the whole thing every single time. So now from 2 taps, I've got myself 6 taps, all right? Now, here's the other thing. When I did this one over here, I came across on him as an individual tap. Okay, I know I'm jumping back and forth, but the individual tap one that I did, I came over here. I just realized I didn't explain the knees to you. As I come over here, this hand's out here. This hand just brushes the knee. That hand brushes that knee as it comes back. I'm doing it right in front of you. It just comes back right in front of you. And because the motions are happening, you don't even see it. The one on the foot, as I went over like that, I just tapped his foot like that. Okay, with my foot. I just tapped his foot with my foot. That's all that I did. So, but let's go back to the 2 people version right there, all right? So they felt all of those taps. Now, sometimes this guy right here gets a little confused. The guy on the right side, the guy that I'm actually tapping. He gets a little confused. When I tap him twice on the head and say, indicate how many taps you felt, he might go, and I'm okay with that because people go, they'll laugh. Because it's not about him feeling the taps, it's about the person I'm not touching feeling the taps. So even when I say, because there was a little confusion here, it now matches. So even if he messes up, it still matches for that other lady, okay? It makes it even more perfect for me. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Give him a big round of applause. So the lock thing that I started with in the very beginning, it's a very simple little thing. You can get really clever if you want to with it. I've got cleverer ways of doing it, but I just wanted to show you the very bare bones of it because I've also done it where somebody holds a slate and I tap with the chalk over here and they say, did you feel any taps? Yes. How many? 2, you know, so people think it's happening in the slate when it's not happening. In this particular one, I had 3 keys. You could use 5 if you want to. He tries the keys, and only one key actually opens the lock. They're mixed up. They're laid out in my hand. All I do is I look down at the key, and in this particular case, one has a notch a little bit at the very end. All the other notches and all the other keys are lower. So I go to the store and I look for a key or a lock, keys that are different for one lock, and all the other locks need to be completely different. So when that gets laid in my hand, I look down. I can see that it's one. If it gets in my hand really well, I don't have to touch it. I just say touch one, touch it. And I don't even have to look because I can actually feel them as they're taking them off my hand. This was a little bit mixed up on top of each other, so I had to separate them a little bit this time. And they go through. So I know who has the right key. And then I just simply know who to touch. You just got to come up with a really good story, you know. Imagine that you're turning the key in there, and imagine that it actually opens the lock, and I tap this. I can tap this guy anywhere. I can tap him directly in the back if I want to. Come over here, tap the lock once. Raise your left hand. If you felt a tap or taps, he raises his hand. And of course, because I tapped him twice, he remembers 2 taps. The other people leave. I tap the lock twice after they leave. Indicate how many taps you felt. He's still talking about those taps earlier on. Try your key in the lock, and he tries it in the lock. So there you go. Let's do something really simple, and then we'll go into...
I think we might actually have another question.
Another question? Yes. Let's get a mic to you. Thank you.
Can they be standing?
Can who be standing?
The people you're tapping.
Yeah, you can do this anywhere, anytime. You can have two people standing. You can do it, as you're doing walk around at a party, at a fair. There's no reason you can't do that because you can stand one person here, one person there like that. It's no different than sitting down. In fact, it's actually easier because that body will block it. It's really, really easy. And the other thing that you can often do is you can walk around the people at times. Come over here, as you're talking to them, you're walking around them. Come over here, and you say, and you start to realize you feel everything the other person feels, and you walk over, tap this person on the shoulder, and then stay away from that person the rest of the time. So yeah, there's no it's all going to depend on what you feel good with and the guilt. As you do this more and more, the first time it takes really big cojones to do it because you're going to go, oh, I get caught, and then you're going to realize there's no way you could actually get caught because they don't know what's coming. They really, unless people see you hitting that person or whatever it is, they don't know what's coming. They really don't know what's coming. I could have my hand on both of their shoulders if I wanted to, and realistically I would never do this, but I could be talking to them, keep your eyes closed, and you start to realize you feel everything the other person feels, and then when it comes to the actual tapping, I'm tapping that person, because it's not until that moment when you're tapping the other person openly that they really know what to expect at that particular moment. They're thinking it's happening in real time at that moment. So you can certainly do this with people standing. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
So are there any limitations to where and when you can do this, in the sense that somebody's standing behind you, or is your hand moving so fast?
You can do it fast, but it's not even that. I can use my body to block if I want. Because keep in mind, again, let me get two people up here. Would you both come up here for me, please? Just put those down. And if you'll stand right here, all right, and face the audience, and if you'll stand right here, face the audience, if you will, for me, please. I could be talking, yada, 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 like that, yada, 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 yada. Keep your eyes closed, okay? And I can even do that, yada, 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 yada. You see that, and I go, all right. If you felt me tap you, raise your left hand. They're both going to raise their hand. Even though I had my hand on his shoulder and you saw that, you don't associate it with that. Both of you have a seat. And that's how this came about, okay? There was an Italian psychic who claimed that he could actually heal people. And also that he could touch people. He said one day he was walking down the street and he saw this beautiful girl walk down the street. And she was on the other side of the street. And being Italian, he wanted to pinch her bottom. And she turned around to slap somebody, and there was nobody there. And he realized he just touched the bottom by thinking about it, which is kind of perverted when you think about it. But it was very Italian at the time. So that was his claim. And then what he would do is he would put, and this is where I got this. I got it from a Melbourne Christopher book. And Melbourne Christopher investigated him. And what the psychic would do, he would put somebody over here, then he would have 2 or 3 people just sitting like maybe where you guys were over here like that, so you're kind of far away. And then for about 10, 15 minutes, he would kind of move around the person, talk. And at one point, he would trip on the cord of the lamp cord, trip on that and just hit this person in the back, like pretty hard. But then he would go on for like another 5 minutes and everything else. And then he would tap somebody. He said, if you felt me touch you, raise your hand. And everybody forgot that he tripped on the person. They completely forgot it. Even though it was right in front of them, psychologically, they didn't think that was the moment. And he would blow on them and do things like that, so they felt wind and things like that. So once again, there's not a whole lot to hide, because it's if you make it to the right moment. Now, when I have 2 people sitting here, I want the taps to happen pretty quickly after I touch this person. I want no confusion. So I tap and then I immediately go over here. In other circumstances where I know that I've got a really good tap on somebody, I get a good one there too. But I can get a really good tap on somebody, like with the locks, I can tap them directly in the back pretty hard. I don't have to do it right away. I can take a little bit longer. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah? Yep. Any other questions? Anybody? Yes.
When these people were seated, I noticed you were repositioning them. You had put their feet down in front of them. Was there a reason for that, or were you just blowing smoke?
Well, I did that with this guy right here because I wanted to do the knees things, but with them as well, it's just become a habit of having them close their knees, because ladies will sometimes sit there, and the last thing you want is a lady sitting there like this. It's just not polite. And also the guy sitting there like with his in front of everybody is just not a good thing. So it's just, it is what it is. It's just staging, and I have them do that. And also because I want them to sit up in their chair. I want them to have all the way back. Because if she's sitting over here, there's more of a chance somebody might see me tap. They're not, because they don't know what to see. But by having her sit back up in her chair like this, it hides things better. The other thing that I will do if I'm doing it on stage, And you really don't need to hide this, but I always take the extra little precautions if I can, because who knows, there might be a magician in the audience who knows PK touches. So I'll adjust the chairs like this. This one's a little bit further forward than that one. That hides that angle from them, especially if they're way over on the side. So if you got people like that, and I'm going to be doing this. But again, just touching them means nothing. But I'm going to touch him pretty close to when I touch her in that version, okay? There's a lot of things you can do with this. I mean, I've done different versions. Way back in the day, I did a version with Jerry McCambridge. He had a TV show. And I'm going to mention a few of these different versions to you. And I only mention them to you because they're not yours for the taking, okay? These belong to them. But they're yours for being inspired with. Jerry McCambridge did a beautiful routine. He brought up 2 twins. We had the Ramada twins. Then we had the Budweiser twins after that. And he put the Budweiser twins in the chair. We went with those instead. After they're in the chair like this, he has them close their eyes. And then he steps to the side. And there's a box on a pedestal, and he lifts it up, and there's a bouquet of roses. So he takes out one of the roses, and he takes out a petal, and he says, both of you, put your right arm out. He goes to this one, and he strokes this one's arm twice. He says, raise your left hand if you felt me touch you. She raises her hand. Indicate how many times you felt me touch you. Point to exactly where you felt me touch you. And she touches her arm like that twice. Kind of nice at that point. Then he taps this one 2 times with the head of the rose. I think he actually used the stem of the rose. I'm not sure why, but he tapped with the head of the rose. And then he says, if you felt me tap you, raise your left hand. She raises her hand. Point to where you felt the tap or taps. And she points, indicate how many you felt. He then tells them, with their eyes closed, cup your hands in front of you. They both do. He breaks the head of the rose off, puts it in this girl's hand right over here. And then he says, both of you, take your hands, keep your eyes closed, but bring your hands up and just breathe in and smell. He says to the girl on the left, keep your eyes closed, but what did you smell? She says, I smelled a rose. She doesn't have a rose, but she smelled a rose. He then breaks off a thorn and comes over to this one. He says, what one twin feels, the other one will feel 12-fold. Stabs this twin, and that one jumps out of a chair screaming. So a beautiful, beautiful routine. Maybe not for the one that got stabbed, but yes. But a beautiful routine. And then there was Chris Angel. I was working on his TV show, and to put it in perspective, we would have to sit in a room for about 2 weeks, come up with about 320 tricks, get 2 weeks off, and then go out and shoot, and we had to deliver 1.5 shows every single week. To put that in perspective, not taking anything away, but David Blaine had 6 months or a year to do his specials. We didn't have that luxury because we were on network TV, and it wasn't one special, it was multiple ones, and we had to deliver them. There was no not getting it. Halfway through, in fact, the first season, we were supposed to only do 7 episodes, and after the 4th show, they turn to us and they say, Chris's management comes in and says, good news and bad news. Okay. Says, you want the good news? Yep. Well, the good news is that they want 21 episodes. The bad news is they want them now. So we had to take a day or 2 off and come up with a whole bunch more tricks. But yeah, we would sit in a room, come up with about that many tricks, take 2 weeks off, and then go out doing them. Sometimes not even know how we're going to do them, but we had to deliver a show. Partway through the 2nd season, Chris Angel says to me, he says, I want to do a PK touches routine. And at this point, I'm kind of burnt, and we got a lot on the agenda. I said, well, Chris, can we do it next season? Because we're working on all this other stuff, and I got to go out of town next week, and the guys are working on this. And he said, so I leave town, and I come back, and I notice that the next day, I get in about 10 o'clock at night. The next morning, we're going to be shooting a PK touches routine. I was like, ooh, okay. Sat down, wrote out a routine, and this is what you ended up seeing. Chris was seated at a table like this, and you could see his shadow behind him, and you could see the table. And on the table was a wine glass. And he takes his finger over here, and you see the shadow of the finger, and he pushes the shadow against the shadow of the glass. And as it hits the glass slides, falls off the table. And then he says something like, most people think that shadows are the absence of light. I think they're a window to your soul. Absolutely beautiful, right? But it means absolutely nothing. Because again, we didn't have a lot of time to really put a lot of thought in some of these things, but it was great because people come on, I really liked it when he said that. And I'm thinking, it doesn't mean a lot, but yeah, it does sound good. So anyway, so then next you cut to Chris has a mother and a daughter, and on the table now are numbers 1 through 10. He tells the daughter to close her eyes, and she does. He tells the mother, touch one of those numbers, and she does. Chris goes to the shadow of the girl and taps the shadow the amount of times on there, and I think it was like 3. And then he goes through the whole thing. The girl felt the taps and everything else, and he explains to her that she didn't feel, that he never touched her, that he touched her shadow. Stand up, take a look. He takes a shadow of the chair, pulls on it, the chair collapses, and it falls over. So 2 completely different routines, but great. Unique. It doesn't, you can come up with these things yourself. You really, really can. I've seen a lot of things that are out there, and you can really come up and be very creative and come up with these ideas for yourself. But again, those routines are not for you for the taking. They're for you to be inspired by. I'm going to try something very, very simple. I'm going to ask, are there any card guys here? Anybody that does card stuff? Would you come on up here, please? I know you've helped me, but I just want to make sure that this works properly for the lecture. Good. And being a card guy, you can. So if you'll have a seat right over here. Good. I've got some cards here, and on one of the cards I've drawn a bullet, a 357, okay? It's very dangerous. I know it just looks like it's drawn, but it's actually dangerous, and I want you to think of the fear and of the danger, all right? Now, here's the thing. There are going to be times I'm going to ask you to spread the cards, and I want you to spread it from left to right like that. Like, so that's the furthest card out going across like that. And if I ask you to count, and let's say I said go to the third card, that would be the third card. That's the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth card like that. And at any point, if I ask you to spread cards over, like 3 cards over, you spread them over, keeping them in order, you put them on the bottom. Does that make sense to you? Okay, good. So this is what I want you to do. We're going to find your lucky number, all right? There are 6 cards here. We're going to find your lucky number. So I'm going to turn away from you and try to stay facing the other way the entire time from this point on. So what I want you to do is I want you to give those a really good mix so you don't know where the bullet card is, and tell me when you are done. You done?
Yeah.
Good. So now what I want you to do is I want you, don't let the audience see, but I want you to fan the cards out so you can see all the cards from left to right, and so that you can actually see where the bullet card is. And from left to right, only in your mind, I want you to count the position of that bullet card. Is it on the far left? That'd be 1. The second card from the left, that'd be 2, going all the way across. Tell me when you've done that.
Got it.
Do you have that lucky number in your mind?
Yep.
Close the cards. Turn the cards face down now. That means bullet side down. Good. That is going to be your lucky number for the rest of your life. From this day on, for the rest of your life. That's your lucky number. If anybody asks you to name a number, that is your lucky number. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have my own lucky number as well. So this is what I want you to do now. I want you to think, and only you know where your card is, and only you know the lucky number. So this is what I want you to do now. I want you to think of another number from 1 to 6. It can be your lucky number, but it can be any number at all. I don't care, all right? Okay. You tell me what it is.
2.
2. So do me a favor. Just push 2 cards over there and put them on the bottom. Okay, and put them on the bottom. You got it? Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. My lucky number, I've never told anybody this. So you're going to be the first person to know this, actually. My lucky number, because I had to do this with somebody years ago, my lucky number was 1. So I want you to push 1 card over, if you will.
You put it on the bottom?
Yeah, put it on the bottom. Yeah. Good, good, good. And now, because you have a lucky number now, I want you to push that many cards that corresponds to your lucky number. Put that on the bottom. Tell me when you've done. You got it. Good, good, good. So square the cards up. Yeah. And now what I want you to turn them is turn them so that they're bullet side towards you, and just hold them up against your brain like this, like a gun. All right? Don't do anything, please. Just keep them up above your head. Okay, pull the trigger. Bang! That was a blank. Put the cards in your hand and take off that top card. Is it a blank?
Yeah.
Put that in my hand. Thank you. Put the cards back up to your head for me, please. Pull the trigger. Bang! Take a look. That was a blank.
Yeah.
Put that right here. Thank you. Take the cards again, please. Put them up to your head. Okay, get ready. Wait, whoa, whoa. Take it away from your head. Take it away from your head. Take it away from your head.
Yeah, it's away.
Is it safe?
Yeah.
Because that's the bullet. I don't want you to pull that. Take a look and show it to everybody.
Ooh.
Yep. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right? So this is pretty easy. It's all self-working. It can be something that you can actually do over the telephone. You do want to make sure that they understand the instructions. The reason I pointed out from left to right that the card on your left is the first card, it's the furthest card away from you. You do that over the telephone, is because I did this for Michael Chout, and he's left-handed, and he spread from right to left, and the trick doesn't work that way, okay, because it changes the position of the bullet. So you need 6 cards, and it's because it's a 6-chamber gun. You put a bullet on one card, or you can have them do that if you're doing it over the phone. They can actually draw it. So they mix it up. They remember their lucky number. Now, here's the interesting thing. Sam Dalal realized something that seems very apparent. All right? Okay, in this case, the card is the second one over. All right? He realized, whoops, sorry. Yeah, I'm missing one there. I thought we were. So he realized this. That, second card over. So if I take 2 cards, keeping them in order, and put them at the very end, that card goes to the end, right? Seems very logical, but it's really what makes the entire trick work. Because I want to get that card to the end, but I also want to get it into the 3rd position. So to get it into the 3rd position, I now need to move 3 cards to this side, don't I? Now, I know it's happening in his hand, stacked down, but it's exactly the same thing. So I need to get it to the end, plus 3, to get it to the 2, really, or 3 if it's a 3rd one, get it in the 3rd position. So the way that it works is this. We're just going to reverse those things. Instead of telling him to put the card to the end, we're going to do that at the very end, all right? So remember, he looks, he sees his lucky number right there. If I said just move that many cards as your lucky number over to the end, it would put it at the end, right? So now all I've got to worry about is getting it into that 3rd position. And it's all self-working. If he says 3, then I don't have a lucky number. He just pushes 3 cards over and then pushes his lucky number over. All right, because that will get it in the 3rd position, right? Pushing his lucky number over, and just before that, he's pushing 3 cards over. That gets it down to the 3rd position. If he says 2, my lucky number becomes 1, because 2 plus 1 is 3, right? If he says 4, I'm going to say my lucky number is 5. Why? Because 5 plus 4 is 9. So I'm going to go through the whole stack, 6 cards, plus 3. So that gets us through, because they're in order, cylindrical, all right? If his lucky number is 4, I say 5. If he says 6, I go, you can't move 6 cards over, so go ahead, choose another number. But I always say between 1 and 6 anyway, so that usually will get them in there. And that's it. I mean, it's that easy, it's that self-working. So again, basically, he's going to mix them up. He chooses his lucky number. The cards always have to stay in order when he pushes them over. If he says his lucky, if he names the number 1, you say 2, that's your lucky number. He says 2, you say 1. If he says 4, you say 5. If he says 5, you say 4. It's self-working. It does all the work for you. So any questions about this? No? So let's go ahead and show the silverware bending, and I'm going to grab something else while we do that. The gentleman right here. Hi, how are you? Good. Hopefully you can see this. Let me move that back out of the way just a little bit. I want you just to say stop anytime, if you will. Okay? And we're going to do it one more time. Good. I've got a couple of forks here. I want you to take a look at these forks, if you will. Take a good look at those. Make sure they are what they are. They're forks. They came from Denny's, so they should be. Yep, good. Put them together, see how well they fit together. They should fit together pretty good. Yep, good. May I have them, please? All right. All right, there's a little bit of a difference. I don't know if you guys can even see this, but it's in the tine area right there. But it doesn't matter because I'm not going to be the one doing this, okay? She's going to be the one that's going to be doing this. So which one do you want to use, this one or this one? This one here. So that's going to be the control fork. That will go right there. Hold out your left hand like that. Put your other hand on top. Have you ever bent metal by thinking about it? No. You're going to do this, but don't worry. I'm going to help you. I need you to get rid of any inhibitions you have for right now. I need you to become sort of an actress for me, but not an actress, but sort of that thing. Believe you can do it. Are you ready? So here we're going to go. It's not going to go a lot, but it will go. And we'll build your confidence to where you'll be able to get it to go a lot. All right? So what you're going to do is you're going to start to rub the fork like this. And as you go back and forth, I want you to imagine that you see that fork bending in your mind. All right? But before we get to that point, keep going. As we go back and forth, it's getting a little warmer, isn't it? Good, 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 good. Keep going. And as you go back and forth, can you feel the center of the fork against your top hand? It's pushing, it's bending. You can feel that, right? But it's not going much. It's just going a little bit, and you can feel it. Good, 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 good. Stop. Take your hand away. Oh, yeah. Here, let's show everybody. Oops. There. Give her a round of applause. That's really good for her first time. All right? Cool. Do me a favor. Take your right hand, make a fist. Your right hand. Good. Stick your finger out like that. In a second, what you're going to do is just rub it very quickly but very softly right there, all right? So go ahead, and as you do this, no, not so hard. Don't press down so hard. Imagine that it's bending. Don't press so hard, just, yeah. Light touch. Pretty weird, huh? Yeah. Stop. That's all her. Okay. We're going to keep going. Well, you've already got it going. Just keep rubbing it right there. That's really good. You've never done this before. Okay, I won't break your concentration. Keep going.
Not my hobby, but it is now.
Stop. Don't even need the other four for that. Give her a big round of applause. Stay here. So this is the rub bend. And what this basically is I get to come across, they say stop, they choose 2 forks. I give these, and I'm going to bring somebody over here. Would you mind coming and having a seat right here for me, please? Yep, thank you very much. I'm just going to have you sit there. I'm not going to do the whole routine to you because you've just seen it. But what I am going to do is I give these to the lady and I ask her to go ahead and take a look at those, make sure those are genuine. They came from Denny's. Sometimes I'll mention the word stainless steel. Take a look at the back. You'll see they're Walco, stainless steel. And if they're Walco brand, you'll have to say yes. It doesn't say stainless steel. But I want to get the word stainless and I want to get the word steel in there because steel makes them sound like they're very strong when they're not. Now, no matter what, I'm going to come over here when I take them back and I'm going to say there's a difference, even if there's not. If I really wanted to put a difference in there, I could just go like that if I want to. And that's kind of cool, actually, because it looks like the fork is actually bending. So that's another way to do a little bend if you wanted to. But anyway, that's not what I did here. So, but you can come across and say it's a little bit different. I usually say it's a little bit different over in the tine area right there, but I'm not going to be the one doing this. She's going to be the one doing this. Now, at this point, I put the bend in. In the video, she didn't choose this fork. But I'm telling you, most times they choose this fork. Why do they choose this fork? And I'll show you how to put the bend in a minute. The reason they choose this fork is because human beings tend to be fairly lazy. So she's just examined the fork. She knows that they're solid. So now, if I say, which one do you want to use, this one or this one, she follows my eyes, and she'll go this one or this one, and she'll look at this one last. She's looked at them both, so there's no reason for her to go back to this, so that you'll usually choose this one. Plus, this one is just peripheral to her peripheral vision like that. So she has to even turn her head just a little bit, or her eyes just a little bit to look at it, and she'll choose this fork. All right? If they don't, I do what I did in the video, and I'll get back to that in just a minute. But notice this. This is how I put the bend in, okay? Can we come in close on this? Is there a way to do that? So what happens is this, okay? Sorry about that. So what's going to happen is this. That's going to go right here, in this section right here. These fingers are going to close around it, and the thumb's going to come up and just put a little bend in like that. That's it. It's just that. Not a big bend. And I'll try to do it just like that. That's it. And as I do it, I'll come in, and my thumb will come back, and I'll hold it because I always want to hold it at my fingertips. I want these at my fingertips. I never want them to be in my hands like this. I want them at my fingertips. And that happens in a movement. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to be, we can come back out if you want. I'm not going to be the one doing this, okay? She's going to be the one doing it. And it happens in the gesture. Which one do you want to use? And I get her eyes. Which one do you want to use? This one or this one? And she tends to choose this one. If she chooses this one, all right, I say hold out your left hand. Now here, keep in mind, because there's a bend, I don't want to hold it like this. I want to hold it sideways. And if I'm doing one like that, I kind of want the other one to be like that too. Because if I hold it like that, you might be able to compare the two already. Because sometimes you get a bigger bend than you really want, all right? So which one do you want? So she chooses that one. That'll be our control fork. Very openly, that goes on the table or wherever. Now, because I want the attention away from this for a second, hold out your left hand. All my attention is here. It's not here, even though I'm holding it. Pull your sleeve back, if you will, for me, please. All right? So I'm going to place this one in your hand. Take your other hand and put it on top, if you will. Just put it on top over there. If anybody's going to see that it's slightly bent, it'll be her. But she has nothing to compare it to, so she won't. So what I do is this. I say, take your other hand, put it, I'm covering it, but I'm not going, oh, look, don't look. I go, take your other hand, and I'm doing this. It's a gesture. Take your other hand, put it on top. Go ahead. And I pull my hand away before, keep going, and before she can actually touch my hand. Because if I leave my hand there, it looks like I'm hiding something. So we pull that back, hold it right there. And then what I tell the lady, I say, I want you to go ahead and rub it. Just start rubbing it, keep rubbing it. Go ahead, rub it like this. Don't move the fork, just keep rubbing it. It's important you tell them don't move the fork, or the fork will be all over the place, and people will think they're manhandling the fork and they're putting the bend in themselves without realizing. So just keep stroking it like that, keep going like that. And then I go, now, keep going. Imagine that you start to feel it bending. Now, one of the important things I do up front is I tell the person to get rid of any inhibitions. There comes sort of an actress for me. Believe that you can actually do this for me. Because I want them to work with me. I don't want them to fight against me. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch that person the whole time to see how much I have to define what's happening through this routine. If they go, oh yeah, they feel it bending, they feel everything, I'll let them, they'll tell the audience. Otherwise, I got to let the audience know that they feel it bending, okay? And I do it through verbiage. So I say, go ahead, keep it going, keep going, keep going. Oh, good, you're doing great. You're doing great. Keep going, keep going. And as you go back and forth, it's getting a little warmer, isn't it? You can actually feel the warmth, yes. Well, of course she can, because she's creating friction, right? So she's going to feel it getting warmer. But to an audience, it's like, oh, she feels something happening. If she goes, yeah, I can feel it. I know to say, yeah, and you can actually feel it bending, can't you? I can go straight into that. But I don't, because she's already feeling a reaction herself. But if she goes, yeah, it's getting warmer, I go, yeah, keep going. And as you go back and forth, can you feel the center of the fork against your top hand? Yeah, of course she feels the center of the fork against the top hand. Even if it wasn't a bent fork. Forks are made in such a way that if you bring your hand back and forth, you can feel the center of the fork against the top hand. And that's all that I'm asking her. Can you feel the center of the fork against your top hand? She says yes. And now I define what that means. I say, yes, that's the fork bending. It's starting to move. And if she's reacted some, I can say, you can actually feel it, can't you? She goes, yes, she can. And even if I just say, and you can actually feel it, she thinks I'm talking about just feeling the center of the fork, all right? But I know where to push that. I know how far to push it, that you can actually feel it bending or not. Some people you can go far, some you can't, all right? So she stops. I say, take your hand away. I'll pause. I'll wait. I want the audience to see it slightly bend. They may not. So what I'll do is I'll cleanly come over here, very cleanly. I'll pick it up, and I put it on top. Give her a round of applause. That's really good for her first time. So now she gets the applause. Everybody thinks everything's done. It's time for me to put another bend in it as I move back. All right? And it's like, give her a round of applause. That's when the bend comes in at that moment. Give her a round of applause. I do the exact same thing, holding it like that. And I don't care if you see it slightly bent, because she just bent it anyway. But last night, the lady didn't select this fork, the bent one. Now, here's the other thing, okay? I could not have either one bent at the very beginning, and I could say, which one do you want to use? This one or this one? Just point to either one. This one right here? Okay. So that's going to be the control fork over there, and I just put a bend in this one. I could do it in that moment. Or if she chooses that one, I can say, so that's going to be the control fork over there, and I can put the bend in there. I'm pretty good at it that you're probably not going to see it. But all the heat is on at that moment. You may want to do it that way. You may not want to do what I do. And that's okay. You don't have to do that moment right there. You don't have to put the bend in the same time I do. I like doing it because whenever I can play with psychology in my routines, practice, it allows me to do that. And this allows me to play with controlling the person by bringing it back here. I like to do that. It's just a little game I like to play. It keeps my shows interesting for me, and it keeps me in the action of doing these type of things, because that's what I do as a mentalist. I want to control the best possible outcome for my performances. So again, you can put it in as you put it down. But last night, she chose that she wanted to put this one in her hand. Now, I could also say, so this one right here, all right, so that's the control fork, and I can put it down on the table and use this one, but I didn't. What I did was I decided I'm just going to go ahead and use the one she wanted. So what do? I put no attention on this fork. This is the bent fork. She wants to use that one. I go, all right, so that'll be the control fork over there. All the attention is here. And notice how I put the fork on the table. I didn't put it up like that. I put it on its side like that. That way you can't tell it's bent. This goes in her hand. I can be very open. Hold your hand out. Let's pull your sleeve back a little bit. That will go in your hand like that. And now, because it's not bent, I can just take my time. Put your other hand on top. Go ahead. Don't move the fork. Go ahead and just start rubbing it. Rubbing it. Keep going. It's getting a little warmer, isn't it? Well, of course, it's going to get warmer because of the hand. And once again, I can also say you feel the center of the fork against your top hand, can't you? It's not going to go a lot, but it will go for you. And you can actually feel it bending. It's going. Stop. I don't have her take her hand away. I just go, oh yeah. And I come over here and I don't really look at this one. I go, this gets turned in because I don't want you to see it's bent. Take your hand away. I bring this, and what I'm going to do is bring this and put it on the bottom and turn them both over like that. So you don't know which one is which. Does that make sense? And that's exactly what I did last night. I did that. So we can see, that's actually much bigger than I want. So we can see the difference at that point. Okay? So now everything's done. Everything's all over. I put the second bend in. This one is actually going to go in this hand like this. It gets cupped in that hand like that, and the fingers come in against it like that. Those two fingers will come up against it just like that, okay? And all that is, it's very light touch. It's not a hard touch to keep it in there because these fingers aren't doing anything. The only thing they're doing is they're stopping the fork from falling over. I don't want the fork to fall over, that's all. With a fork, it's much more difficult because I've done this move with spoons way back in my early days. In my early days, I know Osterlin has it on his tapes as well, but I think I was the first one to actually come up with that originally. But I like using forks for most of what I do because of the tines and stuff, and I get that bend. So this is right here. Now, what's going to happen is this. My hand is going to open up. That's all. But it's not going to go, you don't want to go way down like that. Also, when you start, you don't want your hand down like that. I'll come down to their level if I have to keep my hand straight. But, sorry about that. I'm going all over the place and you guys are trying to keep up. So I'll have it right there. Now, if I do that, it kind of wobbles. How do I cover that? Well, I have the spectator rub it. They rub it. And now that covers the wobbling and it opens up and it comes up. And once that starts going up, usually this person's reaction is like, oh, because they're seeing it. Now, if anybody's going to see my hand opening, it would be that person, right? Well, no, because I've had to make a fist. Take your right hand, make a fist, stick your finger out like that, and you're going to rub it. You're going to rub it quickly, but very soft. You don't want them pressing down hard, because if they press down hard, you can't raise it, all right? So you're going to press it very softly, but rub it very quickly like that. Go ahead. She can't see that side of the fork.
Awesome.
See, she can only see that side of the fork right there, and what she sees is keep going. She sees it starting to raise itself up like that. Keep going. It looks pretty impressive, right? I mean, it looks really, really good. So now we stop. Last time I put the bent fork on top. This time, I want to put it underneath. Why? Because it gives a much better area that it actually looks like it's bent. If I put it on top, it doesn't look as good. If I put it on the bottom, it looks like it's bent a lot more. Once again, everybody thinks it's all over. As I say, give the lady a round of applause. I put a bigger bend in it. This second time, because she's already had it coming off my hand some, I will have it off my hand right about almost the same where it was before, but my hand is cupped because it's got a bigger bend in it. And once again, you rub it. And
Right on.
looks like it's
Yep.
bending, right? Yep. So, and then at that point, you just put it down and you say you don't even need the other fork. Now, I could hold it like that. I like to hold it like that, and I turn it that way slightly so it looks like it's really bent a lot, all right? So, any questions about that bend? No? All right, so let's let the next bend play, please, and if you'll stay here for me. Thank you. Have you ever heard of people that can actually do this without even touching it? They don't even touch it? I'm going to show you how to do it without even touching it. You ready? Watch what happens. Watch. I want you to look at the tine right there. Watch. I mean, take a look at that. That's a good solid fork. Go ahead, take that. Let me go get another one right over here, all right? So the next one is really simple. It's the tine bend. Now, this bend, actually, when I first heard about Uri Geller, I heard you actually saw the things bending. And it wasn't until years later when I saw Geller that I realized you didn't see them bending. The only time you saw it bending maybe with a key or maybe with a nail, but not with the forks. It was usually like, okay, any kids here? Okay, bring all the kids here. Come crowd around me if you will. Okay, here, just take your hands and I'll put it on top of it. And it was hidden like that. And then when he took his hand away, it was bent. So I didn't know that. I just thought that you actually saw all the forks bending or all the spoons bending or whatever cutlery was using. They were bending. And it turned out that wasn't the case. But it's good that I hadn't seen Geller when I put my bends together. So that, like that first one, you see it going all the way up like that. I put that together. This one, I remember sitting Time Life Building when I came out and explained that I wasn't really a psychic after scientists thought I was genuine. And Randy was there and he was sitting across from me and I did this and his eyes just popped. He was like, and later on he told me that's the most realistic metal bending I've ever seen. And why? Because it's hands off. Well, it's really not, but you make it seem. I would say, have you ever heard of people that can actually bend silverware by thinking about it and they don't even touch it? And in that move right there, I've put a bend into the tine. And the way that happens is this. Okay, we may want to come in close for this. Is this fork's going to be held by the right hand. That's going to keep everything in place. These 3 fingers are going to come on the bottom. The thumb's going to come on the tine. Not at the end because you can cut yourself, and I've done that before if you do that. Don't come down too far, because if you come down too far, you're not going to get the leverage that you need to get. So you come in right about this section here. Now, when I put this on a DVD many years ago, I thought I had everything. And it turns out that I didn't have everything. And the reason I didn't have everything is because when I put my bends together, it was just instinctive. It was very, very instinctive for me. And I had to deconstruct everything. And then I had to say, well, are you just saying you do that because it sounds good, or is that what you're really doing? And I thought I had deconstructed it completely, but then I realized something. I just said on there, you just push down with your thumb. That's not what happens. These 3 fingers, and let's come in close, right here. These 3 fingers right there, okay? They're going to push up. They're going to push up. This hand's going to hold everything in place. But these are going to push up while the thumb comes down. So all the leverage is really over here. This is just keeping everything in place. Like you move with the bend, basically is what happens. And if you look, when I press down with my thumb, these fingers are going to push up. And what you're going to see is these 2 fingers especially, will turn white. All right, so that's what's happening right there. All right, I'll do it again for you. There we go. Just like that. That's what's happening, all right? And it always happens for me, and we can come back out. It always happens. I'll hold it like here, or I'll talk. Now, I know people that actually take a fork and say, you want to see me bend it? And they'll put the bend in right there. I don't like that moment. It seems to work for them, but I don't like that moment. I like putting the bend in way ahead of time while I'm talking, and now I can hold it, and there's nothing to see. I'm just holding it like that. You can't even see it from behind. There's nothing to see. I'm just holding it, and it's like I'm holding it casually as I'm holding it. I'm talking. Then some of those people that do that, they shake it really, really hard because they want you to hide. They want to hide that. You don't have to do it that way. You can if you want to, but you don't have to do it that way. The way that I do it is I get a lot of movement in a small area. So what happens is as I'm talking, this hand comes up like that. I will take it between my thumb and forefinger, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it up. And there's going to be multiple movements happening at the same time. My thumb and forefinger is going to move back and forth. My wrist is going to move back and forth, and my elbow is going to move back and forth like that. So you've got all this movement happening in one area. And nobody knows it's going to happen on the time. You don't know it's happening on the time until you actually look at the time. So I come up like that, and I do it like this, and I shake it like that. And now what's going to happen is my thumb and forefinger is going to close. My wrist is going to stop. My elbow is going to move. But I'm just going to bring my finger down a little bit like that so that the fork does that slightly. It's just a slight turn, okay? Here, let's do that over there. It's just a slight turn like that is what's going to happen, all right? So I'll do it for the camera, all right? So it's like this. I come up like this, and I say, look, take a look at the tine right there. And when I point at the tine, that's when I start to slow everything down. And then I come down, and it comes down just like that. So you get that. And that's the tine bend. Now, if I'm doing it for TV, I'll tell them to put the camera behind me. And the reason I tell them to put the camera is because the camera will be here and it'll be on the person's face. So we get the bend up there. And then it comes down out of body range and I put a bigger bend in it. So now when I put the bigger bend in it, I can say, let's see if we can get it to go a little further. And it just looks like it's actually bending down. Okay? So again, one more time, let's do it over here. So, and that looks like it's just drooping down at that. So that's the tine bend. I love the tine bend. And why do I love the tine bend? Because when I can't get anything else to bend like heavy silverware, the moment I give that to them and take a look at that, go ahead, check it. You know, I can do anything over here with any heavy piece of silver or anything else because all the attention is on that bend right there. So any questions about the tine bend? Anybody? Perfect. Good. Thank you. I'll stay right here. Stay right there. Let's go ahead and show the next bend, please. This one I'm going to do sort of for the camera and for everybody out here. You can watch from behind, all right? This is going to happen right above my thumb and forefinger, right in that section, right about there. So watch what happens. Here we go. There we go. Twisting around. Now, you're a big guy. Try to untwist that. You can't, no matter how hard you try. Try to untwist it. You won't be able to. So the twist came about because I had met a kid by the name of Masawaki Kyoto when I was pretending to be psychic, and he twisted forks. And I caught him. I knew what he was doing. He was under a table, and he had this gimmick in his shoe, and he would stick him under the table, give it a twist, and then he would pull it out, and then he would display the twist in the end, just taking his hand away and it was twisted, or I'd put it in his hand like that and turn it like that and it'd be twisted. And it became sort of the holy grail for me to try to figure out how do you twist a fork without sticking in your shoe or doing something like that. So there was a reporter that came over, a National Enquirer reporter. I just did a blindfold drive for them and a few other things. And he came over. The article was all about me working with a scientist as well. And this photographer came over and he pulled over all this silverware on my carpet at my house. And he said to me, he said, go ahead and bend some of those up so we can get a picture. So I took a fork, and I said, all right, let's go ahead and do this. And I took the first one and I went like this. And I said, there you go. That's one. Picked up another one. He said, this is going to take a while, isn't it? I said, well, yeah, it is going to take a while. He said, well, why don't you just bend them with your hands, and I won't tell anybody. I said, I can't do that. That's not real, And he said, no, go ahead. So I started picking them up and I started doing things. And all of a sudden I had a twist. And the weird thing is even though I was doing this all really fast, I remembered exactly how I put the twist in it. So I was so excited. I said, excuse me, but can you hold on 1 second? I got to go to the restroom. He said, yeah. So I went over, I got my phone, had a long, 50-foot cord all the way into the bathroom with the phone, got in there, and it was the rotary dial, picked it up, called Randy, said, hey, Randy, I just put a twist in a fork. Typical Randy, well, that's nice. I said, no, you don't understand. I figured a way out how to do it with your hands, and it's really, really easy. And I told him. Years later, he told Guy Bovley. Bovley put it in a book, gave Randy credit, but Bovley now knows and gives me credit because he spoke to Randy and found out. And the method to put the twist in is really, really simple, all right? It's more about the display. In here, I already have a twisted fork that's in there. It's right there. All right? Because there's so much going on, you don't know what to look at. You don't see it. And so I can just come over here. And in the beginning, when I say, go ahead, do me a favor, the gentleman right there, say stop anytime. If I say stop anytime, by the time I say anytime, I'm already at that fork, and he's only got those to choose. And then I say one more time, and by the time I say one more time, I've already passed them again, go down there. If they insist on one of those two, then I'll just go into the twist or go into the break, all right? But never happens. So here's the bend. I want you to think of this as like the hands of a clock. They're at the 3 o'clock position, and they're at the 9 o'clock position, all right? So I'm going to bend the fork down like that. So both hands are now down at the 6 o'clock position. What's going to happen is this hand's going to come right in there. I can do it on the fingertips because I've done it for so long. But this hand's going to come right here. This hand's going to come right here. Actually, sorry, that will come right in here like that. It comes right up against that area right there. This hand comes here. And I'm just going to pull out away from each other. That's all I'm going to do. It's really easy to do like that. All right? And you have the twist. So you basically have the physics working for you. All right? That's it. So I got the twist. Now that one's a little weird, so I might, if I get a chance, fix it like that. But I can literally do that while I give him the tine fork, and I can walk behind him and put it in like that. I've also done it where I take a fork and I will, here, let me get another fork. And I'll say to people, I'll say this, I say, have you ever heard people take silverware and they bend it with their hands and then they say they're doing it psychically? I would never do that, and then I straighten it out. And as I straighten it out, I put the twist in right there. Right in front of them, all right? I do the same thing when I bend keys sometimes. I'll see keys and I'll see a fairly weak key that has a nice cut in it, and I'll give that. I say, try bend that with one hand. They try bend it with one hand. I take it back. I pick up a heavy key. I say, take that one. Try bend it with two hands. And I put the bend in the key at that point and then put the other keys on top, and it goes in their hand, and they open their hand, nothing because the bent key's on the bottom, put their other hand on top. I bring it in prayer position, and then I say, relax, and as they relax, they feel the key falling down, and then I open it to the other side. Now the bent key's on top. So I'll actually put bends in things right in front of people. They have no clue. So anyway, so you got the bend in it like that, all right? All you need to do is just keep it covered with your thumb and forefinger like that. And because I'm always holding the forks, remember earlier, I always hold them like that. It's a simple, easy way to demonstrate and hold a fork out. So I'm holding the fork like that. And now what I say, I want you to look, it's going to happen above my thumb and forefinger right there. And as I say that, I'm going to take the fork, and the fork's going to come into this position right here. All right? These three fingers are going to go right here. And can we get this possibly from, yeah, there you go. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to push over with my thumb, and I'm going to pull in with these three fingers. And then I'm going to sort of readjust and do it again. Just like that. All right? So once again, thumb and forefinger, three fingers there. They pull, they push, and that. At the same time, as it's doing that, I'm going to allow it to push up out of my hand. If I just do that, you kind of see what's happening. If I just do that, you see it. But if I give just a little bit of shake, and I like to do this, I go like this. Watch right there. Watch what happens. Watch. Nothing. And with this kind of stuff, you want to take your time. I mean, you're using powers. It's not a trick. It shouldn't look like a trick. You know, you shouldn't be putting 20 bends in one fork and doing a balloon animal with a fork. Unless that's what you're going for and it entertains people. But now you're entertaining people with a trick. You're not entertaining people with something that looks really, really genuine. It becomes more of a puzzle. That's my belief. So you go like that. You do it again. Do it again. And then finally, you let it come up, and there it comes into place right there. And you just keep letting it twist all the way above your thumb and forefinger. And then you come around and you do the display like that. If I'm not surrounded, I can do it with one hand with this hand over here. If there's somebody standing there, that covers it from them. If there's somebody behind me, I'll just take it like that and cover it completely. I don't want them to see this twisting. Like I said, I know there's a lot of people that take the fork and they do this in the hand like that, as if it's getting weak. And I guess, I don't know what that is. I guess this is moving faster than that or something, and they're making it weak or something, but it makes no sense to me. So I want you to see the bend actually happening. So it happens up here, and that twists all the way around. And now you give it to them, and you can't use it anymore, so you just give it them to keep. So there, that's yours. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stay here for me, please. So, thank you. Let's let the next one play. Let me get another one over here. All right, stand up for me, please. Good. I'm going to take this fork from you. I'll put it on the chair right there. Don't sit down. Step back just a little bit. Take your right hand, hold it out like that. Good. Put your fingers together. I'm going to put this one in there. Close your hand on it, please. Hold it up right about there. In a second, you're going to feel something. It's going to be me letting you know that something's going to happen. It's going to be your job to let them know. You say now. You don't say anything else but the word now. Do you understand? Close your eyes. Here we go. Even if you think you feel it, you say the word now. You felt that. Good. Hold it tight. So here's the interesting thing about this. Hold your hand out for me like this. There are no threads. There's nothing happening with this. The verbiage is this. In a second, you're going to feel something. And I touch your arm like that. I say, the moment you feel it, I want you to say the word now. Don't say anything else but the word now. And why do I say that? Because she's going to close her eyes. I can usually go like this and take my time. And I'll take a long time. I say, you should start to feel it. In most instances, they will say they feel something. If she doesn't say anything, I've got two things that I will do. The first one I do is this. Keep your eyes closed for me, please. Again, you're going to feel something. It's going to be me letting you know something, and you need to let them know. You ready? Even if you think you feel something, you just say the word now. So here we go.
Now.
Okay. She said now. What did she feel? She felt me blowing on her arm. That's what she felt. But here we go, all right? I'm going to keep my mouth closed. Close your eyes for me, please. Again, you're going to feel something. The moment you feel it, I just want you to say the word now. Don't say anything else. That'll be me letting you know something's going to happen. Here we go.
Now.
What was that? That was me just tapping her on the back. That's all that was. So if I actually came in on that one, but normally you wouldn't. You just keep your hand there and you just do a finger tap like that. So again, because of your verbiage, it would be me letting you know. I prefer it if she actually just reacts. I don't want to use that because I don't want her going back and people saying anything. They won't probably, but I don't want them ever saying anything. So they're just not going to ask that. So all right, put your arm down for a second. So let it continue to play, please. It'll become soft like plastic. Just hold it tight. Can you feel that? I mean, I'm barely touching that. Let go of it. Yeah. Cup your hands out like that. Let's see if we can get this one to straighten out. Here we go. Let's keep going. Give the lady a round of applause. You can take that with you. Thank you. So here's the thing with this method. I don't know who to give credit to. Because Uri Geller says that he's real. So I'm just going to take credit for it. Because if I say Geller does this, I don't know, I might get sued. It's simple. Okay, basically what you're going to do is you're going to put a fatigue bar in this. And the way that you do it is you take it and you bend it back and forth like this. And you just keep doing that. Now, a lot of people say, it gets really hot, it burns my hands. Well, move your fingers out of the way, you smuts. It's like, all you need to do is get it weak in the beginning, and then you move your fingers, and you just keep going back and forth, and you'll get to a point where you can actually feel, and you'll smell it too, but because it really does get really hot. You'll get to a point where it gets really weak, and then you go really tiny ones like that, and that one's ready to go. I'm not going to use this one on you because it's really hot right now, but I will use, I'm going to use this one, okay? So do me a favor, take your right hand, hold it out, palm down. Good. And I tap like that so you can see it's solid. It's just a simple, keep your hand straight out like that. I don't say, look, it's solid, you can see it's solid. And then this goes in the hand, and the way it goes is where the fatigue bar, I bumped this one a little bit so you can actually probably see it. That goes in her hand like that. Close your hand on it tight. Keep your hands tight. And it's important they keep their hands tight on it. So after they say the word now, you can keep your eyes open for right now. And then what I do is I say, I'm just going to barely touch this. You hold on to it tight. And then what I do is I come, and you can actually feel it right there. And I'm barely touching that. That's becoming really weak, right? So it becomes weak. I have it down here. Let go of it. Let go. Cup your, look at that. And then you get a nice move right there so they see it's bent. Hold your hands out like that. And because it's really weak, usually, a lot of times, I just barely move it and it will straighten. I hold it sideways. I say, let's see if we can get this one to straighten out. And I go like that. Okay, this one's a little tighter. And then you see that it's straight. So you've got that nice thing right there. And that's because I was bending it up and down the other way. So it hits a point right here where it's never been fatigued to. And now I go. Give the lady a round of applause. Now, these forks break really nice for me. But I got to tell you, there was a brand of forks that I used for years and years and years. And then I went and bought 1,000-fold of them again. I got them. And I went out to my first show, and the first time I picked the fork up, it just fell. And then I tried to put a break, and it just broke into 2 pieces, and I wasn't able to do the break. And then I tried to do the twist and set the twist in there ahead of time, and it broke it in 2 pieces. Because what had happened, even though it was the same brand, they were making them in Korea, and then they went to China. When they went to China, they put more zinc in them. Even though they looked the same, it was a completely different brand. So I hate recommending brands to people. People go, well, tell me, what brand you use. I go, no, I'd rather not. And then they think I'm being a jerk, and I'm really not being a jerk. I just don't want them going out spending $1,000 on 1,000 forks and getting the wrong brand. You need to go to a restaurant supply yourself and find the brand and work with it. But I've just found these ones recently, and they're perfect. So what I started was doing, and I've done this a lot through the years when I go to a college or something and I'm using their forks because I'm running out of forks when I was on the road. Because I had 2 years, I had 350 shows 2 years in a row. On an average, I was doing 125 to 175 shows a year in the college market. You run out of supplies. You got to get them wherever you can, and I would get forks and spoons at the college cafeteria. So if they don't break exactly the way I want them to, I take a little piece of Scotch tape and I will put a little piece of Scotch tape on the back. Now, one of 2 things will happen when it breaks, because it will hold it for me. Even if it's just hanging on by a thread, it'll hold it until I flick it and it snaps. One of 2 things will happen. What will happen is what happened here. I'll have a piece of Scotch tape on this one and a piece on that one. Well, I don't want that because I want to be able to give it to the lady. And I go, look, you can see that actually doesn't fit together anymore. And they can see it doesn't fit because it's a fatigue bar. And I go, look, you can actually see the metal is actually, it's just peeling away the metal. And I peel away the tape as it comes out and it falls on the floor. So they don't know what that is. It just seems like the metal is peeling away. Or what will happen is you'll have a little piece of a tag where you can pull it off like that. And now you'll have a tag of Scotch tape stuck on your finger. And if you're performing, you don't want to be, okay, let me get rid of that. So I just simply go like this to their back. I say, go ahead, take those for me, and take that with you. And what I'm talking about is a Scotch tape, not that, because she's going to take the Scotch tape with me. And if anybody sees a Scotch tape, it doesn't make any difference at all, because who knows, they're not going to think that came off the silverware. So thank you very, very much for helping me out. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, those are yours. Thank you. Gentleman right here. Hi, how are you? Good. Yeah, if you look around, it's you. Right here. Yeah. Hi, how are you? Great. Good. Come on over here, please. I've been watching you very, very carefully through all of this. I'm going to move this back just a little bit so Dan can see. Have a seat. All right? And I think I know how you think. I think if I gave you certain choices, I know exactly what you would do. Let me demonstrate, all right? I got 4 cards here, business cards. And I put an M on one, an I on the other, an N on the other one, and a D on there. And the reason I did that is because everything I do has to do with the mind. M-I-N-D. I think if I gave you a chance to choose the M, would you choose the M?
No.
No, don't tell me.
Sorry.
I think I know whether you would, and I knew that you wouldn't. But you might change your mind now that you said no. And why might you choose the M? Because it has ups and downs, okay? And also, it's the first card right there. And you're not afraid to go first. As a magician, you're not afraid to step out. Would you choose I because you reflect about your life? Or would you choose the N because it only has ups and downs? But again, maybe I wouldn't know that about you because I don't know you personally. Or would you choose the letter D? Because it's last. And you're not afraid to go last. I mean, you open the door for the ladies. You let the ladies go through. You're a very polite guy, so maybe you would choose the D. Don't let anything I've just said influence your choice. But M, I, N, or D, which one do you want?
D.
You want the D, all right? So hold out your left hand like that, good. And you chose this card, so this card's going to go on your hand right there, all right? This is the card you choose, all right? You didn't choose that card, and on the very back of it, it actually says that card. You chose this card over here. You didn't choose that card. You didn't choose that card. You did not choose that, or that card. You chose this card. Turn it over, show everybody what's on. What's it say?
This card.
This card. Give me a round of applause. Thank you very much. So this is the simplest thing that you will ever do. It uses the first sleight you ever learned if you had a Scout magic book. It is just so easy. There's nothing to it. And it's based on a thing that Gene Grant had, uses X's and O's, but I kind of put some little subtleties in it and made it mine with this and that. You need 4 business cards. I put M-I-N-D on mine. If you have a 4-letter word that you want to put on there, make it clean. Feel free, depending on the environment you're working in. M-I-N or D. The only thing that you have to remember is to keep them in order. Now, I am dyslexic, so I can never remember what's on what card. It does it all for me. This does the entire thing for me. So if they choose the letter M, all right, you take that card and you put it on their hand. All right, now if they choose the letter I, you move that top card to the bottom, and then you take this card, and that goes on their hand, all right? If they chose the letter N, again, what you do is you move those 2 cards down, keeping them in order, and the N goes. If they choose the D in that case, you can put it on top like I did, or you can just put it in their hand. It doesn't matter. These cards, on the back of the M, I have a that card. On the back of the I have this card. On the back of the N, I have that card. On the back of the D, I have this card. So they basically alternate, okay? We've got that card, this card, that card, this card. Or you put this card, that card, this card, that card. It really doesn't matter so long as they alternate. So if you keep them in order, let's say you take the M. That card's going to be this card. The one that matches the one you took away is going to be 1 card away, right? If you keep them in order. So he chooses a card. I think he chose D, but let's say he chooses N. I'm going to cut the cards at the N. I'm going to pick this card up. I don't remember what's on it because of my dyslexia, but I just look at the back. As I say, you chose that card, and I'm looking at it, which makes sense because it says that card on the back, so it tells me. He puts it in his hand. It goes face down in his hand. What I'm doing is I'm getting ready for the move. And I get ready for the move now because even though it's a simple, easy move, if you're in certain environments, you got cards in your pocket, they stick, you could have a bad moment. So I'm getting ready for the glide. And what that means is I take the bottom card and I just pull it down just a little bit, enough that I can get to the card behind it. And then I say, you chose that card. You didn't choose this card. It says this card on it. And I say, you chose that card. And I point with the card, but I'm pulling out the middle card. It's the card they haven't seen, okay? And I go, you chose that card over there. Now I can spread these cards out. I can say, you didn't choose this card, and it goes on top. You didn't choose this card, and it goes on the bottom. So now I can spread these out, and because it's this, this, and this, I just miscall the middle one. I say, you didn't choose this, this, or this card. And I've spread it in such a way that you see part of the A, but you only see the line going up right there. So it looks like an I. You didn't choose this, this, and this card. You chose that card, turn it over, show everybody. And it looks really fair. It's a great little walk around piece. So it's called This and That. Any questions? No? Okay, good. right, let's do another simple little thing. All right, this is so I like stuff that's just so easy and yet convincing. Can I get, okay, that went to the restroom. Good, so I'm going to use, I guess I'm going to use a lot of people down here, all right? So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to start with you first, okay? And I'm going to be really fair on this. So I'm going to go through the end of the card like that, and you'll be able to see every single card as I go through it, all right? I'm going to stop where you want me to stop. There's no trickery here on that. So just do me a favor, say stop anytime.
Stop.
That's where you want to stop?
Sure.
Okay. So I want you to look at that card, make sure you know what it is.
Okay.
You got it? Good. All right, good. I'm going to do the same with you. I'm just going to go through here, say stop anytime.
Stop.
Okay. Look at that card, make sure you know what it is. You got it?
Yes.
Good. I'm going to do the same with you as well, all right? Do me a favor, just say stop anytime.
Stop.
Right there, that's where you want to stop? Okay.
Yes.
Look at that card, make sure you know what it is. You got it? Okay, good. I'm going to do the same with, I'll do the same with you right here. Do me a favor, just say stop anytime. Stop. Right there? Okay. Look at that card, make sure you know what it is. You got it? All right. And I'll do it with one more person. Okay. I could do it with everybody here, but say stop anytime.
Stop.
Right there? Okay. Look at that card, make sure you know what it is. You got it? Good. Can I get all of you to stand up for me, please? Good. Just think of your cards for me. You could do a couple of false shuffles here if you wanted to. It's not necessary, but... Is your card the Ten of Hearts?
Yes.
Give him a round of applause, please. Thank you. Ace of Hearts?
Correct.
Give him a round of applause, please. Nine of Clubs?
Yes.
Yeah. Another round of applause for him. Five of Clubs? Yeah. Have a seat. You didn't choose the same card, did you? Three of Spades?
Yep.
Give him a round of applause. I could have done every person in this room, well, so long as there's less than 52 people, I guess. I don't know. You get a little weird when you get down to 3 or 4 cards. It's really, really simple. There's just one move in it, all right? I really do riffle down to his card. He can see all the cards as they're going through. Right there, all right? And then I turn and I look away. I don't want to see what the card is. What I want to see is what this card is. So I'm buckling this card. And I'm getting a look straight down, which is perfect. I see it's a 3 of Spades. The 3 of Spades, okay, which is this card right there. Again, I'm just buckling it like that, and I'm looking down, straight down in there, and I'm seeing that it's the 3 of Spades, all right? Okay, let's see where you get that. And I think you get the idea. And that's done as I'm looking away, and the crook of my shoulder right here, so nobody can actually see it, 3 of Spades. As I come back, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in, and I'm going to grab that card. Then I'm going to hold a break, and I'll hold a bit of bigger break right there, all right there. The rest of the people I'm going to riffle force cards on. So the first one really is fair. So now I come down and I riffle force the card I just seen on you, and then as I'm doing that, this hand comes down to my side, and again I buckle the card, and as I come back, I grab that card and it becomes the new bottom card. That's the one I force on the next person. And I just keep doing down the line like that. Buckle, force, buckle, force, lift, and going all the way down. Now, all I've got to do is go through the deck, and in your case, it was the Ace of Hearts, I think. In this case, it would be the 3 of Spades. So I go down, I find the 3 of Spades. I know that's not the first person's card, because the card before it was the 5 of Clubs. So I would say your card's the 5 of Clubs, right? Yes. Now I come back. I don't pull the 3 of Spades out. I go back and I go past it, and I come all the way down, and I just look at another card. And I miscall it as that person's card, 3 of Spades. Now I can come back again, maybe come back over here, and then I see the Queen of Diamonds after the 3 of Spades. I know that's the next person's card. And so sometimes I'm pulling a card up like that, even though it's not their card, and just miscalling it. Sometimes I'm actually showing the card, all right? Just to give that sort of subtlety, that misdirection. So any questions on that? Let's go. Hi, the lovely lady right there. Hi, how are you? Good. Would you come on over here, please, for me? Okay. I've got a Bible right here. All right. I'd like you to step behind the Bible, if you will. And let's come back this way, just a little bit right there for the camera. Okay, good. And if you'll open the Bible to any page, but before you do, take the envelope out and just put it in your pocket. Okay. We're going to also need, by the way, we're going to need my ring. Okay. We're going to be using my ring. So open the Bible to any page, if you will. Right. Which one do you want, the left or the right-hand side?
The left-hand side.
This side here?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is just put my ring right about there. And then what I want you to do is point to anybody over on this side and describe what they're wearing.
Gentleman here in the orange.
Orange, stand up for me, please. Yep. So I'm going to take my index finger. I'm going to put it in the coin like that. I'm going to come down the page, all right? You're going to call out stop anytime, but you can't call out stop till after I say the word now. So look at my nose, if you will. And I'm going to start coming down the page. Stop. No, not yet. After the word now. Now.
Stop.
Okay. That's where you want to stop?
Sure.
Good. Would you point to anybody over on this side, describe what they're wearing for me, please?
Yellow sweater.
Stand up for me, please. Good. Hi, how are you?
Fine.
I'm going to go from left to right. You get to call out stop anytime, all right? Again, you can't call out stop till I say the word now because I haven't started. I'm going to start coming across the page now.
Stop.
Okay. You may have a seat. Thank you. Come on over here, please. Would you call out a big word in the center of the room, please? Center of the ring?
Foolishness.
Foolishness, okay? It looks like the word teaching is over there. You could have chosen that. The word none, we could have stopped anywhere. You could have stopped on woman, or maybe even we could have chosen the word reapers, but you chose the word foolishness.
Yes.
Would you show everybody what's inside there, please? Go ahead.
Foolishness.
Give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I wanted to show you this because at the very beginning of my lecture, I also talked about tools and taking those tools and using them in different ways. And this is basically a tool that I've already taught you. It goes back to the phone book. It uses this special ring. Originally, when I started using this, I used 2 rings and I switched rings out. So if you can't get a magnetic ring, which is what this one is, you can go ahead and use 2 rings and just switch them out. You have all the time in the world, all right? All the time in the world while she's opening the book to switch rings after you've shown your ring. You could switch it in your hand. I didn't need to do that. What I needed, though, was I needed a metal shim. And I cut this metal shim. It's a little piece of tin. I actually cut it out of a coffee can, and it sticks upon the ring like that, and it just slides into place like that. And then what I did was I took the Bible, and I know some of you will hate me for this, but there's so many in the hotel rooms that they don't mind. And I cut out a very specific piece from the Bible. You can use any book. You don't have to use the Bible. So don't say, I can't do this trick because I don't want to cut up a Bible. You can cut up any book you want, all right? And so when this is on the ring like this, let's go like this. So she opens it up to any page. So I've got all the misdirection in the world to put that on the... Oh, and here's the thing. If I just put this on there like that, you'd get that click. Not what I want. So the ring comes onto the edge of it like that, and it just slides into place. And that all happens in my hand, all right? So it's very silent right there. So I'm holding the ring like this. It's in my hand. She can't see anything. You can't see anything. She opens it up to any page. I can give her a chance to choose. You do whatever you want. She chose the left-hand page. So that goes on there like that. And all I'm doing is I'm lining up, and you can get that from above right there. I'm lining it up perfectly in the very center there. Now, because she doesn't know what's about to happen, she has no reason at all to be looking inside the ring. None. Or memorizing any words. She doesn't know where we're going with this. There's 2 whole pages right here. So again, she points to the person over there, describes what they're wearing. My finger goes in the center. Once it's in the center, there's nothing to see. Now I can come down the page. If I end up in a white spot, I don't mind, a white area between lines. I don't mind, because when this person chooses, when I'm going across the page, I can just pull out of the white area and go. I have to go pretty quick in here because the Bible has a column in the center, so at the end I have to go across quick because I didn't want her to see there's no line in the center. Then what I do, nobody can see anything, but I can. I can see if it's lined up or not. So I can fix it before I take my finger out. I take my finger out and I say, do me a favor, come over here, call out a big word in the center of the ring. Now, to her, the center of the ring actually means the center of the ring. It means in the very center. And the only word in the center of the ring, big word, is foolishness. That's the only big word right there. There are other words in there, but it's the only big word in there, and it's in the center of the ring. So once she does that, I then say, and it looks like the word teaching, because it does look like the word teaching. It's actually aching. And it's got the E, piece of the E and the A, and it's eaching right there, over on the side, right over there. All right? So when let's say it looks like the word teaching, I truly mean it looks like. Not saying that it is, it looks like. But to the audience, it appears that she saw that word too, teaching, and she could have chosen that. I then point out a short word, if there is one, like the word none, N-O-N-E. She could have chosen that. And I say, you could have also chosen, and I pointed a word around it, like the word heart. We could have stopped anywhere. Could have chosen heart. Could have chosen maid. But you chose the word foolishness, didn't you? Go ahead, show everybody what's on the paper. She takes the paper out. She shows it to everybody. When she does that, the cleanup is simple. It just goes, I'll do it on this finger. It goes like this, across like that, and that piece is right there like that, and it sticks to the magnet so that I can pick anything up if I want to and keep it covered until my hand goes in my pocket and gets rid of that piece, all right? So just the exact same tool, just used in a very different way. Any questions? No?
You did silent, joining them silently?
Yeah. So all the attention is on her. So all it's going is on the edge, like that, just on the edge of it. Okay, so I'm just placing it on the edge quietly, and it can all happen in that hand. I can even do that, and it's already in there. And then I can fix it over here by holding it like that. Okay?
Got it.
So, and again, if you don't have a magnetic ring, the other thing about a magnetic ring is if you're going to do silverware bending, you don't want to wear a magnetic ring. Otherwise, I would have been wearing it the entire lecture, but I couldn't do that. Now, the other thing is you can just wear a different ring and switch it out, which I've done that as well at times as well. So, let's try this. I like putting little subtleties into things. So let's go with, can I ask somebody we haven't used, I hope. How about the gentleman right there in the green? Can you make your way around here? Can you make it up here? Yep. Perfect. So just stand right there for a second and just look at me, please.
All right.
And just touch the back of my hand for 1 second. Just that one finger if you can.
One finger, okay.
Okay, that's good. You can stop. All right. I think I can use you for this. Good. And take my marker. All right. And what you're going to do is you're going to write a 2-digit number right over here. All right. Don't let anybody else see it, but you just put it right there. A nice 2-digit number. So no, take it. I don't want to see it. I'm going to turn around. You take it.
Okay.
You take it. Okay. Go ahead. Write it on there. And try and do it in such a way that nobody else sees it.
Okay.
You done?
Got it.
All right. So put it right here, please. Writing side down. Just right like that. Okay. Put the cap on the marker. Good. Now, if you take a look at and you can't see it through there, right? I mean, okay, so if you look right here, you can see there's a V and a 1. What would that be in Roman numerals? The lines of my hand makes a V and a 1. What would that be?
6.
It would be a 6, Roman numeral 6, right? And if I'm over there, you can see that now becomes a 7, right? Right there with a line on top, right? Yeah. Okay, so I want you to look at the lines. This is what I want you to do. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put that on top right there, so we only focus on the lines. And look at the lines. And if you watch the lines, you can start to see that they start to move. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah? I want you just to keep looking at them. And if you look at this top one where the 7 was, it kind of goes around there and sort of makes a 2 now, doesn't it? Is that your first digit, a 2?
Yes.
Okay, keep looking, please. And I want you to look at these lines right over here. Okay? And they start to move a little bit. You can see them moving, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I see 3 lines, 1, 2, 3. Is the second digit a 3?
Yes, it is.
Your number was 23?
That's correct.
Give them a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Stay here. So this is what I want you to do now. On the line, I want you to write a word. Any word at all, okay? It can be a person, place, or thing. Make it nice and neat, because I want you to show it to somebody over here. Don't let the camera see it. You done? Okay, just show it to one person if you can. That'll keep you honest and keep me honest as well. Don't let me see it. Don't let the camera see, because I don't want to see it in the monitor right there. Okay, just put it down on here, please, if you will. And again, yeah, like that. Okay, good. Put the cap on there, if you will, for me, please. And this is what we're going to do. I'm going to hold that right there, all right? And I want you just to look right there. Okay, we can't see through there, right?
Nope.
Okay, good. So just concentrate. Look at me. Look at me. I'm going to say person, place, or thing, and I'm just going to look at your eyes, okay? Person, place, thing. Okay. Your eye. Okay, I'm not 100% sure. Let me do it one more time. Person. Okay, good. I put the focus on your eyes, but you smiled on person as I said that. I'm going to go that it's a person. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It is correct. Give me a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, stay right there. Stay right there. Okay. So, look at me again. Look at the cards again.
Okay.
Look at me. Okay. Now I've got to try to figure out person's name, type of person, job. It's a person's name, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, let's see this. Okay, look at me. Person you don't know, just made up. Person close to you. It's a person close to you, isn't it?
Yes.
granddaughter, mother, wife. Okay, it's either granddaughter or daughter like it, or wife. Is that right?
It's one of those three.
It's one of those. Is it your wife?
Yes.
And I don't know her, do I?
No, you don't.
Is her name Kathy?
That's correct.
Give him a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So both of these are really, really simple and really, really easy to do. There's nothing to it. The first one, I have a little box at the very top, and at the bottom it says put a 2-digit number in the box with a little arrow going up on it. The thing is, he kept handing me the cards differently, so I had to readjust them. I normally don't like doing that, but I put it in such a way that there's a head at the very top here, so I know the orientation of the cards, okay? And there'd be the orientation as if I was showing somebody a business card that way, like that. So the card goes on top like that with the number right there. It goes there. And all I do is in the very back area, I hold a little bit of a break. Just a little bit of a break in the back. It doesn't have to be that big. You just hold a break right there. And the reason I'm holding that break is because what's going to happen is at some point I'm going to lift up like that and look. And it all happens in misdirection of showing you my hand. The lines on my hand, okay, I've got a V right there and I've got the other line. If you look at your hand, you have exactly the same thing. So I'm getting to be about the lines of my hand. I say, look, there's a V and a 1. What would that be in Roman numerals? That would be a 6. That's right. I say, and if I turn it up that way, you can now see that that's a 7, isn't it? And as I say 7, I'm doing that. I'm getting the peak, his attention. He can't see anything, but I'm getting, yeah, right there. I'm just getting a peak right there at that moment, okay? It's in the perfect time, perfect moment. And if I did that, you can see that that's actually, so he sees the 7. Now I know what the number is. Everything else is just play, except there's some double speak. And this is based upon a thing by Luc Jamay, where psychologically you would have him actually see the lines moving in his hand. You actually see the lines moving in my hand. And the way you see the lines moving is because I just move my hand slightly like that. So when I say, you can see the lines actually moving, right? He has to say yes, because the lines are actually moving. All right? And then what I do is, like, for instance there, that's 7. I look for things in my hand so I can point it out. So we have the upside down 7 right there, the V. But if I start to do that, it now becomes sort of like a 2. So I can say, look, you can see actually there's a 2 there. And usually with lay people, they're much more excited than they are with magicians. And they go, yeah, I see the 2, because all of a sudden they do see the 2, even though they know it hasn't changed, but they're recognizing, and because they realize that's the first digit of their number. So then I go over here and I look for something that might be a 3, and I go, I don't really see anything. Oh, I see 3 lines. Look, and now you can see that line right there becomes 3 lines, and I just BS, and it becomes 3 lines. Is it 23? And their number is going to be 23. All right? The other one is simplistic in itself. There's just simply a line on there with the right orientation for me, because I don't like reading upside down if I don't have to. Can, but he puts it on there. And then as I go to square the cards up, I'm just, it's for you card guys, easy. You're just pushing that over, and all you're doing is stealing it off and then holding it like this. So it's simply, you're palming it off. You're holding the rest of the cards like that. That's all. And I can see that it's Kathy in my hand right there. I play with this any way you want to play with it. It doesn't have to be a person, place, or thing. It can be anything you want it to be. And then when you say a statement and he laughs, you just come over and just put it back on and kind of just square it back up. Now you're ready to go again. There's nothing to see. You're very open with this whole thing as you talk it from that point on. But I know that it's Kathy. And I just took a chance at Kathy with his wife. I didn't know if it was wife or daughter. I knew it probably wasn't. I don't know. I wasn't 100% sure what it was, but I took a good guess that it was going to be that, because I know I'm going to get the word Kathy anyway. Because even if he says no, I go, who is this person? Don't tell me their name. Who is it? They tell me, then I'll say Kathy, and I get it. So I'm going to end with a strong thing anyway, so I can take chances. And I do that a lot of times with like Q&A and stuff like that. I will take chances because I know I've got this strong information I can come back with. So I can say things that there's no possible way I could ever know. No possible way. I can say, yeah, you lived on the 3rd floor, didn't you? Or you lived on the 7th floor. And they go, yes. And I go, and if it hits a yes, I go, and you didn't write that down. Nobody could know that, right? So I can get that type of information as well. So, and I do that with a lot of the work that I do. So any questions about that? Anybody? Actually, would you like to learn one more?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. All right. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to hand this out. If you'll pass that back to the gentleman in the white back there for me, please. Hi, sir. How are you?
Doing well.
Now, you may need glasses for this, all right? You may need glasses for this. So if you use glasses, I want you to go ahead and just take them out for me, okay? And let's see if we got... Okay, sorry about that. So I am going to need... What am I going to need here? I need an envelope. I want that one. Can we take that from the beginning again? I wasn't set. I had moved something earlier. So I'm going to go back over here. Give me that book back, please. Thank you. I just want to make this be a little bit smoother than it is. Sorry about that. Things got moved around earlier on. And we are... Not sure how that even happened. All right. So here we go. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass this over to you. If you'll give that to the gentleman back there for me, please, the gentleman in the white. Now, sir, you may need glasses for this, so if you'll take out glasses if you happen to need them. I'm also going to have the gentleman in the black right there. With the, if you'll stand up for me, please. Just keep looking at me for 1 second. All right. I think that will be... That should be right. I'm going to put that on the table right there. Would you just name a two-digit number out loud, please? Any two-digit number out loud.
47.
47. Stay standing for me, please. Sir, would you turn to the white pages in that phone book for me, please? And keep it held up. And would you stand for me, please? Just stand up. And would you turn to page 47, but hold it up so I can't see anything about it. You there? Okay, just hold that up for me right now. I'm going to also ask... I'm going to ask you to stand for me, if you will, for me, please. Okay. Just keep looking at me. All right. I'm going to put that right there. And... yeah, just stay standing for me, please. I have a deck of cards here. And this is what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to ask you just to reach in and just touch. And actually, let me show you the faces all different, first of all, okay? And I want you just, what you're going to do is reach in and you're just going to just touch a card. That one, that's the one you want right there? Hold out your left hand because I don't want you to see it. Just hold your left hand out. Your left hand. Yeah. Oh, that's your right hand. Sorry about that. Yep. Put your other hand on top. I don't want you to look at it, okay? Just keep it right there. Good. Thank you. Okay, just stare at that page for a second for me, please. Okay, just keep staring at it. Okay. Stand for me, please. I want you to take all three of those envelopes. 47, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you open the first envelope? And would you show him what I predicted, please? 47. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. You don't even know what your playing card is, do you? You have absolutely no clue at all. Would you open the second envelope for me, please? Yeah. What does it say?
6 of hearts.
6 of hearts. Would you take a look and tell me if it's a 6 of hearts?
6 of hearts.
Yes, okay, good. Thank you very much. Yep. Now I want you to think about how impossible this is. You didn't even know what that card is. You got to choose 47. You chose a 6 of hearts. You're at that phone book right there. And are you on page 47?
I am.
You are. Would you take that first column right there, whatever it is, and their phone numbers right there? Are you in the white pages?
I am.
You are. So what I want you to do is I want you to, 6 of hearts, count down to the 6th phone number for me, please. In a loud voice, would you call out what that phone number is?
689-5400.
689. Remember 689? 5400. Number 3 envelope. Would you take that envelope, please? And would you take out? And would you read off what it says?
689-5400.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Again, this is really, really easy. Really easy. And I've made it even easier for you. But you don't have to do it exactly this way. All right? So here's the thing. Okay, so let's get number 1, number 2. All right. So the very first thing is I act like I'm making a prediction. So what I do is I take out the piece of paper right here, but I know what his card's going to be because I'm going to force it on him. So I'm writing the 6 of hearts. So I'm actually going to be 1 behind, all right, or 1 ahead, depending how you want to look at it. That goes in this envelope, and that envelope goes down on the table, all right. That's actually going to be the number 2 envelope. So there's a 2 in it now, but there wasn't earlier, all right. So that goes on the table. Now I have him call out his number. I know his number. So I take the next envelope, I take out the paper, and I go ahead and I write 47. That goes in this envelope, all right? So the number 1 envelope is now actually going on top of the number 2. Now here's the thing. Because I know 47, and because I know 6 of hearts, I now know the phone number. How do I know the phone number? Because on the back of here, I have taken the 6th phone number of every page and I've written it on there as a cue sheet, all right? So it's sitting right on here. So when I take this out, I just turn this out. And every 10th number I've made bold, so it makes it really easier for me to see it and get to it. I take out this paper. I open it up. I come on over, and all I'm doing is I'm looking. I can even actually put it right underneath it right there, so it's under 47, so I can see it. And now I'm writing the phone number over here. It goes on here. And if you wanted to, you could have 2 envelopes and just put the other envelope on top. I just simply turn them face down right there. This goes on top. Now, this is the order. 3, 1, 2. Except normally they don't have anything on them. So what I do is this, okay? And I would normally seal these. I just didn't want to for the lecture. The first one gets the number 3 on it. All right? And it looks like I'm taking them in order, but I'm going to push the top 2 off. Pull the bottom 1 over, put a number 2. Push the top 2 over, put a number 1. Now they're all in order. 1, 2, 3. I can give them to the guy over there. So, any questions on that? It's a very strong little piece that takes up a good bit of time, and if you put a lot of patter to it and play with it and work with your moves, it can be a really strong routine. It can actually even be an ending for a show. So, there we go. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
All right. Keep it going.
Thank you.
For banachek. And sir, if you will come over here and join me here. Nice job.
Good to see you.
Nice job. Yeah, wow, fantastic stuff. And some of the amazing work that you pioneered, and you're sharing all of the details up to this point.
I try to share as much detail as I can without leaving anything out, but the problem is I have so much stuff that sometimes I forget little subtleties and things like that, but I really try not to. I know there's a lot of guys that say, hold stuff back, and I've had people tell me that. Why don't you hold some things back? You know, don't give out all the gems, you know, I just let them earn it. And I'm like, no, you know what, I've learned these things through trial and error. I'd rather see good magic out there.
Yeah, and I'm with you on that.
If they're going to do my stuff, let's have them do it good.
Give them the best opportunity
exactly,
to do it
because here's the amazing thing. You know, a lot of people say, is magic dead? Where's it going? You hear this all the time. I even wrote an article about it on my blog. I have a blog on Blogspot, Banachek, Banachek's blog. And one of the things that I always say about it, I look at it and I go, the stuff that people are doing with cards now, so it's amazing what they're doing. Yeah. Like, you go back, you take a look at Cardini, and I go, what a great performer. The timing, everything is absolutely perfect. But some of the stuff he's doing is nothing compared to what some of the guys are doing now. You know, I'm not trying to take anything away. That was a classic. It was so ahead of its time. And the same thing with mentalism right now. Yeah, we have some bad mentalism, you know, things that we hold on to and things that we do. But those things over time weed themselves out. Mm-hmm. But some of the stuff that we've come up with and some of the stuff that I've come up with, other guys have taken it way beyond that. Psychological subtleties came out years and years ago. Nobody was doing the psychological aspect. Max was doing it a little bit, but nobody really pushed it really hard. And when I started pushing psychological subtleties and going, instead of saying that I'm psychic, saying that I'm taking my 5 known senses to create the illusion of a sixth sense, which isn't my line. It's a Ned Rutledge's line. He did a very little lecture because he was a professor. He did a little lecture on it. And Randy told me about that because I didn't want to say I was psychic like all the other mentalists because I couldn't do that. You know, so I called him up and I said, do you mind if I take that and really run with it? So I ran with it. And then I wrote the book, Psychological Subtleties and that. And then Andy Nyman and Darren Brown took that. And they took it beyond. And that's my point. They took it way beyond that even. But it all starts with that.
Coming up with the faucets, you know, that apparently that's what they're actually
and
using.
That's okay, but the problem is a lie is a lie is a lie. And Darren was going to this whole thing, NLP thing, at the early days, and it became a lie is a lie is a lie. And I always said this, look, if you're going to start lying too much, we all lie with what we do. It's the nature of what we do, but we tend to be honest liars. And if you're going to lie about that, you are setting yourself up for exposure. And what I mean by that is, like even with Darren with the NLP, he's setting himself up for somebody to write a newspaper article to expose how the tricks are done. And when they do that, it doesn't just hurt Darren, it hurts all of us. And it's that same way when people are saying they're psychic. They're setting themselves up for exposure. And this is why I think there should be disclaimers on most of what we do. I do say I use psychology, but as you notice in my lecture, I use a lot of psychology in there. Would I rely upon a single effect? I have for that, but I certainly wouldn't rely on an entire show. So I say I use verbal communication, which I do, nonverbal communication, psychology, lots of magic, and perceptual manipulation. I put lots of magic in there because I want them to know I'm using magic. And Darren's now come where he embraces the magic side of the whole thing. But I think you've got to be very careful where you take the mentalism.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now, in your stage work, you disclaim it, but there was a point early on for you where you were acting like you were really a psychic. You were basically employed by Randy to go kind of undercover into this study.
That's a little bit of a misconception right there.
Okay, all right. So what?
Yeah.
So okay. Well, we're talking about Project Alpha.
Right.
Project Alpha was late '70s into the early '80s.
Yep.
And tell everybody what am I not quite understanding?
Yeah, I think what we're missing here is my beginnings, and it's very crucial to how this all came about. How I ended up fooling the scientists for 4 years and convincing them I was a genuine psychic. I wanted to come out and explain it was an illusion, but it all started. I was born in England. My mom and my dad came to the United States. My mom left that same year, took me in tow with her to England. She remarried, and then when I was 9 years old, almost 9 years old, we emigrated to South Africa, and my mom left, and I was pretty much abandoned with 2 brothers, a year and 3 years old. We had a stepfather, but my stepfather was an alcoholic. We pretty much only saw him on Sundays. We fended for ourselves. My brothers were a year and 3 years old. They like to say that they took care of themselves, which but and in some ways they did, because then my road dad found out about me, my situation. He was in Australia, and that was when I was 15, so I went there. I was there for about a year, almost a year and a half, almost. From there, we moved to Aurora, Colorado. From Aurora, we moved to Pennsylvania. And it was, so here, I was a kid that was socially inept. Even when I was in high school, that family had a lot of issues, so I moved out, and I had 3 jobs just to finish high school. So I really was socially inept.
But I know that your time in South Africa was when you started to get interested in Uri Geller, and you heard him on the radio. You weren't able to go see him, but you thought everything that you were hearing was real.
Geller was on Springbok Radio, and there was no TV there. In fact, when I left, they had televisions, and they were showing Popeye via videos or somehow, but they had no television station yet. And that's when I left, right before everything happened with apartheid. But Geller came over there, and all the adults I knew believed that Uri Geller was genuine. Now, my mom had left her wigs, and she left all her sewing kit and all that stuff. In fact, I was a kid, I used to read mystery novels, and I've always been interested in, the mystery and that kind of stuff, and I guess that's where I started getting interested in magic. Well, my grandfather over in England actually did magic tricks for me, like, think of something like a cup of coffee. Okay, cup of coffee. Close your eyes. I closed my eyes. Keep your eyes closed. And about 3 minutes later, there's a cup of coffee sitting on the table. So, and that was my first magic trick, My mom calls daffodils Stephen's magic flowers, because when I was a kid, at night, the daffodils would be there, and they'd be wide open, and then when you wake up in the morning, they'd be closed, or they'd be closed at night and open up in the morning, It was, so they were called Stephen's magic flowers. But anyway, heard Geller on the radio, so I picked up a pen, because he said, you can all do this through the radio, and he kind of alluded we would do it, but at the same time taking credit for him doing it when it happened. So I'm holding that pen, and I'm constantly, imagine, here's a kid believing in this stuff, willing it to, wanted to, and I believe that pin bent. Didn't bend a lot, but just minutely. I truly believe that it actually bent. So I believed in Geller all those years. And, so I was this kid in high school, socially inept kid, a jacket on me in the back of the classroom, bought a gallon of milk one time and couldn't go in the store and take it back because it was, it was sour. I couldn't take it back. I was just too embarrassed. But in the meanwhile, I picked up a book by James Randi. It was called The Truth About Uri Geller. He had to change the name later. But The Truth About Uri Geller. And what Randi said was the truth about Uri Geller was that Geller was not a psychic, but he was a magician. He was a con man. That's basically the way Randi put it. And it was a whole different perspective for me. And it was a valuable lesson not to listen to always what everybody else says, to do the research myself, even at that young age. So from the book, I was able to figure out a way to bend a nail. I created my own way to bend a nail. And then I took it a step further, and then I started bending silverware, creating my own methods from what I had heard you're supposed to see, which turned out to be nothing like that. And so much so that all the kids in high school were stealing all the silverware and bringing it to me. And they went to plastic silverware till I graduated. I got in trouble for that. I was always trying to figure out new ways to do things because now I'm really excited, And I figured out how to make the school bell go off early so that we could get out of school early, as if I was concentrating on it, and make the clock stop and do stuff like that. I had a lady beat me over the head with a broom because I made the clock stop in her store one time. She thought I was a witch and beat the crap out of me and chased me out of there. But all of a sudden I was doing all these things. So what I did was I wrote Randi a letter. I said, look, and I guess maybe I was a little cocky. No, I wasn't cocky, but I just, I was very confident in what I was doing. Because nobody was catching me with everything I was doing. I was even making things vanish from a box and appearing wherever they wanted to in the room and stuff like that. And I started doing all these things. Now keep in mind, I did not know that there was such a thing called mentalism. I had no clue. All I knew was that there were people that con people using tricks and things like that. A little bit later, I learned about Kreskin, around about a little bit later, but not much later than that. So I wrote Randi this letter. I said, you ever need a kid to fool scientists? I'd be happy to do it. So I got a letter back from him, never expecting a letter, but I got a letter back. Look, if you're ever in the area, I'd like to visit with you. So the opportunity came about. I saved money and I went there and I went to go see him at his house there. And I was very disappointed because Randi didn't show me any tricks. And he didn't ask to see any tricks from me. So I thought, wow, this was a waste. But I was to find out later the reason he did that is because if the opportunity, first of all, he wanted to see my character and what kind of person I was. That was really important for him. And then on top of that, he wanted to be able to tell scientists if the opportunity ever came about. He wanted to be able to say, look, I didn't train this kid. I didn't teach him a single magic trick. Can you imagine what would have happened had I taught him? I don't think I would have been any better, to be honest with you, because I was creating stuff. I was, my forte is to be creative. I can create things. I'm a problem solver. You give me 3 or 4 tricks. That's the hardest thing, coming up with a presentation. I can figure out 3 or 4 different methods for each way to do it.
When you finally did get involved in this deception, you had to think of ways to solve these problems that they presented to you.
No, actually I did. But the misconception is that Randi trained me and sent me in. Randi didn't even send me in. What happened was Washington University was given $500,000 to study PKMB, which is psychokinetic metal bending. And I wrote them a letter because it was, actually there was a girl at the hospital that I worked, because I waxed and scrubbed floors, and some funny stories with that too. I met a magician in Gatlinburg who had me sticking my hand in traps and stuff like that. I went to this convention, and we can talk about how that happened later on, but I went to this convention and this guy said, hey, this is how you put your hand in the trap. Go ahead and do it. I put my hand in the trap. He taught me how to do it. And next thing he's like, ladies and gentlemen, round up. We see the Wonder Boy sticking his hand in the trap. And it's like, and he told me he did magic with snakes and stuff. So I'm at the hospital and I'm waxing floors and stripping floors, and I'm in the psych ward, and all of a sudden I say, hey, Steve, how you doing? It's a guy that's locked up in the psych ward, and that's the guy that was having me put my hand in the traps, So anyway, so I wrote the scientists. I said, look, I can do this, because they were looking for kids to give it metal, and I wrote them a letter. I said, I can do it, and they wrote me a letter back, and they said, we'd love to fly you out and take a look at you, and if you can do this stuff. So about 2 weeks later, I meant to call Randi and let him know, but things just kept happening, and I never did. But then he called me up. He says, hey, there's this guy that's been given $500,000 at Washington University to study metal bending, and maybe you should write to him. I said, wait, don't say anything. Think of his name. He says, start with a P. He goes, yeah, how'd you know that? I go, I've already been accepted. His name's Peter Phillips. So I'd already been accepted. And then he told me about Mike Edwards, who had already been there and bent some keys and stuff for him. But Randi told me Mike only knew how to bend keys. Turns out Mike knew how to do other things too. So that was sort of a misconception. For many years I thought that was true. And so I ended up going.
I think Mike actually told him that because he was kind of downplaying his own skill set
Maybe.
at the time.
Yeah, he may well have been. I don't know. So, but he told Randy that, and I asked Randy told me about Mike, and I said, well, can I trust him? And he says, well, I don't really know him. So again, Mike had already been accepted too, and they wanted to do work with him. So they flew me in.
And honestly, these scientists were trying to test what they were trying to see was real phenomenon, psychic phenomenon, and out of the entire pool of people that they interviewed, they happened to pick 2 magicians.
Exactly right.
They didn't know that.
That's because everybody else that said they could do it looked like crap. They were taking poker irons and doing that, and stuff like that. It was just, it didn't look good, but what we did looked good. But keep in mind, I wasn't doing... I wouldn't do the big bends that we did right here. Mm-hmm. So I flew in. I met Mike at the airport, and we just knew we were going to hit it off right away because we were both sarcastic sense of humor and everything else. And I was one of the ones that then Mike was a law student, so he was a little bit more reserved. But me, I always said, yeah, I can do this, I can do that. There was nothing. And I met Peter Phillips, and he had a bracelet on, and I asked him about it. He said it was given to him by a witch doctor, and it was a healing bracelet. So I thought this might be easier than I thought. But going in, I had no clue what it was going to be like. So all of our bends in the early days, they were micro bends, very small, just a millimeter or something like that. And later on, we started doing more macro bends. We would not do the things that we actually did right here. But for 4 years, we were able to convince them we were genuine psychics. Now, keep in mind, going in there, we set rules for ourselves. Because scientists had lamented for many, many years. They'd said there's no evidence of ESP under controlled conditions because of lack of funding. And it was my contention, and it was Randy's contention, that it had nothing to do with lack of funding. It had to go with them going in with a pro-biased opinion. Mm-hmm. In other words, they already believed in stuff, and they just wanted to document their own beliefs already. They weren't going to use proper science. They were going to take that first step and find out whether it was genuine or not. They already believed it was genuine. They were just trying to document it. And then the other thing is that because they had PhDs, they would think that they were too smart to be fooled by a simple magic trick, so they wouldn't consult an expert like a magician. Right. Because they were smarter than the magician. So we put those were our 2 hypotheses, which turned out to be absolutely true in the end. And then the other thing was this: if we were ever asked if we were magicians, we would have said yes, and we're working for Randy. We were never asked that. Right. After we came out and said it was all fake, that we were magicians, there was a spokesman from McDonnell Douglas came out and said that we were asked. Well, that never happened. And the incident he referred to was this. Part way later on, because we would always write Randy letters when we did experiments, and we'd say, look, we just did this thing with a bell jar. We just did this thing with a fuse where we have to shorten the life of the fuse. And with a bell jar, we had to make something move underneath it. And we would tell Randy would immediately type them a letter and say, look, if you ever do a thing with a fuse box, and they never caught on that Randy seemed to know the experiments. I don't know why. Right. Maybe they thought he was psychic. I don't know. But they never really caught on. But the only time we were ever asked anything, excuse me, the only time we were ever asked anything was right towards the end. Randy let out a couple of rumors at a magic convention. Mm-hmm. Marcello Truzzi was there. He was a sociologist and also an investigator as well. But Randy let out 2 rumors. And the 2 rumors, one of them was real and the other one was false. One rumor was that the scientists were working with me and Mike and Randy to discredit the rest of the parapsychological community. And then the other one was the real one, that Mike and I were working with Randy to try to fool the scientists. Mm-hmm. So when we showed up, they said, look, we heard a couple of rumors here. And they were kind of like laughing, but we were like, oh, crap, okay, this is it. And they said, we heard that you and Mike were working with Randy to try to fool us. And Mike and I almost came out and said yes, but we paused, because they didn't say, are you? Mm-hmm. And they said, and that's absolutely ridiculous. And they laughed. And they said, and we heard one even more funnier than that, and that we, pointing at themselves, the scientists, were working with Randy as well. Right. How ludicrous is that? So they didn't believe in those things. We were never, ever asked. It never, never happened. Yeah. At the very end, when we came out and we explained that everything we had done was an illusion, we had a press conference in Time Life Building in New York City. And there we were, and I think there were reporters from all over the world there, and they were expecting Randy to make an announcement that he's found 2 real psychics. We performed, we did our little things, and then we came out when some reporter asked us, how did you do that? We said, well, for the last 4 years, we've been fooling the scientists. And you see all of their jaws just drop, the reporters and everybody else, their jaws drop. The scientists would not answer their phone until they spoke with us. And I have a phone conversation from that moment still. I still have that conversation. And they said, well, we've heard this thing, that Randy says you were working for me. I said, well, what do you think? Because I wanted to get them to say it. Mm-hmm. And they said, we don't believe it's true. I said, well, unfortunately it is. well, how? You know, and then they started asking questions about every single little thing.
Sure.
Well, what about this? What looking for one thing to hold on to.
That was
and
still
keep
real.
in mind, there are things sometimes that I just throw out there and take guesses and I hit. So those things are like, oh, that had to be real, that had to be psychic. But they're educated guesses, you know, that's all that those things were. The rest of it was all just plain trickery. Since that time, a lot of magicians, some magicians who want people to believe that maybe they possess abilities, mostly mentalists, I said, well,
wait, I just found the quote. I was looking through here and I found the quote that Walter Uphoff said. He was desperately trying to explain the fumbling that was going on after that, and he said he said to a reporter, "How do these kids know they're fakes?"
Yeah, no, exactly. How do we know? Exactly. And then the other quote was, if they say they were lying then, how do we know they're not lying now?
Right.
So it was just all these different things. But the Mac Lab, well, Uphoff wasn't at the Mac Lab. He was like Berthold Schwartz, who did a lot of work with me. Berthold believed in basically almost anything and everything. I would go visit Berthold. I tried not to do stuff with Berthold because it was coming towards the end of Project Alpha, but he insisted. So, and also because Berthold was one of those that believed that these abilities might be able to use to heal cancer and stuff like that. So that was icky. I didn't want anything to do with that. But Berthold believed in anything. I mean, he had a jar with silverware in it that and it had tape on it and was all screwed up, and it had screwed on tight and glued, and set it up on his shelf by his window. And he called me up one day. He said, you did it. I said, I did what? He said, well, you know that jar that you concentrate on every evening at 7 o'clock? I never concentrate. I was like, oh yeah, that one. Yeah. He said, well, you did it. I'm thinking, wow, damn, I'm good. I said, what happened? He says, well, you missed the jar, but you hit the radiator and it's leaking all over the floor. He handed me a camera one time. He believed in all this stuff. He handed me a camera. He says, I knew a psychic that could take a camera, and it's, I think it was 8mm film or something like that, 9mm, I don't know what it was. It was something. So, anyway, yeah. And, I took he said, can you make UFOs appear on there like she could? I said, I don't know, maybe, probably. I think I can. So I took a picture, filmed the sky and everything. When he had it developed, there's his vacation, and then there's him giving me the camera. And then there, all of a sudden, there's a sky, and then all of a sudden, there's a woman's torso, nipple, and thigh, a woman giving birth to a baby, Jesus Christ, all these images and everything.
Things following, people around.
And when he pointed them out to me, I could see them.
Yeah.
And it was the most amazing thing, but I knew how I did it.
Yeah.
So all that I had done, because he's a Freudian psychologist, all I did was spit on the front of the camera, and as it dried up, it made all these wonderful shapes, and he saw those images in it.
Sure.
I'd go to bed at night, and he would have all these containers sitting all around the bed that was sealed with tape and little filaments and stuff like that. And he was hoping that when I went to sleep, things would happen. And sure enough, one day he came up. He would always take a walk. He'd go to get a newspaper. But before he did, I'd be asleep on the bed. He would come over and he'd look all around, nothing. And then he'd leave, go get a newspaper. He would come back. And one time he came back and he's like, wake up! Oh my God! And all this stuff was bent in these sealed containers. Now, I'm tired because I'd stayed up all night, peeling it apart, getting everything, making the magic. Remember the magic flash screws that you could actually push a pin in and they would go off, So I made those go off. Yep. I charred pieces of paper. I took 2 cards out of there that didn't have stamps on, but they were postcards with a return address. And I sealed all this stuff up, and all these things had been bent and everything else in the end. And then a few weeks later in the mail, he got the letters, and miraculously there was postage on it, which to him was a psychic thing as well. So,
that's like a big clue right there.
Yeah,
and he's
something's
still
going on.
believing that.
But he believed in this.
Yeah.
And there was a guy by the name of Joe Newsom, an escape artist, and I'm going to call him out on this because he lives in Pennsylvania. After this all happened, Berthold knew I knew Joe, and Joe had sort of been a friend, an acquaintance at least, And he called Joe. He says, well, why would banachek, well, Steve Shaw back then, because that was my name. We can get into why I changed my name too, if you want. But why would he do this? And he says, well, I don't know, but I can open locks with my mind. And he started doing research with Joe. And I called Joe up, and I said, Joe, that's not cool, man. Yeah. I said, and first of all, he tried to pretend like his brother. Now, I have a little bit of a lisp, but Joe has an even bigger lisp, so I know it's him and not his brother, but he's trying to pretend he's his brother. I said, Joe, freaking quit it, stop, I know it's you. I said, why would you do that? This guy's already been through enough. We didn't do this to hurt these people. We did this because we felt like it needed to be done, because other psychics were going in, and they were saying they were genuine, not going to come out. But Berthold did research with him till the end, till he almost died, and Joe took credit that stuff was absolutely genuine.
Yeah, and I know you went in, expecting to be able to get stuff past them, but not expecting it to be as big a deal as it was, and over 4 years, and they didn't figure out anything. And you got away with like crazy stuff, one of the things that you guys had to deal with was an aquarium that had stuff in it that was turned upside down.
It wasn't
that was locked.
This was a bell jar for us.
The bell jar one with the paper, I know about that one.
Hydrick did the aquarium. Oh, that aquarium.
That's the one I'm talking about, right?
Coffee grounds on the bottom. Cubes inside of it. 2 poles coming up. A pole going across. Locks inside of that. And there was this guy.
And the doors were completely locked, and the guy's wearing the
doors were locked,
keys around his.
And there was another guy they investigated a little bit. Very creepy guy, actually. And I'm in one of his books and everything else. And this guy claimed that he had spirit communication and everything else, and that spirits would move these little things and write stuff out in the coffee grounds. And he had a camera on. It looked like stop motion photography, but the camera was there the whole time. That's kind of the jerky sort of movements and everything else. And in fact, we pointed out to the scientists that this guy was a fraud. When he levitated the table, we pointed out in the picture that his thumb was underneath it. There was a time that he actually had a bottles that were always sealed, and a card in there, and a little pencil inside of it, and pipe cleaners that were inside there. And he was always trying to get me, because I was always the one doing everything ahead of time. I just went out. So he'd always try to get me to do stuff and try to befriend me. And he said, hey, why don't you see if you can get something to happen with these pipe cleaners and put it up on the wall? And, I concentrated. I really didn't want to, And then when he turned it around, the pipe cleaners had bent up into a little stick figure of a man, and the letters PSA were written on the card and everything else. But I pointed out to the scientists later on, I said, look, the color of the pencil changed. It was a green pencil, now it's an orange pencil, so I think he switched bottles. Because I didn't want nothing to do with this guy. Because he stayed at one of the scientists' house with us, and we became close friends with the scientists, and that's one of the things that was extremely difficult, because we just saw them as the enemy. But these were nice people, good people. And we liked them. They were just a little naive when it came to this stuff. But we went through this guy's luggage, because one of the things he used to do was it was wide open, so it was not like we actually opened it up, it was sitting on the bed. But you would hear taps coming off the floor, different places. And one of the scientists, that same scientist, actually had a book. It was a Dunninger book. And if you look in the Dunninger book that's sitting on the shelf, it shows how to wrap out, how to create a wrapper in your shoe that wraps out things, and I thought the scientists had to have done that, but they didn't. It sounded to me like it was always coming from his right shoe, but the scientists always thought that it was just the spirits wrapping out things and stuff like that. So anyway, he had this aquarium going off on these long days. So Mike and I used to go out and party all night. We got to sleep in the laboratory. It's one concentrating, because we'd be in there for hours and hours and nothing would happen. So I unlocked the window when we left that evening. We went out partying till about 3:30 in the morning. We came back, and I was really skinny, 29-inch waist. Mike was a bit buffer, so he lifted me up. I went through the window, left a huge footmark on the table. I had to take about an hour or so trying to clean that damn thing off. Just trying to find out how to clean it to get it off. And then we went through the lab, and we just bent everything. I mean, completely just demolished everything, bent everything. And then we looked at this aquarium. We turned the camera off. We looked at the aquarium, and we went, And then Mike lifts it up and looked underneath. He goes, holy crap. And although they had locked everything on the top, there were 2 screws in the bottom holding the poles up. So we just unscrewed those, went in there, wrote a whole bunch of stuff out, bent some things in there, put the aquarium back, locked it up, and then turned the camera back on. So it was just like a quick boom. It happened. It's like the spirits did this fuzzy thing, and then when that was gone, there was all this writing everything out. And then we left and went to bed. And then the scientist, Peter, calls me up and says, how you doing? He said, I'm really tired. Didn't sleep very well last night, or hardly at all, which is true. I hardly slept at all. And I said, but I dreamt that we were in the laboratory, and I kept having these nightmares that everything was swirling around and bending, and all kinds of stuff was happening. So about 45 minutes to an hour later, I get a call from the scientist. It happened. What happened? Your dream happened. Oh my God. He believed that while I was sleeping, we caused all that stuff to bend and all those things to happen inside of there. So basically we really messed with these poor people. Now, you talk about the strength of what we did. We worked with these scientists, Randy had given them an outline of, 13 caveats, things that they shouldn't do, like don't let the subjects work with each other at the same time, because we can misdirect for each other.
Don't give them more than one object.
Give them more than one object at a time.
Don't let them control the
None of that stuff. I mean, like, for instance, and mark everything on a micro and macro. And their idea of marking everything on a micro and macro was taking these tags and putting it on where we could see it. And I would take Now, they measured all the forks and spoons from say it was a fork, the tine area right there, the center area right there, and the other two, that area is flat, of course. So it would be millimeters. Now, we didn't know if they had one-way cameras, so all our stuff was done very small. And then they would measure it again, this would be spoon mark number 3 or number 37 or whatever it is. So I would get a fork, and I would try, and I go, this tag's getting in my way. Can I take it off? And I put it down. It'd be tag number 2. Nothing happened. I put it down. I pick up tag number 36, and I concentrate on it. Tag's in the way. Can I put that? I put it down. I put tag 2 on 36, 36 on tag 2, and I go, I think I felt something happen. I don't know. Maybe not much. They measure it, and it's changed just by a millimeter. Now, that was in the early days that we did small things. We did much more macro things. Like, one of the most embarrassing things I ever did was I moved a clock one time, a little alarm clock. I have a great setup for moving clocks. But because your hands come in and out and all that, and this is way before regular invisible threads and stuff like that, and I'm doing this and I did, you didn't have things that pulled out and retracted for you like you do now, spider pins and stuff like that. You didn't have any of that. But the thread broke. So I wrapped it around this finger, wrapped it around that finger, and I come in and I move the clock like that. And it moves over. Now I want to move it backwards. So I come up over it, down the front of it, and I come back like that. Well, the scientists toward the end, they did this tape of things that we did, and that ended up on there. And it was like, oh my God. So the National Enquirer, who, by the way, had done other articles on me, and the one guy had told me, he said, look, we don't need any real evidence to do these stories. All we need is 2 or 3 people saying it's real, and we can write the story. That's all we need. So they could say anything they want. They could say they saw a monster with 3 heads. Sure. So long as 2 people said it, we write the story, But they came, and they asked, they said, why do your hands go forward and then go over it and then come back? And I said, in my brilliance, I said, well, I imagine like there's a rod between my hands. So I've got to really see it there. And as I'm pushing it forward, and then to get it, because I'm seeing it in my mind, I got to go over it to pull it back. And they go, oh, that makes sense, okay. So, yeah. I mean, we did, one of the things, poor Mike, because I would just do anything. They'd say, like, can you make a rotor move under a bell jar? And if you watch Randy's on a slide, that's the one thing we talk about. It's the one thing everybody says, how did you do it? How did you do it? Yeah. Because they basically have this base, and they have a bell jar. They have a needle that comes up, and they put, paper rotors, they put tinfoil rotors, all kinds of rotors made out of different things. They put the bell jar over it. They say, can you make it move? So I concentrate, and it starts moving to the left, spinning. I said, just to make sure there's no air currents on there, because we know it's not static because we put anti-static stuff on it. Can you make it move the other way? I concentrate, it moves the other way. Mike turns to me and he says, hey, do you want to go get a drink? Now, that was our cue always for wanting to talk, because the Coke machines are down the hallway. We'd go down the hallway, and I said, no, Mike, I'm okay, thank you, because I know what he wants. He's like, how the hell's he doing that? And he said, and so he kicks me in my shin. He says, no, let's go, under the table. I was like, all right. Mike was bigger than me, even though I was a little older. So we get down there, and I turn to Mike, and he said, what do you want? He says, how the hell are you doing that? And I look him in the eyes. I said, Mike, you're not going to believe me, man. I'm not going to tell you. He says, no, come on, tell me. He said, how you doing it? I said, I'm telling you, you're not going to believe me. How you doing it? I said, well, we've been here, like, we come here, we come on the holidays, we're not here every single day, but we come on our holidays, we have to take time off for work to come here, we really don't make any money, we get a per diem, but it doesn't cover our costs or anything like that. I said, but it's worth it, because you guess what, Mike? After all this concentrating, I just realized I'm really psychic. Mike turns to me, pushes me, and says, come on, So I tell him, next thing he goes in the room and he's doing it, Another one with these...
And it turns out, I mean, we can tip this because this is all been exposed, but it turns out that basically it was just a little balled up piece of foil under the lip.
Well, yes and no.
I know part of it.
That's
you know more. Part of it was that.
That was how it ended up. But no, what it ended up before that was I found out that if you picked it up and you put it on there, the bell jar on there, I could put it on if I did it myself, and it wouldn't quite sit just right.
Right. That's
so that was the early days. That's all I needed was that little, and it's not even really a gap, just a space. It's weird how it's got to be just right. It has to be just right. And if I blow from this way, it moves one way, and if I turn that way, I can get air going and rotating the other way. So you'd see me do this in the videos. And I got really good at blowing without anybody seeing, move like it. So, but anyway, so that was, that's it. And then what happened, what you're referring to, is they wanted to try to tighten it up. They actually helped me because they covered the bottom with foil because it was anti-static, and they thought maybe static could get through the wood somehow. So they put tin foil over the base. And so when they weren't around, all I did was took a little ball of foil, put it in the groove, so now they could pick it up every time and set it on. And the funny thing is, if you look at the video they presented to the Parapsychological Association, he says, and as you can tell, the base sits firmly, and it's sitting on there already, sits firmly in the groove, and he does that, and you hear clunk, you know, because it just goes like that, you know, because it fits in place, we didn't even notice. So, yeah. Another little experiment I'll tell you real quick was, there was a fuse box.
Yeah.
And the idea, they would put this fuse in there. And it was my job to make the fuses go off quicker than only. Let's say they go off in 20 seconds. Can I get it to do it quicker? Because the current goes through each fuse and they pretty much burn out within 19, 20 seconds. I found out that if I could actually barely touch the fuse, it would shorten. It basically would not short out, but it would not quite have the connection. So the light would go out. It would appear like the fuse went out. So then I would pick up, and then I would switch it for a fuse that was blown. So I found out I could do that. Another one was, so they did these other experiments besides just PK stuff. They would give us an envelope that was stapled shut all the way around. And then they would sit you in a room, and you'd sit in this room all by yourself, and you'd look at a wall up there, and they would show like 20 slides. So I don't remember how many it was. It could have been 25, could have been 12, I don't remember. But I do know that we had to sit there, and we were allowed to hold the envelope, but you couldn't see through it. There was no, even holding up the light, you couldn't see through it. They'd put, you know, a manila folder by Val over it. So I'm holding that. And then you go out and you say, I think it's number 13. And when they open it up, they tear it open, you know, it's number 13. That's the picture that it is. And we would do it just enough to beat the odds, way over the odds, but not so much that it became suspicious. We had to be wrong once in a while. So Mike again asked me how you did that, and I told Mike. But I forgot to tell Mike a couple of things. So Mike goes, because I didn't think they were important at the time, but Mike goes in there. He sits down, and he does exactly what I told him to. I said, just peel open, take your time. They're not watching you. They're in the other room. Take your time, open up every staple on the side, put it down, and look at the picture, put it back in, push the staples through, and close it. Come out, and you know exactly what picture it is. Well, Mike took staples out, and he put them down, looked at the picture, put it in, and in moving, he knocked staples all over the floor in the carpet. So he's trying to find them. He misses like 2 or 3 of them, can't find them. So Mike, thinking quickly when he comes back, because he was a quick thinker too, came in. I think it's number 7, miscalling the picture on purpose because he didn't want to bring attention to that one. But then he starts to tear it open, knowing that he's not supposed to go, no, you can't do it. I go, oh, okay. Now there's a little tear right there where those 3 staples were. They tear it open the rest of the way. So, you know, there was just...
And it's wrong anyway, so they discard it, so yeah.
But I was starting to tell you something powerful, and we can move on from this if you want to at that point, or we can stay here. It's whatever you like to do. You're the moderator. So... here's the thing about this. We look at it now and we go, okay, how silly it is bending silverware. But you know what? There are people, I even do it now, that get freaked out. You know, we were somewhere last night and we were shooting something, and there was a gentleman that in the middle of it said, stop. And he got up and he says, I can't deal with this black magic stuff. And he really truly thought that what we're doing is like black magic. And I respect that, you know, that, but he was ready to leave and everything else, and his girlfriend wanted to see stuff, but he says, I'm putting a stop to this. No, because he believes it's black magic. This is back in the 80s. This is back in the day when you had the Iron Curtain putting out that they had psychics, and we had to sort of take it seriously, because what if it was genuine? You know, what if they had that upper hand and we didn't? There was a gentleman talking about the caveats that Randy put out, that they would laugh about them. They showed us them in the very beginning, and they laughed and said, we couldn't do that. It'll make you feel uncomfortable. So Randy gave that gentleman, Tony Edwards, from the BBC, came to the United States, and I was at a convention. Uri Geller was there, and Geller even on the stage said, these kids can do things that I can't do. So, and we were all at this convention together. So at this convention, Randy gave him the list of caveats, because he said to Randy, he called Randy and said, what would convince you that this was real? So Randy said, here, these caveats. If you can follow those and they can do this, knowing that we were fake anyway, then I'd be convinced. So Tony followed every single one of those caveats. And it was me, Mike Edwards, and Masawaki Kyoto, the Japanese kid that I mentioned in the lecture with the silverware. Masawaki with the twisted spoon. Yeah. And Masawaki claimed to be genuine. He always did. You know, Mike and I, we knew we were going to come out and say we're frauds. Even in his later years, Masawaki claimed that he could heal people. And Randy and I actually exposed him we left the cameras on at a studio when he thought the cameras were off, and we caught him bending the stuff physically, you know, behind the scenes. So, the other great thing about Masawaki is I roomed with Masawaki, and I wanted to get him to admit that he wasn't real. So he spoke perfect English. Well, not perfectly. He had an accent, but I mean, it was pretty perfect. Sure. He was even in a band where he sang a song called The Funky Chicken, that they had made up. So he could speak English. And I said, hey, do you ever find when you can't do these things that you use tricks sometimes? And I gave him that out,
Mm-hmm.
And he says, tricks, I don't understand English. All of a sudden, I didn't understand English. So anyway, we're sitting there, and we're with this guy. Nothing happens all day, except for one thing. Electronic watches just came out, and they were pretty darn expensive back then. It was the cheap ones you get for $1 now, but they were fairly expensive. So he gave us each one of that. So Mike came up with this idea, is when we go to lunch, excuse me, I got this cough I can't get rid of. Mike and I...
That's your water, if you want.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
So we're there, and Mike comes up with this idea. We get a sandwich, and we take the watches, and we put it in our sandwich and stick them in the microwave, and we turn the microwave.
You snuck the watch out, so they didn't know the watch was gone.
Yeah, they didn't know it was gone. Yeah. And so now it's all gibberish, and everything else.
Sure,
and so that's the only thing that happened. And they thought it was pretty amazing, but not that amazing for whatever, because he wanted metal bending. That's what he was going to get this on TV. He was going to be the one that was going to show the entire world that this was real. And Randy couldn't even say that it wasn't. No. Nothing happened.
Of course not.
Nothing.
Of course not.
The cameras go off. Masawaki Kyoto twists the spoon.
Yeah.
Cameras are off. Yeah. All misdirection. Everybody's putting everything away. Yep. Tony Edwards loses it. Completely has a mental breakdown. Starts screaming and yelling that Randy's the devil, that Randy's evil. He should never listen to Randy. It's powerful. This guy believed in this stuff. And it caused him to have a mental breakdown. I had to spend the night with his assistant, his personal assistant, which wasn't a bad thing. She's a very pretty woman. But I had to spend the night with her all night because he kept calling her every 5 minutes, ranting and raving about Randy, and she was frightened. And it was at that moment that Mike and I both said, you know what? We don't want to do this anymore. This is just, this is scary stuff. We're going into areas psychologically that maybe, we're young, we don't get, it was scary. Sure. And Randy said, no, hold on. We're going to come out in about 2 months and we're going to say that it's all, a fake. It's not real. So we held out, but it really let us know. And like I said, the hardest part was in the very end, telling the scientists, because they had become our friends. Yeah. Would I do it all over again? Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting because Peter Phillips, I saw him not too long ago at a convention where he was invited, where they didn't think I was going to be there. Somebody didn't think I was going to be there, so they tried to get him there behind my back. And turned out I had something canceled and I could go. And they wanted him to give his side of the story because a lot of people said they didn't believe. So it was really kind of cool, actually, because he gave his talk, and he started out his talk talking about why he believed in this stuff, and still believed in it, because he saw a guy levitate a table, and it had to be real. And during the talk, and so now the guy, I'm sure, who thought, oh, wait, this guy's going to say that he never believed, he's like, oh, crap, I guess he does believe. And then he goes on later and he says, yeah, these guys were really pointing at me. They were really, really good. We were convinced. That's why I brought Mark Schaefer in to corroborate all the stuff that I had found, And in fact, I thought that I was a bad investigator because I thought I was inhibiting things because we were getting stuff, but we weren't getting it quick enough. So he brought in Mark Schaefer, who came up with all these other ideas for doing all these other experiments. So he definitely believed. But it was nice seeing him. I hold no animosity. I was always worried that he would because, he was a physics professor at Washington University. He had tenure, so luckily there he never lost his job, and was a well-respected physics professor. He was just going into an area that he was not qualified to do.
Sure, yeah, but that willingness to believe just overrides all of the reason that you would think that reasonable people have.
Yeah. It's really interesting because I like performing for engineers. Engineers are great. And the reason I like performing for engineers is because they have to always have an answer. So if I give them an answer that sounds fairly feasible, they're going to latch onto that because they can never just say, I don't know. When I was younger, I used to do a lot of high schools. And I would do some middle schools as well. And some of the professors and the teachers at the schools, they knew all about Project Alpha. So they want me to come in and talk about that. But I would do a mini performance, and I would do some really powerful stuff. And then I would ask all the students, I'd say, how many of you believe that was real? And most of the hands would go up. I say, how many of you don't believe it real? And there'd be 5, 6, 10 hands go up, if that, you know. And I say, you're right. And they get a big grin on their face. And I say, but for the wrong reasons. And I say, why do you not believe? And you go, because my dad told me it's not real. You know, why do you believe it's not real? Because I saw this guy on TV that said it wasn't real. Why do you? And he gave me all these reasons. None of it was personal experience. It was all these other reasons that somebody had told them. Kind of like when everybody told me Uri Geller was genuine. And I believed it because they all said it was real. Right. And so I said to them, I said, look, I said, these other kids have just seen something that they cannot explain. So they have a better reason for saying that it might be real. It's not, but they have a better reason. I said, you are much better off, every single one of you here, saying, I don't know. I don't have enough information. But the problem is most of you, when somebody in your class says, I don't know, you make fun of them. But you know what? If they can say that and not let you bully them into saying that, then they are the smartest person in the room. Knowing stuff doesn't mean you're smart, because you may know the wrong thing and you may be wrong. If you don't have enough facts, if you haven't done enough research, you don't know. You're taking somebody else's word at it. Do the research. You know, check into it. So I truly believe that. I think it's better to say you don't know. You don't always have to be the smartest guy. We do that in magic. People say, you know, I see it all the time. People say, yeah, you know this trick, blood? Oh, yeah, I know that. The guy has no freaking clue. He's waiting for you to show it to him and teach it to him so he can act like you know. Because if you say you know, the guy will say, oh, okay, well, I got this variation. You know, we do what and then he gets the trick that way. And I'm sure you've dealt with that too.
Yeah, all the time. Now, one thing that I find interesting in the information that you told me here is that the rights to your life story have been purchased to
actually it was
a major motion picture.
By Barry Sonnenfeld, who did Men in Black and a whole bunch of other movies and that.
Is it still an option? Oh, should we not talk about it? Or, look, I like this because I can read you. You're easier to read than anybody you've been working with.
The movie may very well still get written.
Oh yeah, well,
he wanted to do it. He wanted to do it with Alan Sorkin, who did West Wing, you know, and have him write it. The problem was they both got on other busy projects. But I've heard recently they're back at it again. And he'd seen Honest Liar, and he saw all my segments where I exposed psychics, evangelists, and things like that. And the Project Alpha. So he wanted to do a whole story about Project Alpha.
That
and
of course,
My Life Rights, and he bought Mike Edwards' rights.
By itself, that time period absolutely would be a blockbuster picture, and you know, and then
if it's done right, because I've seen some really bad movies based upon things like that. And then there's good movies. I mean,
I like The Men Who Stare at Goats. That was fun.
Leap of Faith, you know, which was based upon exactly what I did with Randy, with Peter Popoff, the evangelist. I mean, there were verbiage in that was straight out of our stories. So
absolutely.
And for those that don't know, Peter Popoff. So Randy was coming to Houston, Texas one time, and he was writing an expose on certain evangelists for Penthouse magazines. I don't know how that goes together, but it did. Penthouse magazine. Good for him.
Well, so, I've heard there were good articles in those magazines, you know.
Playboy did have good. Maxim has good articles. Well, used to have good articles. So not that I ever read them. I just read the articles. You know, I heard they had pictures in there too, but I don't know. I have a great line here, but I can't do it because kids will be watching this. So something about not being able to see those pictures. But anyway. All right, I have the worst sense of humor. Like I've got the dirtiest sense of humor, the most sarcastic sense of humor, and it's just inappropriate. So anyway, I try to be good. So he was doing that, and he said, "Hey, do you want to come on? There's this guy called Peter Popoff. We can go see him." I was like, "Sure," you know. So he was playing at a big theater.
That was his real name, by the way.
Peter Popoff.
Not just making that up.
Speaking
to
of
be
Playboy,
funny.
and yes, anyway.
Aptly named for this.
You see what I mean? You got me going now. It's not a good thing. So I can't even say it. So Popoff.
I just ruined the story.
I know, exactly.
That's my job.
So Popoff is there. And we go see him. And
And he had followers.
Oh,
he was the real deal.
He was doing huge auditorium.
Yeah.
He was doing, he's selling out football stadiums, basketball
and he was an evangelist
stadiums.
that somehow knew things about you and your ailments and conditions before you said them and all.
It's like a Q&A thing, basically. He comes out, he'll say, Mrs. Jones, where are you? You're somewhere over here in this section. I'm getting the feeling God is telling me I'm getting the word of God.
Yep.
God tells me that you have the gout, I'm going to heal you. God's going to heal you.
Yep.
David Jones, where are you, David? You're over here somewhere. You're blind. You can't see. God's going to heal you. Come on up here, and he heals them and they can see. People that can't walk. He does all these wonderful things. And when he's got the kids up there, you're getting really emotional about it. I knew that it was all fraud and fake, but at the same time, I'm getting caught up in it. And I have tears coming down my eyes. It's very, very powerful stuff. And he's very good at what he was doing. And then he asked for people to come and help him because he needed to collect money. And so I went down there and I had this big white bucket, a big, huge white bucket. And I got to be the 15th person. I had 15 buckets. I managed to get all the way from where Randy was, all the way down and got a bucket. So the first thing you do is you go around, get cash. I probably got about $10,000 in here in cash. Next thing you do is you go get open offerings, which it could be checks, could be gifts, it could be anything that people want to put in there. It makes no difference. Then you get sealed offerings, which is sealed checks. It could be anything that's money, anything that could be a cashier's check, anything like that. And there's 15 of us, and we're going around. And as I'm walking around, my bucket is full of money the first time. I have to walk outside of the stadium and come back in another door to get to where he is. And I'm thinking, I could just keep walking with this, if I was unethical. Not realizing how unethical he is, at the same as I'm saying that. But I give him this bucket of money. Here you go, sir, you're a man of God. And I happen to look up, and I notice that he has no ear hole in his left ear. So I'm going, interesting. This man of God who heals all these other people of hearing, God obviously doesn't like him very much because he hasn't healed his hearing. Or maybe something else is going on. So I go back to Randy, and I go to Randy. I said, look, Randy, this guy, I said, he's using a hearing piece. I think somebody's transmitting. And Randy's like, no, he's using mnemonics. I go, no. Now, mnemonics is memory systems. Now, I use memory systems. I do an entire lecture on memory, where in the beginning I show this long 72-digit number, and I ask you how long you think it's going to take you to memorize it. And you might say never, and as we go on, maybe you get down to a month or two that you might say it would take you to memorize it. And then I turn to you and I say, well, what if I told you already know that number? And without you realizing it through that seminar, you already know that 72-digit number. And it's a powerful moment in that. So I know a lot about mnemonics, and I know that you learn a lot of things about a few, you either learn a lot of things about a few things, or you learn a few things about a lot of things. You don't learn a lot of things about a lot of things.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I might know a lot about you, a lot about you, a lot about you. Right. But I'm not going to, or I would know a little about you, a little about you, a little about you, going all the way.
Yeah, right.
So I go, this guy's got way too much information going on. There's no way that he's just doing that in that moment, And also I do Q&A, and I used to have a really good memory. Now my memory's horrible. So I said, no, it's not. He said, are you sure? I said, I'm sure. So what we ended up doing was getting a friend at MIT, and he was going to be in California at a big auditorium there. So our friend at MIT, dressed up as a security guy, got into the building. Nobody questioned him because he was dressed up as a security guy. Got into an area. The guy was actually scared at the time he was going to be arrested, but then scanned all the frequencies ahead of time, earlier in the day before Popoff was there. And the reason he did that, he wanted to find all the standing frequencies that were standing. Got rid of all of those, wiped those out, so it wouldn't come up as a false reading. And anything new that would pop up, we would go to it. So Popoff comes out, and immediately something pops up. So what happened was this: Randy goes to the Tonight Show with the information we found. I'll come back to exactly what that is. The reason I'm not telling you. So he goes to the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. Now, normally Johnny wanted to know everything that was going to happen, but in this case, Randy got the staff to be able to tell him, no, trust me, you don't want to know. You want to be surprised. So Randy shows the video of Popoff. Now, Popoff taped every single one of his meetings because he would show them at the end of the week on his program and show the best moments. So luckily, one of those moments was on there. So Randy shows the footage, and what you do is you see him come out, and you see him start giving out information about people. And then Randy says, now, here's the interesting thing. This is what you're not hearing. And I can't remember what the hertz was. Maybe you have that in your notes or something like that. Yeah. But it turns out that God sounds an awful lot like Peter Popoff's wife. An awful lot like her. So what you hear is you hear her saying things like, "Hey, Petey, if you can't hear me, nod your head." And you see Peter nod his head. So now you're hearing and seeing what she's saying, and you're hearing what she's saying, you're seeing the footage again. And they said horrible things like, Peter, there's a lady in the back, she has tumors in her breast. Make her run up and down and shake those titties, like a crazy woman. So you're hearing all this, and they're laughing about people that are sick and stuff like that. Some of it we couldn't show on the Tonight Show because of, you couldn't have it on TV back then. Now anything goes. But what you don't see, normally now, the Tonight Show, Johnny Carson never edited. He hated editing. He hated to edit the stuff. But there's an edit in there. Because the moment that comes back, you hear Johnny go, "Oh, shit!" Yeah. Because he's like, and he asks her, he says, "Does he know this?" He says, and Randy says, "No." This is, now he knows.
Yeah. No.
So, and it took about 3 years to shut Popoff down. Because this is what was, and now he's back bigger than ever. He's on the radio, he's on TV, he has a late night show that's on. And what was going on was this. Now, he used a lot of Catherine Coleman tricks. She was another evangelist that was out, one of the top ones that used a lot of these tricks in the early days. And one of the things that he did that she didn't do was his wife would come out. Now, people come to these things hours and hours ahead of time. So Mrs. Popoff would come up and would say to them, "Hi, I'm Mrs. Popoff. Hopefully my husband will get to you. What's your name? Who's your doctor? Oh, really? What's wrong with? Oh, God, I hope my husband gets to you. I won't be seeing him before tonight, but I'm going to pray for you and hopefully he'll get to you." And meanwhile, she's got a big purse and she has a tape recorder in there and she's recording everything that's being said. She goes out to the trailer and she writes it down. And what was interesting, we found out that she was actually feeding the information exactly the same way she got the information. Then other times people would come in a wheelchair and Pointer Popoff's guy is putting him down in the very front and they'd put him up in the front and they'd be asking him questions. They would write down information. So that would also go out to the trailer outside, which would be sent to him as well. And then the Catherine Coleman type tricks were things like, they wait for somebody coming in. Like I said, people get here hours ahead of time. They wait for somebody limping with a cane. Now, that person can walk, but not very well, all right? And that's what they're looking for. They say, "You know what? I can make you more comfortable. We can put you in a wheelchair. And you know what? I can put you in the wheelchair section right up front. Would you like that?" Who's going to say no to that? I mean, they're already here hours ahead of time to be healed. They get put in a wheelchair right up front by the man of God. They're going to go for it. On the way, "What's your name? Where you from?" Blah, blah, blah. So then Peter comes out. And he turns to the person and he says, "I'm getting a Michael Anderson. Where are you?" "Oh, right over here." "Yes." "We've never met before, have we?" Michael Anderson is going to say, "No, we have never met before." All right? So, got him in the wheelchair. He's up front. He says, "Now, your doctor says you can't walk, right?" Now, keep in mind, this is a man of God. He's never going to question the man of God. He's not going to, especially in front of all these people. So he thinks in his mind, he must mean never be able to walk properly again. He says, "I say you can. God says you can. We're going to cast that demon out. We're going to cast it out right now. Stand up." And the guy stands up. Now keep in mind, he's got all this attention. He's got all this adrenaline going. So he stands up, and everybody's seen their first miracle. And this guy is feeling like it's a miracle as well because he's able to stand. He could always stand. He could always walk, but he's starting to feel a little better. All this adrenaline's pumping through him, And he says, "Now, take a step." And the guy steps. Now keep in mind, he could walk before this, but the guy's feeling the emotions and everything else. So take another step. The guy starts walking. To everybody else, this is a miracle. Hallelujah! And then the piece of resistance comes here. He says, "Do me a favor. Is that your wheelchair?" And the guy says, "Yes." He says, "Okay." Now keep in mind, like if you get out of that chair right there, you're not going to, if I say, "Is that your chair?" you're going to say yes, but you're not taking that chair home, are you? But it gets misread by everybody else, okay? They think that's his wheelchair. And here's the other thing. Popoff would take the cane, break it over his knee, and throw it up. And keep in mind, if the guy can't walk, why does he need a cane? But Popoff also didn't care that cane was probably a very expensive cane, and that guy's on a limited budget because he's putting on a show, and he's making a lot of money, so he couldn't care less about that guy's cane. So the guy stands up. Popoff sits in the wheelchair. He says, "Go to the back of the wheelchair," and the guy does. He says, "Put your hands on it. Push me around the room." Well, if the guy can do that, he's basically got a walker, and all he's got to do is keep up with it. That's all he's got to do. And then he puts the wheelchair back over there. He says, "That is your wheelchair, right? Go ahead, have a seat." And the guy sits in it. So all these tricks and everything else. And it took a while to get him shut down, but like I said, he's back out there bigger than ever. I mean, it was amazing the amount of money he was getting from people. It was millions and millions every couple of weeks and every month. Millions that he was making off people on a limited budget. And one of the worst things we found out that Popoff would say, You don't need your medications. God's going to heal you. Throw your medications as a show of faith. And they would show up digitalis pills and all kinds of stuff up on stage that Randy found. And, you know, it's people die. And that's happened to a lot of the evangelical things. People die. They come to town, the evangelist does his thing, leaves town, doesn't care less.
Yeah.
He couldn't care less. He's making his millions. So, yeah, it's really, really sad.
Yeah. Well, you know, unfortunately, well, it's actually good that we could probably talk about tons and tons of stuff, but unfortunately, we don't have time really to do it. Because we could keep talking probably all night long.
Because there's $1 million challenge. There's the Buried Alive. There's the
some of us
bullet
want
catch.
to.
There's all that
there's
stuff,
all of this kind of stuff. So I would rather just have you come back. Yeah, right?
That's good because I had so many tricks I didn't show. I brought way too much stuff.
More tricks, more stories, more everything, more banachek. That's what we want. Yeah, right?
Yeah, thank you, man.
Fantastic. Another big round of applause for banachek. Keep it going for us. Thank you guys for joining us. We'll see you next time.